I know many of the members on the channel have been jumping in and voting away, so it probably makes sense just to have a look and see where we are with that. Obviously, we're still a couple of hours away from the start of the main card itself. We're probably about 4 hours away from the start of the main event, so we've still got quite a way to go until we actually get to that fight. I know a lot of people are going to be jumping in and asking about where's the fight, when's the fight starting. You're going to have to understand that on these boxing streams, we get a lot of those questions, right? We got a lot of people that are going to be asking that sort of stuff, and it's absolutely fine, honestly. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. It does mean that we kind of repeat ourselves because a lot of people will be joining us for the very first time. So, yeah, we'll be saying about 4 o'clock UK time, which I think is about 11 o'clock in America. Obviously, the event is shown on Netflix. So if you are interested and you're really confused as to where you have to go to watch this thing, it's going to be on Netflix right now. We've got a very low-level fight. We've got Sutsumi, who is 2-0 in his career, taking on Javier Martinez, who's 7-2. So we've got a very low-level prelim fight that's on at the moment. So not too worried about that. We'll keep an eye on it just in case there's an exciting finish. But, yeah, at the moment, I want to talk to you guys about Crawford. I want to talk to you guys about Canelo. As we said, prelims on for the next few hours. And then we will move to that main card, and we can kind of break the main card down as well. But I do want to talk to you about what you've been voting for in regards to how you see this fight going. So we've got Canelo by finish is what you lot have gone with the most. So 45%. Now, we're still pretty low on votes. I would imagine by the time we get to the fight itself, that'll be in the thousands. At the moment, it's still around 150. So if you are joining us, feel free to kind of vote away, leave your thoughts. So Canelo by finish, 44%. Canelo by decision, 20%. So that means that 64% of you have gone with Canelo. And that's actually really interesting. Because yesterday, when I looked over at Tapology, which is obviously a really big fighting website, they had it 63% people going for Canelo. So with our community, you lot have gone 64% Canelo. Over on Tapology, 63% Canelo. It means Crawford by finish, 21%. Crawford by decision, 16%. So Crawford is the underdog here. He's the underdog on the betting odds. He is also not being picked to win by people on Tapology. He is not being picked to win by people in the chat, and he is not being picked to win by me either. So for me personally, I think it's a really close fight. I think 60-40 is very, very fair. I actually think you could run this fight 10 times, and I don't think anyone wins all 10 times. You run this fight 10 times, I'm fairly confident that you get probably 6-4, 7-3, something along those lines. So we just don't know kind of what fight we're going to be getting tonight as a result. I can see paths to victory for both guys, but for me, Canelo is the one I would feel most comfortable with. I think it comes down to likelihood. I think it just comes down to something quite simple, which is Canelo has got experience. He has been more active. Yes, we are starting to see a decline, but he is the king of this division. At the super middleweight division, he is 11-0. He is undefeated at super middleweight. Now, of course, you can say some of those names are padding the record, and that's fine. I think Terence Crawford has got a padded record as well, though. And, Crawford won't have been in there with anyone that punches as hard as Canelo. We know that Crawford is moving up in weight. It's a significant jump up. He looks really good at this weight. So even though he is coming up, he still looks really, really good. But yeah, for me, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this is maybe a bridge too far. Even though he looks good at the weigh-in, I think there is a talking point, which is that obviously we know that they're going to be taking on fluids and rehydrating. I think Canelo has got a lot more that he can rehydrate to. I don't think Terence Crawford can rehydrate to much more, and actually still be an active, good, effective fighter. I think he looked good at the weigh-in. I don't know how he's going to look when he does the ring walk because of the rehydration. Canelo looked a little drained to me. Canelo looked like he will look better in a little bit of time. Oh, I've got to tell you, he's getting absolutely smashed here. Martinez just went down. So I said that we would just keep an eye on this, but he was getting absolutely smashed. Referee telling him to come forward. He does come forwards. Ref is not happy, and it's been called. Round one finish. And that is a great win there for the Japanese star. So, yes, I said we'd keep an eye on that, and we did. Asib said, Days, hello, Asib. What do we think the result does for either guy's legacy? If Crawford wins, he's going to go down as one of the greatest fighters of all time. But I don't know what a loss would do for Canelo. Well, I think that this is a great question. And I think this is a bit of a free hit for both guys. So for me, I think a loss does hurt Canelo more. There's more at stake for Canelo than there is for Crawford's. I think Crawford's, it's a free hit, right? If he loses tonight, I don't think it damages him. Just like how the Bivol loss didn't massively damage Canelo. I think a lot of people saw Canelo against Bivol, saw that, do you know what? If you're going to move up that much weight, it's going to catch up with you at some point. I think that Canelo is still, selling fights, still regarded as one of the greatest fighters of all time. They're even saying that if he wins this fight tonight, that will likely cement him as the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. Something that I think he's probably achieved already, but there's still a few question marks out there around that. But yeah, I think for me, that Bivol fight didn't massively hurt Canelo. The only thing it did was show us that he is human, and it showed us that if you move up so much weight, it's going to catch up with you. And actually, I think part of that has played into my logic for Crawford struggling, because Crawford is obviously moving up quite a bit of weight. He's never been to this weight before. In fact, this is considerably above the highest weight that Crawford has ever fought at. I think the highest he's ever gone is 154, and this is 168. So that's a hell of a jump. That is a hell of, and you're not just going up to try yourself against, a decent super middleweight. You're going up against the GOAT, right? You're going up against someone that is 11-0, the absolute undeniable king of this division. One of the greatest fighters of all time, arguably the greatest fighter of our generation. You can obviously say Mayweather as well, of course, or Usyk even. And so for me, Canelo is got a lot to lose here. If he loses to someone that has moved up a couple of divisions, I think it does hit his legacy a little bit, but I think he's already achieved so much. And I think people have also started to see the slowdown, that actually I think that could be a bit of a get out of jail card for him. For me, I think the reaction would be, it depends how the fight goes, but if it's close and Canelo loses, I would imagine the reaction would be a Canelo of 5 years ago would not lose this fight. If we had Canelo of 3-5 years ago, he doesn't lose this fight. We're starting to see the decline. So I think actually, if Canelo loses, yes, it hurts his legacy. Yes, it's a difficult one to take because you're losing to someone that's moving up in weight. But I think people have seen that he is slowing down. And so as a result of that, I think there would be a ready-made excuse. In regards to Crawford, if he loses, as long as it's not a complete battering and a humiliation, as long as it's competitive, I think he's got the Bivol excuse. I think he's moved up a couple of divisions, and he swung for the fences, he went against one of the GOATs, and you know what? It didn't come off for him, but it was close, it was competitive. I think both guys primarily need this to be a competitive fight. If either of them get just washed, starched, then, we might be having a different conversation. But I don't think it massively affects either's legacy, apart from if Crawford wins, I think it massively boosts his. I think it's massively boosts his. I think that Canelo's always got the excuse that people have seen the decline, but I think Crawford's would be the one that would really benefit. A Canelo win, I don't know. It's one of those. A Canelo win here is obviously amazing. It looks great on the resume, but you'll have people saying, yeah, but it was against Crawford's, who was coming up like, weight divisions and, just didn't quite look himself, wasn't as effective as he is at his normal weights. That's the kind of thing I would imagine would be getting said. Nico said, Days, hope you are well. It's hard to call. I think Canelo might be a tad too big for Crawford's. I don't know. It's hard to call. Neither man has been down on the canvas. That's true. Neither guy has been down in their career. So I don't find it as hard to call, to be honest with you. Sometimes I do. I mean, I never not give you a prediction. I always give a prediction. I mean, what's the point in doing this if you're not going to pick a lane, right? So I always pick a lane. And with this one, I didn't really struggle that much, to be honest. I think that for me, when the fight was even first announced, a lot of people at first was like, no, that's too much. That's too much of a jump up for Crawford's. The initial reaction was one of people going, boxing, people that know boxing. I mean, if you're just a casual that's just heard the names, then, mega fight, yeah? But if you're someone that knows boxing, I think the reaction when this was first announced was one of like, that's a bit too much to ask, I think, for Crawford there. And then it's funny that as we've got closer to the fight, as what normally happens, obviously the hype kicks in, comments are made, you do the interviews, people start reading into things, they look at the weigh-ins and how they're carrying the weight, and all of a sudden, before you know it, it's a lot more competitive and people are a lot more split on it. But I've kind of stood firm all throughout. I've kind of not really changed my opinion, not really moved my opinion. I'm still of the opinion that this is Canelo's to lose. I think that he is, after rehydrating, going to be bigger. I thought they looked quite close at the weigh-in. I actually didn't think there was a massive difference, not much of a difference height-wise or size-wise. You could see that Crawford was a little smaller, but it's after hydration. I think it's going to really show itself. And, I just look at Crawford and I wonder if everything's maxing out. I wonder if this is, this is either going to be him just going in there and showing that this is a weight he can move to. It might be the right outer limits, but it might still be possible. Or it is a bridge too far. And the thing is, because we've never seen him at this weight, it makes it difficult to know. So I agree. It's hard to kind of have a read, but it's hard to know how good Crawford's going to be at this weight. That's the big question. We'll probably get our answer in the first few rounds, but obviously as the fight goes on, it'll be interesting to see if the extra weight means that his cardio starts failing. But I think just looking at those first few rounds, Canelo needs to make sure that he's in the fight and he's comfortable and settled. Takes him a couple of rounds to get ready, but if he can, not get overwhelmed, not be getting, because we know Crawford's offense is better than his defense, so Crawford's going to want to come out. Crawford might also be a bit worried about the extra weight, so he might go quite hard early, thinking it's in my benefit to get this fight done in the first 8, right? Or 10. Let's not go the distance. I think that Crawford, to have a successful start to the fight, needs to really win those early rounds and establish himself, right? Needs to kind of let Canelo feel what he's bringing and for Canelo to respect it. He needs to get Canelo's respect. Canelo needs to understand this is going to be a tough night at the office. That's what Crawford needs to do in the early stages. What Canelo needs to do is just really hang in there, just be in there, maybe get through to Crawford a few times. Crawford won't have faced anyone that's got Canelo's power, so if he can just connect with that a few times, actually get through and have Crawford's thinking twice about a few things. I don't think Canelo needs those early rounds. One thing we know about Canelo is he's going to be great for 12. Crawford at this weight, we don't know. So for me, I've just got, who have we got more questions around? Have you got more questions around Canelo or have you got more questions around Crawford? Because me personally, I've got way more questions around Crawford at this weight. So he could turn up and be amazing. He could turn up and be fantastic, right? This could be like a natural weight for him. He could look fantastic at this weight, but it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to know. I got so many questions around it. I feel a lot more confident, comfortable, leaning towards Canelo at this weight. It's the weight that's the talking point. It's the weight that's the talking point. Which is a shame, really, because if it wasn't as big a jump up and we could talk more about the technical, actually fighting styles, that would be obviously more interesting. But you can't ignore the jump up in weight. I think that is significant. Right, let's go down. Edward, hello, said Days, in my opinion, apart from Bivol, Crawford will be the best opponent for Canelo that he has faced since Floyd's. But also, even if Crawford loses, which I don't think he will lose, in all honesty, even if you lost me on that last bit. Oh, I mean, from a fighting point of view, this is a tough day at the office for Canelo. If you want some questions around Canelo, it's clearly not about the weight. The thing with Canelo is to do with the decline. So he looks like he's slowing. And actually, a lot of people have pointed out that when he lost to Bivol, he's not gone back and asked for that rematch. Bivol is obviously a much bigger fighter. That did feel like a bridge too far. I think Canelo was making noises of trying to get the Bivol rematch, and then it never came through. And actually, a lot of the people that he's been fighting recently are not really certainly not of a Crawford standard. So this is going to be a test. This is going to be a test, but I just can't get past that weight difference. Even though they look good at the weigh-in, Crawford looked great, carried the weight well. Actually looked like it wasn't excess, kind of looked comfortable. But as I said, after rehydration, I don't know where they are, because I know that Canelo, when he comes in, is going to have rehydrated. He's going to be bigger. He looked to me a little drained, but not in a bad way, just in a natural make him weight way, where he now has been there, done it. He's done this so many times. He knows how to get to that weight for the weigh-in, what he needs to do after, where he feels comfortable. I mean, the guy's coming in with how many fights? He's coming in with like nearly 70 fights. So, I mean, the guy knows what he's got to do. The guy has got the experience at this weight. So, and a lot of people are saying he seems a little complacent, if anything. In the build, he just doesn't seem to be that phased or that bothered about the fact that he's facing one of the pound-for-pound greats. I think Terence Crawford's like number 3 on the pound-for-pound. He is absolutely incredible, but at a lower weight. So how does he look at this weight? We don't know. Listen, Crawford has got a chance, absolutely. As I said at the very start of this, I think it's 60-40, 70-30, in my opinion. I think it's 60-40, 70-30. It is not like, this is not an easy day at the office for Canelo. Equally, this is not an easy day at the office for Crawford. I mean, can you imagine what Crawford has got to try and achieve? He's got to go out there in a weight division that he's never fought at before, not even been close to. It's not even that he's been the division below. Like, he's moving up divisions to get to Canelo. And so, you know, he's not been anywhere near this weight. And so he's going in there for the first time, having had no previous fight at this weight, going in there against someone of Canelo Alvarez's skill and quality. So it's a big ask. If Crawford can do it, I agree with Hasib earlier, it would be a massive achievement. Big feather in the cap of Crawford's. Canelo on a 6-fight win streak since that Bivol defeat. Only ever lost twice in his career. That first one to Floyd Mayweather, of course, and then to Bivol after moving up in weight to take on Bivol. So, you know, the only losses Canelo have had has been to Mayweather and moving up to Bivol. This would be a big L, really, for Canelo to take. And I think the only way you'd be able to explain it would be a decline, would be that he is starting to decline. Do we think this is the biggest fight in the last 5 years for boxing? And do we think this will save boxing? I don't think that this will save boxing. I don't know that boxing needs to be saved. I know that people like to throw that out there and make it seem like boxing is dying and all this sort of stuff. But actually, if we see what's been happening over in Saudi Arabia in recent years, there's been a lot of life in boxing. I mean, I think the whole Fury, Joshua, Usyk, heavyweight stuff has kind of been very interesting. I think if you look at what Tank has been doing, I mean, we did a Tank Davis fight a few years ago, and the amount of people that were around for that, I mean, he is a star that people want to watch. And then you look at people like Shakur Stevenson, who has got a great following. Ryan Garcia's obviously got an amazing following as well. Canelo just constantly churning out big numbers. So I think that, like, the idea that boxing needs saving, I mean, you can say that it doesn't work for the majority. You can say that boxing has got like a handful of big names, and the rest struggle. But I don't think that this fight changes that. I don't think this fight is going to switch that around. I think there needs to be like much bigger work done in order to kind of, you know, help the overall boxing landscape. I think it's kind of interesting what Dana White's talking about, because Dana White says that, and I don't know if you've heard, but it keeps changing a little bit. Dana was saying that he was interested in starting like a boxing contender series, and that seems to be what we're doing now. I think what Dana's going to do is he's going to start up a boxing league, and it's going to be for emerging talent. And then that talent, when it's like, you know, got reached its highest level, will then kind of go to the Saudi Arabian supercards. So I think what they want to do with boxing is they want you to watch Dana White's league, get connected and get involved with the fighters, engaged with the fighters. As they develop, they'll then go to Saudi. Saudi will put on these mega cards, and that's where, you know, we'll get like these fighters stepping up, as well as fighters from maybe Matchroom and fighters from Top Rank and Queensbury and all these other promotions. So I think that's what Dana's going to try and do. And I think Dana's hoping that his league is going to be seen as the best of all the feeders for those Saudi supercards. So I think that project sounds to me like it's doing a little bit more. I mean, I don't know why, like, you know, Matchroom doesn't do something like that, and Queensbury don't do something like that, have leagues in like, you know, within their own promotion, like develop fighters, bring them through, have them feed in to the Saudi card, maybe representing Queensbury, maybe representing Matchroom, maybe representing Dana White's contender boxing or whatever. And that seems to be a bit of a blueprint that is showing itself, which is kind of interesting, rather than just what we've got at the moment, which is just, you know, a bit all over the show, right? Just kind of things getting chucked together as and when we can. And, you know, you've got like all the different organizations. And I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. It's the kind of thing where you could sort of get very overwhelmed with it, because how does the WBC, WBO, IBF, how do they all fit into these things? You know, I just think that the actual structure of boxing needs to be looked at and simplified. It's too complicated. It's too spread out. It needs to be a lot more simplified. I don't think a single fight's going to be doing that tonight, no. I don't think a single fight is going to make any difference whatsoever. This is going to be arguably, I don't know, maybe not even as big as Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. It's certainly going to be a hell of a lot better. I know that. But I don't see this saving boxing. What I do see, though, is that this is the kind of event that can get boxing back into a conversation where some people might not be talking about it. But you've got to say that if Jake Paul has achieved anything, he's probably achieved that. He's probably achieved the fact that people are talking about boxing that don't normally talk about boxing. And so if he's achieved anything, it's probably that he's achieved. So I don't really care to give Jake Paul much credit because I think that he is going about it in a financial way rather than in a honorable way, you know? I mean, I don't know that there's much honor in getting Mike Tyson in a boxing ring at the age that Mike Tyson is and, you know, just kind of beating him up for 8 rounds or whatever, you know? It was quite clear after that first half a round. And I don't even know that we got half a round out of Mike, but it was quite clear after half a round that this was just not it. So, yeah, I don't really like to give Jake too much praise, but I will give him praise for grabbing the attention that he's grabbed. I think he's done a good job of getting people talking about boxing when people just at times weren't talking about boxing. But I think Saudi has done that as well. And I think this Dana White thing will do it. And tonight is definitely going to do it. So, yeah, lots of excitement around. Lots of people really excited for this fight. And it's nice to see excitement for a proper fight. It's nice to see a bit of a dream matchup that is got everyone talking and everyone engaged. And I'll be really interested to hear what the numbers were for this. I think, wasn't it like 70 million for Jake Tyson, I think, did 70 million. I genuinely don't know what this is going to do. I don't feel like the build for this has been that great. I know I've seen a few people criticizing the build, actually. If you watch pro wrestling, it's been advertised a lot. If you watch UFC, I know it's been advertised a lot. Like TKO obviously own those, and they've used those as a way of advertising this event. But I think outside of that, a lot of people feel like this has actually not managed to really hit. I don't know if they've not done enough media or if they've not got out there enough and done enough like social media stuff. I don't know. I don't know why, but a lot of people say that the build just feels a little bit like flat, just like we could have done a lot more as for the build. But yeah, make no mistake, people are still massively excited by it. Tom says, I have an electric shower. Oh, Tom, in the chat, bragging. Dion said, what's your thoughts about Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather? No, I don't even know that I'll cover it. That's how uninterested I am. Surely everyone has seen what Mike brings to the table now. I mean, I think Mike Tyson against Jake Paul, I think that was all you needed to see. I mean, Mike got in a couple of shots and then just looked atrocious for the rest of the fight. And I don't care what Mike's going to say about how he wasn't 100% and he's in a much better place now and all that kind of stuff. Listen, we had concerns going into that fight about Mike's age and the fact that even towards the end of his career, he was struggling, right? And losing fights. I mean, everyone remembers Mike of the 80s and early 90s, and we saw glimpses in the 90s as well, right? But by and large, towards the end of Mike's career, he was done, right? It was gone. It was over. And so that was going back in the early 2000s. You fast forward 20 odd years where we know he's had health issues, and we know that you know, the name stays strong, the brand stays strong, but the man does not. And so as we were going into that fight, I was kind of thinking Jake's going to do this. And I'm not just retrospectively saying that. The stream is on the channel. You can go back, you can watch it. I was worried for Mike. I was worried for Mike because, I mean, we know that skills diminish. We're talking about Canelo's skills potentially diminishing. We're talking about how he might not be at the level that he was now. Imagine Canelo when he's 58 or whatever, nearly 60 years old after having health issues. I mean, they're just not... It's a sad truth that the name stays strong, but the man doesn't, right? And I think everyone got so caught up in Mike, he's going to murk him. So many people are like, oh, God, do you remember the power that Tyson had? He used to just body people. It's like, yeah, but that guy doesn't exist anymore. That guy's not around anymore. We don't have that guy now. So I think everyone surely saw in that fight what Mike Tyson is in the modern age. I have no doubt that he can train and be a bit healthier and put on a bit of a better performance. But it's just going to be a faff around in it between them. I don't even know that you're going to get a winner. I mean, it's just going to be the two of them in there, just going through the motions, and, you know, neither guy wanting to look bad. If anyone's winning it, it's going to be Mayweather. He's going to be too quick. He's been more active. He's not nearly 60, or he might even be 60 now, Mike. I'm not sure how old he is. So for me, yeah, I don't even know that it'll be on my radar, honestly. Which is a real shame and feels a little disrespectful to legends. But actually, I think it's more respectful to remember them as they were than have to watch what they've become. You know, I think that you want to remember Mike as being that killer. You don't want to remember him having loads of really awful fights just for the sake of making some money. You know, so I'd actually say I might even be more respectful to take my approach, which is you're an amazing fighter and we absolutely loved watching you and you are one of the absolute GOATs and I want to remember you that way, rather than have your legacy ruined or spoiled in any kind of way, just as, you know, Mike tries to chase some of that money that seems to be around for these really weird circus attraction events, you know. Hannah said, Days, I'm shocked by the news Andrade was let go. He was one of my favourites. I'm not sure where he goes, as he has got tension with AAA and has left AEW, where he didn't do a lot. He's an excellent wrestler. Irish Sam said, Turkey giving us the dream fights. I'm not saying, but get in the best fights. I'm not saying it, but get in the best fights as we should. Okay, a few deleted bits there. If Canelo loses, I'm going to freak out, said David. Like when The Undertaker got drafted. Days, have you heard about the new WWE building, a new performance center? I have, yes. I've not heard of any details, though. So just that they're building a new one, a bigger one. Man with the red face said, finally tonight, Crawford will get the credit he deserves. I think he KOs Canelo, said man with the red face. I like your profile picture as well, by the way. Classy. Looks good. Days, what do we think about we read that one about Mayweather and Floyd? Yeah. One that I'm not engaged with, honestly. Dion said, I loved how that one reporter called Dana White at the press conference for trying to remove the Ali Act. Yeah, so that's all about, like, monopolizing, isn't it, and all this stuff. And I think there are some big questions about, you know, are you just hoovering up boxing and putting it into a league, and then you're going to control that league, and financially, how is that going to work, and is that not encroaching on like a bit of a freedom of the fighters that they're now going to have to, if they want to make any progress, going to have to go to your league? And, you know, is that not against the Ali Act that's in place? And it's very interesting. I mean, Dana basically shot it down by saying, if you want a conversation about that, then set up an interview, which I bet that interview never gets granted. It's one of those where it's like, listen, I'm here to talk about this fight. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that, but set up an interview. It's like, yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Right, we've done a lot of talking, and of course we can revisit the talking, but we do actually have quite an interesting fight right now. So this is going to be a heavyweight contest. I actually thought this was on the main card. This is going to be Franklin in action against, have I got the notes? Dichko. Okay, bell has sounded. Both guys coming out. Dichko is a really interesting prospect. He is currently undefeated. We'll just keep an eye on the fight. But I do want to keep an eye on this one because I actually was looking into this because Franklin's someone that I've seen fight because he took on Anthony Joshua. Now, he went the distance with Joshua. When Joshua lost to Usyk, his next fight was against Franklin, right? Franklin is 23-2. His only losses are to Dillian White and Anthony Joshua. So he's a good heavyweight, Franklin. He's the guy in the black in the middle right now. Very experienced, 31 years old. Ditchko is 35, so it's now or never for Ditchko. He's got to be making moves. He's a two-time Olympic bronze medalist, Ditchko, and he is 15-0, undefeated. He's a big prospect, but as we said, he's got to get going. Ditchko is definitely looking to try and climb up those heavyweight rankings. And a win over Franklin would be good for him here. So this is actually a not a bad fight. I think this is one that I thought was going to be on the main cards, as Franklin is also trying to find a way forwards. He's also someone that obviously wants to get higher up that cards. But this fight to me feels like it's more Ditchko that's got the opportunity. Undefeated, 15-0. If he gets the win here, gets the knockout here, that'll really propel him forwards, get him in the mix, along with, some of those other... I mean, maybe Ditchko could be a future opponent for Joshua if Joshua wants to have another run. I could see them doing Joshua Ditchko. It'd be an interesting challenge for Joshua. Ditchko certainly bringing some power. Seems to be getting the success in this early round. This is a 10-round fight as well. Ditchko quite tall, using that reach advantage. I mean, the size difference between these two is significant. You can see, though, that... how much heavier Franklin is. Franklin's come in at 256. Ditchko's come in at 239. So Franklin definitely carrying a bit of weight as he comes into this. But the height is with Ditchko, and he's trying to use that reach at the moment. We should be getting towards the end of the round as Franklin trying to find a way forward. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And there we go. There is the bell. No real kind of presence in the stadium at the moment. You can just see like a few people around. It's still just banks and loads of empty seats. I'm surprised that it is as empty as what it is right now. We know that it's like less than an hour and a half until the main card starts. So, I mean, people will be making their way in right now. They'll be getting their drinks and their hot dogs and trying to find their seats. So it'll soon start filling up. But, this is one I was quite interested in. Seeb said, do we think Canelo Crawford will be one and done? Or do we think they'll do a rematch like Cena Rock? I think one and done. It depends what happens. I think if Canelo wins, I don't think Crawford will go again. I think he's a very competitive person, and I think he might fancy another crack, but I don't know that Canelo would be interested. I think there's other fights for Canelo. Plus also, I think this is going to be a real difficult fight for Canelo. I certainly don't think this is easy. So I think that Canelo, will get the name on the resume of Crawford and move on. I don't think there's a need to really go back. I don't think there's much to be gained for Canelo apart from another decent payday. But I think if Canelo wins, which is what the majority are expecting, I don't know what the appetite would be for another fight. I don't know what the appetite would be for the rematch. They'd have to really convince you that Crawford has made the changes required, So if Canelo wins, I'm going to say no. If Crawford wins, that is going to be a real thorn in the side of Canelo. If Crawford wins this, someone moving up a couple of weight divisions, that's going to, I think, really bother Canelo. So I think more likely if Crawford wins. More likely if Crawford wins. But again, it depends how the fight goes. Depends how close it is. Depends who gets the victory. But I think if Canelo wins, I don't see why we do the rematch. If Crawford wins, it feels a bit more likely. But I could believe it being one and done. Although you can never really believe what boxing promoters tell you. Okay, right now, round 2 is a bit hesitant at the moment. David said Canelo is going to beat him and there'll be no rematch. Yeah, feel free to get in your thoughts as to which way you think it's going to go. We'll keep an eye on the poll. We're actually, when we read the results out earlier, we've more than doubled the amount of votes that we had earlier. So we are seeing the interest obviously starting to rise as we make our way towards the main card, which we knew would happen. I actually quite like this fight. As I said, I thought this fight that's on right now was going to be on the main cards. Heavyweight contest. Ditchko, obviously now or never at the age of 35. And right now he's in there trying to control things with that reach, using that range. We've got Franklin on the outside, ducking underneath. Again, jab coming in, but the distance just a little bit too great as Franklin works the body. And again, going in, clinching up. Days, how are you doing? Can't wait for the main event, said Stephen. Yeah, it's going to be really good. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm really looking forward to the... the main fight tonight. And it's always nice to get into a bit of boxing. We don't always get to do boxing, but it's nice to actually be able to get our teeth into something a little bit special. Bell has gone, and both fighters go back to their corners. That one felt a bit more closer, a bit scrappier, a little bit uneventful, to be honest with you. Not the most exciting round of boxing I've ever seen. They got Ditchko in the corner. Just wondered what they were going to be saying to him, but don't think we've got the audio on that. Obviously, it's quite interesting as well to see how this is being presented. Oh, there it is. Get going a little bit more with the jab. Get loose with your jab. Everything else will come. Yeah, it's quite interesting because this is obviously Dana and like TKO and Riyadh season, and so we're kind of seeing like how they put this together. It's nice as well to see a big stadium show in America. We don't get many big boxing stadium shows in the US. Of course, we're in the Allegiant Stadium. Here is round 3. So Ditchko, according to the commentators' scorecards, winning those first 2 rounds. He certainly took the first one for me. Second one I thought was a bit scrappier and a bit harder to score, but I can go with him taking that as well. Right. So yeah, Stephen, doing good, thank you. Benny said, have you got snacks? No snacks for me. Just got some water, some caffeine, flipping tablets if needed, but no snacks tonight. No, I'm never really a snack person, to be honest. The only thing that I might have is some Haribo if they're just lying around, but I don't need any snacks. So and honestly, tonight's not even that long of a night, really. I know that Dana said in the build to this that he wants tonight to be snappy. He said he's sick of watching boxing shows where there's just like a podcast in between each fight. He's like, you know, he said he went to Wilder Fury. He said it was one of the worst events he's ever been to. He said there was not enough security around. There were some people that were in my seat when I got there, and it was no one around to kind of kick them out. He said like the whole thing just dragged. He's like, it's one of the worst events I've actually been to, but the fight was great. The main fight, he wasn't down on Fury and Wilder. He's like, the fight was great, but the organization around it and everything else around it, not good enough. So he was not impressed with that. And I think that experience has kind of shaped how he wants tonight to go. So obviously, if you're going to get first round finishes, things like that, there's, you know, not much that you can do. All the fights have got their sort of ring walk times planned in advance. So if something's going to end early, you're going to have people chatting. But I think he is really looking to just get on with it. People just want to watch that main event. And to be honest, I hate main events being on at like 6 in the morning UK time, like 1 or 2 in the morning in America. Like, yeah, try and get them going at about 11. Like, is that too much to ask? To actually get it at a decent time? Because 11 in America is like 4 a.m. in the UK. So it's, do you know what I mean? Like that's middle of the night still, but it's better than being up all night and like doing it at like 6. You could make the argument, I suppose, that you could go to bed, miss it, and just get up early and watch it then, but I never do that. I always stick around and watch the prelims and watch the builds, and so for me, it's better that we get to it quicker. So, yeah, hopefully a night where we're not going to be hanging around, sticking around too much. Edward said, I've got a question. If I was ever getting on an event, a TikTok boxing platform, would you stream it or would you come to it? I don't think I'd be able to go because obviously we stream all the time, but we would certainly look to watch it, yes, if we could possibly get to it. Yes, of course. The only problem is, of course, that we're a flipping wrestling channel. So I bet you anything it'll be the same night as flipping SummerSlam, or it'll be the same night as WrestleMania, or the same night as the Rumble. I mean, there just seems to always be like wrestling stuff that's happening, isn't there? It's been a very busy year for that this year. Joel said, what do we think about AEW being in trouble if Paramount and Skydance buy Warner Brothers? I don't. I mean, I have no idea if that purchase is going through. Even if it goes through, what would that mean for them? I think there's too many unknowns to kind of know about that. I certainly don't look. I mean, like, if you're an AEW fan, you'd be concerned that if it goes through, that they might not want them. But for me, like, well, first of all, I don't watch AEW, so I'm not that phased. And second of all, I think there's a lot of kind of obstacles you've got to get through first, isn't there? Before you even start panicking. I would say wait for the sale to go through and then see what gets said before like starting to panic. Iris Sam said, what time will you go to bed tonight? As in heads on a pillow. Probably like 12 lunchtime, which will be 7 a.m. Eastern time. Something like that. That tends to be, so probably about probably about 11 hours from now, a little around that ballpark. So, yeah, I tend to try to go to bed about that time and then get up at about 7. So I try to kind of stick to that. It can be a little bit tricky depending on what I'm doing. I might go to bed later. I very rarely get to go to bed earlier. And it depends, like, like the dog sometimes wakes me up. So then, like, you know, you try to get back to sleep and it can really throw you out. So, yeah, roughly something along those lines. Right now, we've got referee coming in, separating both fighters. It's really slow, little bit dull. Oh, that's better by Franklin, though. Franklin going to the body with a right hand going upstairs. And right now, Franklin again in the center with Ditchko. Ditchko is the one that needs to kind of really show what he's all about here. Franklin, a very tough opponent for him. I think, to be honest, this for me is where boxing needs some work, in that this is actually quite a difficult fight for Ditchko. You know, this is a very experienced opponent. This is someone that I think is going to be very difficult for him to get past. And I think, look at the amount of people that are not in the stadium at this point. Look at the amount of people that are not engaged with this fight. I think boxing builds its main event and doesn't really build the rest of its cards. I mean, if you could ask a load of people what the co-main event is tonight, I bet a lot wouldn't be able to tell you. I bet a lot of people wouldn't be able to tell you what the co-main is tonight. And it's like, I think boxing is missing a massive trick there of building stories and characters. And, you know, you could get someone over because of how well they've done on the undercard here, which then means people might want to watch them on a future event, you know? I think the story in this fight is quite interesting, with Ditchko being undefeated, but 35 years old, needing to get the win here. A loss will really knock him back. A win will move him forwards. Like, there is some at stake for Ditchko in this fight. Franklin, the younger man, has fought against the likes of Joshua and Dillian White, got losses against them. but is someone that is kind of a bit of a gatekeeper, but hoping to be more than that. You know, wants to get some wins together, wants to get some more opportunities against big names. You know, if he loses to Ditchko, I mean, he's really starting to slip down the pecking order. And I kind of feel like, where's the video packages on these guys? Where's the big build for these guys? Where was the talk about these guys? And to be honest, the fighters don't help themselves. If ever they get interviewed at press conferences, their answers are so dull. They're so dull. I mean, they're fighters. They're not charismatic, sparkling personalities, are they? So, you know, they just don't, they don't think about that. They just answer the question like, what are you going to do? I'm just going to go in there and try and get a knockout. Brilliant. Literally every other fighter says that on the planet. Thank you for telling me absolutely nothing new. So I just think that if Dana can bring anything to boxing, it would be, you know, to try and showcase a bit more of the cards. I think the fact there's next to no one in the stadium right now is a big indicator that people just do not give a flip about this fight whatsoever. Just couldn't give a flip. And it's like, you've got a heavyweight boxer here that's a 2-time Olympic bronze medalist. You've got a heavyweight boxer here who's undefeated, 15-0, and everyone's just getting food. Don't give a flip. And granted, the fight is boring, but the fight will be a bit more interesting if you knew this was important and this mattered. You know, everyone just looks for knockouts, but it's like, no, this is two people going up against each other, trying to outmaneuver each other, trying to find that opening, and that is not something that happens in like round 1 all the time. Sometimes it doesn't even happen in 12 rounds and we go the distance and the judges call it, of course. But yeah, it's one of those where I think the fight becomes a lot more interesting if you know the backstory and you know the characters. They need to cut promos, said Jamie. A lot of fighters can't, bud. A lot of fighters don't have the ability to kind of cut promos. They don't have the charisma or the personalities. So they can try and cut a promo, but it's not going to be very inspiring stuff. Right now, Ditchko has attempted 160 shots. He's only landed 19%. Franklin has thrown 107, so his output is lower, but he has actually been getting a lot more connected. This fight, we're about the halfway point. Franklin might have got the odd round. I still think Ditchko is ahead. And got a few jeers from the fans. Yeah, Dana has given $100,000 bonuses for knockouts. So the commentators are saying that showing up and getting the win is not going to be rewarded the same way it was in the past. You see, I think that's kind of not quite the right approach. I think it makes a lot more sense to tell about the fighters and their journeys rather than just desperately trying to incentivize knockouts. Okay, that's the end of that round, and as we said, pretty uninspiring at the moment. Hannah said, hopefully ESPN will be worth it for WrestlePalooza. Nick said, I'm looking forward to Callum against Vargas Jr. Yeah, that'll be a fun fight. There's a couple of fights, actually, on that undercard that will be good. I think Billy against Martinez is also going to be a pretty fun fight. Undercard, I don't think, is very inspiring overall. Actually, a lot of the undercard are very firm favourites. So Callum Walsh is 94%. On Tapology, people have gone with him winning. He's a minus 450 favourite. Billy against Martinez is actually a lot closer on the bookies odds, but 93% of people have gone with Billy. We've also got Alacal against Crawford. Don't know much about Alacal. He's 5-0. Don't know, but 96% of people have gone with him. Boacek against Adams, 95% of people have gone with Boacek. So a lot of very one-sided affairs by the looks of it. This fight at the moment, the judges' scorecard or the commentators' scorecard has given every round to Dojko. Every round he's got so far. We don't know how the judges are scoring it, but I can't imagine that they've got it drastically different. So at the moment, the undefeated fighter looks like he's heading towards a decision victory. But Franklin is showing a little bit more intent and is kind of taking the fight a bit more to Ditchko at the moment. But you can hear jeers and boos from the crowds. I think they are genuinely starting to get a little bit restless at the moment. Man with the red face said, the only slight worry I have for the main event is that they're both very slow starters. I think Crawford's is going to have to be quicker than usual. I agree. I think it's all right for Canelo. I think Canelo can take his time. He just needs to make sure that he's not being overwhelmed. He just needs to make sure that he is in the fight. I think that Canelo is definitely someone that is going to be able to take his time. I think the Crawford is the one that needs to take the fight to Canelo, and it's just another reason as to why Crawford, as you said, normally a bit of a slow starter, carrying this extra weight, I don't think he can afford to be as much. So I agree. Even the start of the fight is going to be very, very intriguing when we get to it. Hasib said, do we think they should have made this spectacle by stacking this with 3 other juicy fights? Or is it right that Canelo Crawford get the spotlight? I think you could have had better fights on the cards. I don't know that you need cards that have got just like banger, 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 banger. You absolutely could do that. And we've seen that kind of done. I mean, there was the Day of Reckoning card that Saudi Arabia put on, where every fight felt like it could be a main event, right? Varying degrees of main event, of course. But every fight felt like it could have main evented some sort of card, right? I don't mind those cards. I'm not against those cards. I do think, though, the sheer amount of money that Canelo and Crawford are being paid here is something truly exceptional. And so I think you're going to struggle to, even maybe Saudis might struggle to get other fights on this cards of like high magnitude. I mean, you might be looking at a card that's going to cost you $500 million or something like that. I mean, rumors are Canelo's getting 120 million for this, and I think Crawford's getting about 10 or 20. Like, Canelo is the A side here, of course he is. So I think that fight alone is getting potentially around 150, 160. So if you was to put another couple of fights on of that well, maybe not that magnitude, and then the undercard as well, you might be looking at 400 million. So I don't know. I have no idea what kind of budget, even if there is a budget, that the Saudis would put on a single card. I think with this one, they're spending a lot on the main event, so it makes sense you just fill it out with some other bits just to, fill the card out. Yes, I think it would have benefited, of course, by having other bigger names on the undercard. And I still think you could have gone bigger than what they did. I still think you could have fleshed it out with better names. So, yeah, it's one of those that I think the build for this has been a little bit underwhelming. I don't think it's been disastrous or anything like that. I just think that it could have been better, could have been louder. And I think that there's a lot of money involved. I can sort of understand why they didn't go with the stacking of the card approach. But we have seen the Saudis do that. As we said, that Day of Reckoning card comes to mind. Round 1 said, this is a Dana cards. Canelo undercard looks like a Conor McGregor undercards. But there's actually a lot of people on the undercard that's connected, isn't there, with the fighters? I know there's a lot of people on this card that train with and have sparred with and are friends with either Canelo or Crawford. There's also a couple of Saudis, that fighters that are on this card as well. So I think that's how they've got the card together. So when we say this could be stronger, it easily could be stronger because this is like mates and sparring partners, and we're hoping this Saudi fighter's going to go on to achieve something in the future. That's the undercards. Still some good fighters on the undercard, as we said. Ditchko, two-time Olympic bronze medalist, undefeated. Franklin Jr. has fought Anthony Joshua, as we said. Callum Wilson hasn't achieved a great deal, but is a bit of a Dana White pet project. He's someone that actually has been on UFC Fight Pass quite a bit with his fights. And so Callum Wilson is someone, or Callum Walsh, sorry, is someone that Dana White has kind of had as a pet project. And so I think, you know, he's in that co-main event slot. And I think they're really hoping that he can be like a big breakout star. I think like Dana really sees a lot of potential with him. So yeah, Callum Walsh against Vargas Jr. That fight is our co-main event. Should be a really fun fight. Really looking forward to it. Likely goes the distance, but should be a lot more entertaining than what we're seeing out of this heavyweight fight right now, which I was really engaged with, but you know, I am detecting no one else really is. Certainly no one in the flipping stadium seems to be, and at the moment it seems like this one is just drifting its way towards the judges. Canelo by decision or maybe a late knockout is my prediction, said Irish Sam. Paddy got robbed by Croker, and I've seen the meatball make her boxing debut, and she won. So good job to Molly, said round one. Dion said the crowd are booing. Yes. I mean, there's just not a lot of people that are engaged with the fight. And then if the fight is just going to be like this underwhelming, then yeah, you know, the fans will just make their voices heard. There's not much else for them to do. So yes, this not the advert that I think Dana was looking for or Netflix were looking for. I think this is where, you know, boxing can sort of let itself down. But I do stand by what I said earlier, and that is, I think this fight would be a lot more palatable. I think that people would be more engaged, even with this fight being as bad as what it is, if people understood the backstory of the fighters, what they were fighting for, what was at stake, what a loss would mean for both guys, what a win would mean for both guys, how important this is. And I think then, like, you know, even if the fight is a bit flat, you can still kind of get connected and feel involved. And it's just kind of hard to do that right now when, you know, no one's really around. The fight is dull. I think the build has been a bit flat. Irish Sam said Callum Walsh has been a project for Dana. He's undefeated. This is his toughest test to date. He's a real humble fella, said Irish Sam. Irish Sam, thank you. Yeah, 14-0, 11 knockouts, southpaw as well, and really getting trained by Freddie Roach and looking to be that next big breakout star. Only 24 years old, 14 wins, 11 by knockout. He definitely is someone that there's a lot of potential for him. But Vargas Jr., 17-0, also undefeated, 3-0 against southpaws. So he has faced southpaws and has beaten them all. And he is obviously the son of Vargas, like the legendary two-time world champion. And yeah, I mean, he is someone that's trying to establish himself. Apparently, he's been fighting for, I think I heard about 10 years now. So he's also someone that's got quite a bit of experience under his belt. 17-0, he's had more professional fights than Callum Walsh. And this is, as we said, it'll be our co-main event. It'll be 10 rounds, and it likely goes the distance. The Dutchko Franklin fight is at round 8, and looks like Dutchko's got a point deduction there. So looks like they're taking it. Not that that's going to make any difference whatsoever, but looks like a point deduction for him. Right. Days. I just came to the stream. How you doing, said Shots? I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, looking forward to the main event tonight. As we said, we got Canelo, Crawford's. Everyone's been sharing their thoughts. Continue to do that. In fact, what we can do is put a question up, because this will make it a bit easier to find people's thoughts. What are your thoughts about Canelo versus Crawford's? So I'll put that up, and then we can jump into that. Who wins and how? So I've got that, which I've set up now. You can leave your comments there as to who you think's going to win, why you think they're going to win, how you think they're going to win. You can actually leave that now, and I'll jump in, keep popping into that, and we'll read those comments out. It's probably a good thing to do for wrestling, that actually. I put a little thing up during the big streams. We could do that for WrestlePalooza. Put a question up, like, who do you think's going to win out of Cody and Drew, or Cena and Brock? Or, you know, ask a question, keep going back to it, seeing as the comments come in, you know. Does make it a little bit easier than trying to go through the chat. David said, this is going to show who really is top dog. And Benny said, yo, Days, hello, my friends. Coach Perez said, who is the face of boxing after Canelo retires? Depends when he retires, honestly. Depends when he walks away. I mean, I think that you've got some great fighters, obviously, Usyk, but Usyk's getting on. I mean, we don't know how long Usyk's going to be sticking around for. I mean, there's every chance Usyk retires before Canelo retires. But I always look towards that heavyweight division. I think the heavyweight division really resonates with people. And I think that if you've got a dominant heavyweight, I always feel like they've got to be in the running to be the face of boxing. So, I mean, for me, Canelo feels like he is the face of boxing. But I think Usyk has got to be spoken about as well, because he's been involved in some massive fights recently, won them all, dominant champion, unified the cruiserweight division, unified the heavyweight division, beaten the likes of Fury twice, Joshua twice, Dubois twice. There's just nothing else for him to do. There's no challenge. I mean, he's even talking of going back to cruiserweight so that he can then go after some of the people that are down there. Like, he's trying to find those next challenges. It might be Joseph Parker next for him. But I do look at him as being obviously the face, but as we said, he probably retires before. I think like Inoue as well is obviously a name that I don't know, because he's at such a low weight and because he fights at such awkward times. I don't know that he's really been able to establish himself in the West. But to be honest with you, the world is bigger than the West. Inoue is a monster star over in the East. So, I mean, you've got Inoue, who I think is regarded by many people as being up there with pound for pounds. I really like Tank as well. I think Tank is a monster name when it comes to the US. I think that he is a massive star. Shakur Stevenson's a massive star as well. So there's quite a few that are around that have got potential. But I don't know that there's anyone that I can sit here and say, oh, this is the next Canelo, you know, that's going to be that big monster star. You'd need someone that's not ducking any challenges. I mean, Crawford's 37, so he's going to retire soon. So you need someone that's young, that's not going to duck any challenges, that's just taking on all comers, that's, you know, just believes in themselves, brave. I mean, I think Canelo, didn't he fight professionally from the age of 18? So I sort of feel like Canelo is a real special person. I don't know that we've got anyone that's kind of necessarily doing that right now. So there's lots of people you can point at, like Inouye might be the face. Devin Haney might go on to become the face. You might have, I don't think Crawford will. I think he will have retired. Tank Davis is obviously quite interesting. Ryan Garcia has took too many losses, even though he's got massive social media following. I don't think it would be him. Usyk, I think, will have retired. I don't think it's going to be a Bivol or a Beterbiev or anyone like that. So, I don't know. I mean, listen, if you want someone young, emerging, exciting, undefeated, I can offer you the name of Moses Atauma. I mean, Moses Atauma in the heavyweight division is a problem and is someone that a lot of people are getting very, very excited by. He is someone that is just knocking people out. What makes him so exciting is it's heavyweight. He's young. He's like 20, I think, 21, something like that. And he just keeps getting in there, and his power just keeps putting people away. He's on a hell of a run at the moment. And as long as he can stay undefeated, there's no need to rush with him. Take your time. He's 20 years old. Yeah, he's 20 years old. He's beaten the likes of Dempsey McKean. He's beaten Dillian White last time out. That was back in August, of course. And that was a round 1 finish. Before that, round 2, Dempsey McKean in round 1. He is 13-0 with 11 knockouts right now. And you can't even say he's not fought anyone. I mean, getting a win over Dillian White is obviously very impressive. If he can continue, give him another 12 months, maybe 24 at most. If he can stay undefeated, I mean, he's got to be fighting for a world title, like either within that time period or just after that time period. But it won't be like 5 years down the road. And even 5 years down the road, he'll only be 25. We're talking about a kid, 13-0, at the age of 20, undefeated. There's a lot of excitement around him. The problem is, though, what happens like when you take him into the deep waters? You know what I mean? He's gone the distance twice, but going the distance for him was 6 rounds. We've never seen him get to a round 7. Ain't got a clue what he looks like going to a round 7. So he's gone the distance twice. That was back in 2023. Obviously a lot of hype around him, very exciting. But there's lots of great fighters that are coming through. But I do think the heavyweight division is somewhat special, somewhat different. Jandy said, what do we think about Ava's remarks regarding Charlie Kirk's passing? Not seen them. I have not seen them. I only have seen a couple of the big stories today. The big stories today are that I'm not trying to avoid the conversation. I genuinely haven't seen them, so I'm actually searching for them now. But the big stories I've seen today are about the Performance Center and how we're building a bigger one, and about the Performance Center and about what was the other one? Oh, Andrade. Those are the two I've seen. Raindrop Media. Okay, what's this? Ava, Dwayne The Rock. Do you know they've called it Ava Rain, which is interesting because we haven't used the Rain name in a long time. Faces criticism and threats for recent comments. If you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words when you're alive. Okay. What do I think about that? I think that it is probably not wise to say such comments at such a sensitive time. Like, perhaps that's a comment that could have come further down the road. I think that Charlie was someone that was very opinionated and was someone that was always like looking for healthy debate. You know, he would go to campuses to debate people. So I think he was a very highly opinionated person, and I think he seeked out the opinions of others as well. So if that is her opinion, I actually think that I don't even know if like it would be within Charlie Kirk's kind of rhetoric for her to silence that opinion. He was very pro sharing his opinions and going to campuses and getting other people's opinions. And so she's, shared her opinion. But I think there is a time and a place to share that opinion. And I would say this is obviously a very sensitive time. So if she believes that, then I don't think this was the right time to be sharing that opinion. But, if in like 12 months' time, 2 years' time, she had shared that opinion then I kind of feel like that's the kind of thing that Charlie was doing, going around sharing opinions. And you got to remember, a lot of the opinions he shared were, not just what's my favorite flavor of ice cream. You know what I mean? Like, they were big opinions that obviously not everyone agreed with. So, those are my thoughts. I would say if that's her honest opinion, then probably not the right time to be sharing it right now. Not when the world is trying to be brought together. Or that would be nice if it could be. What if those Paul bros interfere in the main event and we get Canelo Crawford at Mania? Not happening. Finally, this boring fight has finished. Iron Sentinel says, why are the opinions being considered? Someone died. Opinions don't mean shiz. Why are opinions being considered? Well, I mean, like, in regards to Ava, as I just said, I think it's the wrong time to share that opinion. So I don't think it should have been shared at this time. William said, I think knowing the situation, Days should say nothing as it's the people coming out from the far right. Well, to be honest, I've been asked about the Charlie Kirk thing, and I've said it's not for me to comment on. Like, it's not wrestling related. Why would we have such a conversation? But if Ava has come out now and made it wrestling related, well, then I don't think it's unfair to ask that question. I have no problem answering that. And as I said, my answer is not the right time to be sharing such opinion. If you would call what he did debate, says Valentino. Yeah, well, that's not the side that I'm getting into. I'm not interested in getting into his politics and what he said and all of that, because that strays us too far away from the wrestling related side of it. Seeb said, Days, Amir Khan fought both of these guys. He came out and said Crawford was the harder hitter and the more difficult fight. I did see that, actually. Yes. He said that he found Canelo to be much more hittable. He said that he struggled a lot with actually connecting with Crawford. So, Irish Sam said, I just backed Canelo in round 7. I went knockout 25-1. Iron Sentinel said, I missed the talk on Andrade. There's been no talk on Andrade, but it's not a conversation we can really have. He's gone. No one knows why. End of conversation. I can't really flesh it out than that. And on a boxing stream, it would seem silly to kind of dig into it any further when there's literally no other information out there. So, at the moment, it's just, he's gone. It's not connected with his contracts. No one knows why. Clearly, Andrade knows why, but apparently no one backstage knows why. Might suggest a falling out of some degree. Might suggest something inappropriate, but at this stage, no idea. No idea why he's gone. I can't really do any more than that, to be honest. So hopefully we find out more information. I just checked Google. There's 3 undercard fights for the main one. Yes, on the main card, yes, there is. Right, let's go. I didn't agree with that decision. Yeah, I think Franklin got that, didn't he? I was chatting with you guys. I think Franklin got it. And literally, I don't think anyone other in the arena cares, apart from the fighters. Right. Let's go over to that chat. Here we go. Miss Clown said, my thoughts are, whenever I hear the name Canelo, I think of the dessert cannoli. Thank you. William said, I think tonight I will see Canelo win by knockout in the first 30 minutes of the fight. I think Bron and Bronson come out and the fans will love it. Stephen says Canelo by KO. So that's what people are saying in regards to their thoughts. We've got nearly 500 votes right now. And at the moment, not seeing much in the way of movement. So Canelo by finish, 43%. Canelo by decision, 21%. Crawford by finish, 19%. Crawford by decision, 16%. So we've got Canelo, Crawford's, Canelo about 64% being favoured, which, as we said earlier, marries up with Tapology, kind of marries up with, I think, what I've seen out there. I mean, it's about 60-40, 70-30. You're going to find people going for both fighters. I saw a really good video where they asked a lot of previous opponents who they thought was going to win, and it was quite close with people picking on both sides. So, yeah, certainly don't want to paint an incorrect picture here. Certainly don't want to present this as being something that it isn't. This is a tough fight for both fighters. This is going to be a big challenge for both guys. That's what makes this fight so exciting. That's why people are going to be tuning in, and hopefully the numbers they're going to be tuning in. And yeah, really looking forward to just getting this main card underway and actually getting stuck into these undercard fights and getting closer to that main event. I've got Canelo winning. I think if you look at likelihoods and you look at which way this is going to go, in likelihood, I'm leaning Canelo. But if you're going Crawford's, I don't think it's a bad pick at all. I don't think it's a bad pick. You absolutely could be correct. 60-40, 70-30. It's close. Run this fight 10 times. I don't think someone wins all 10. So, yeah. James said, apparently Andrade that I've seen is about creative and booking, and then he ghosted WWE, and then today happens. I know which is probably what you saw. I haven't actually. I've not seen any word as to why. I even read Fightful's report on it, and they didn't have any word as to why. So I genuinely don't know what it's about. So if you're telling me that you've heard that it could be based on the creative and he's upset with that and then he disappeared, that I've not heard that. But again, you know, reminder, my focus today is on a boxing event, right? So my focus right now is on Canelo, Crawford's. Today has been about setting the stream up, been about getting the final bits of research sorted for that. So I don't really come onto these streams prepared or even with an expectation of really digging into wrestling conversations. So I'm not against it. It doesn't offend me, but no, you've given me more info there than I've seen myself. So not much more I can add to that, to be honest. Trini said it's sad that Andrade created an awful reputation for himself because he is so talented, but you can't be having tantrums publicly every time you're unhappy about working somewhere. Hasib said, what are your thoughts on people criticizing Dana being involved in boxing? They believe he's not a great seller. They say the UFC brand hasn't sold well globally, in their opinion. I think they're entitled to their opinion. I think, you know, we share our opinions. They can share their opinions. I think that Dana has done a fantastic job of building the UFC. I think maybe it's not quite kicked on. Maybe he's not done a great job of finding those next Conor McGregors, which would take the sport to that next level. You know, Conor showed you the way forwards. And listen, you can't just find a Conor McGregor. You know, they are so rare. It is a diamond in the rough. But that is what UFC sort of needs. It needs a few of those unmissable, big, brash characters that aren't just, you know, trash talking. I mean, there's a big misconception, isn't there, that Conor just trash talked. But he didn't just trash talk. He actually went in there and was witty. Yeah, he was funny. he was charismatic. It isn't. People make the mistake of like, oh, you just go in there and you're just like, I'm going to mess you up. You haven't got a clue what you're dealing with. Like, we see people doing that. Like, that happens quite often, right? You see people with that. But what you don't see is people go, who the is that guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Like this. And like, you know, talking about how it's red panty night for his opponent, like, because it's that special, the fact that they're getting to fight him. You know, he was charismatic, he was funny, he was witty, he was engaging, and you wanted to watch him fight. And then when he fought, he was messing people up. So where do you find someone with that kind of wit, charisma, and fighting ability? UFC have really struggled with that. And to be honest, you could have great people that are really charismatic and then they get in there and get starched. So, or equally, you could have someone that's an amazing fighter, but you put a microphone in front of them and there's just not much going on behind the ears, you know? So it's hard. It's really difficult. I think that, you know, they did an amazing job of going from where they were to where they are. And I think now they're struggling to go from where they are to like that next level. And I think the key to unlocking that to me feels like, where's your next Conor McGregor? McGregor showed you the way. McGregor was giving you pay-per-view buys that are still the biggest. There's no one that's beaten McGregor's numbers. So, I mean, you've had a gift there that's shown you the way forward, that's shown you what is actually possible. And we haven't been able to get close to that since. Having good fighters is not enough, really. You need fighters that engage the audience. You need fighters that people actually care about watching. I mean, it's one thing for them to go in there and just win. But, I mean, if they're not that interesting, you ain't going to do it. So, I don't know. I think it's easy to sort of sit there and say, oh, he's not really kicked it on and all that. I think that's an easy thing to say. You do find that with social media. A lot of comments that get made are just, they're easy comments to make. The harder thing is to actually figure out why it's not kicked on and figure out, like, you know, what can be done different and better and actually offer some solutions. And so for me, people are entitled to their opinions. I wouldn't really pay those opinions too much attention. I think it's easy to criticize. You could probably say that's true of wrestling as well. It's probably easy to criticize Triple H with the fact that wrestling isn't where you want it to be. But I'd like to think at least here we do go into a lot of detail as to what could be changed. You know, we don't just go, oh, it's not very good at the moment. Triple H needs to sort it out. Like, we don't just leave it there, do we? We go further. I actually put a tweet up earlier that I thought went into a little bit of detail. It's the kind of thing we would say on a stream, but I never really put on X. So I put a tweet out because I thought, well, we're doing boxing tonight, so I'm not really going to be talking about wrestling. So I'll put a juicy wrestling tweet out. So I put that out that offered up a lot of, well, this is why I think this year's not been great. These are the bits that I think need to be fixed, and this is why, you know, next year might be a bit better. So I'd like to think at least we try to go that, you know, as far as we can go. I mean, short of actually being given the responsibility to fix it ourselves, there's not really much more we can do. So, yeah, you're going to find loads of opinions online, aren't you? That's really what online's all about. That's what social media's about. Opinions making the world go round. But it's up to you to choose which ones you're interested in engaging with and paying attention to. As we've got our next fights, I believe this is probably our main event of the prelims. So it looks like we have got Bahachuk and Adams. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting because this is actually a rematch of a fight from, I think it was 2021. Bahachuk was winning and at the time undefeated and at the time a really interesting prospect. Winning and then got clipped. Got knocked out, TKO, I think it was. And Adams ended up winning in round 8. So what's really interesting about this fight is that since then, Bahachuk's gone on and lost again. He lost against Ortiz to the judges. And so I think this fight is him trying to go back, correct one of his wrongs, and find that sort of momentum again. This moment with Adams seemed to really rock him. seemed to, like, you know, really kind of damage his upward trajectory. So here he is now, Bajacek coming back in here against the person that he lost to, probably trying to get rid of some of those demons and trying to find a way of getting the win, moving forwards, getting back on track. He's only 30, still got plenty of time ahead of him. He's got a record of 26-2 with 24 knockouts. Former interim super welterweight champion, and he's currently ranked number 6 in the super welterweight division. So high level fighter. We're not dealing with someone that's trying to, you know, make their name, if you will. We are dealing with someone that's trying to be a legit world champion rather than just an interim world champion. But 30 years old, 26-2, going up against someone he lost to. This should be Bajacek all day, every day, getting the win. But imagine if he loses again. Imagine if he loses again against someone that I think most people would agree is not on his level, against someone that I think most people would agree he should be getting past. So Joe Martinez doing the announcing. Bajacek versus Adams is going to be our next one. Adams, 25-4. I mean, not a bad fighter in his own right. He's got 25 wins, 16 knockouts, so not as deadly. Only been stopped once, though, and that was all the way back to 2015, like 10 years ago. Now or never for him. I mean, he needs this win to move forwards. He needs this win to actually get anywhere. At the age of 36, I mean, it's now or never. He can give rounds away. I don't fancy him in this fight. Bajacek is -600 favorite. Tapology have got Bajacek winning by 95%. It feels like it's Bajacek all day, every day. It feels like that's the direction, that's the play. Right, let's go down here. Okay, we're up to date with that. Lovely. Nathan said, I get positive and constructive criticism. When it comes to things I enjoy, it's good balance, says Nathan. William said, Days, you're waffling and talking and not paying attention to anything else. It's an amazing gift that you have to the gab. I am too easily distracted. Well, I mean, I'm here for conversations, but people need to present them. If people don't present them, then the obviously responsibility is on me to keep the conversation going, right? And to get stuck into topics. This is why I do research, so that if the chat kind of slows down or is talking amongst themselves, not, you know, presenting any questions or thoughts or theories, you know, then I'm here to kind of pick that up. That's my responsibility, isn't it? That's what I have to do. And I think that can be a bit of a difference, actually, between an experienced streamer, which I would regard myself as that, considering I've done it 7 years, and someone that's maybe not been doing it as long, that maybe doesn't do their preparation, and as a result gets a little bit stuck for things to say. The conversation can fall, things can get a bit awkward. Whereas with me, if I don't see anything in the chat, it's fine. I can pick up the reins. I can turn my attention to this fight right now. We've got 10 rounds. And as we said, I think the story for this is obviously an interesting story. So we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's going to be more engaging than the heavyweight fight that we just had. And actually, the stadium is starting to fill up a little bit, but it's still nowhere near. There are more people, but there's these big banks of empty seats. So a couple of jabs coming in by both guys at the moment. We got Adams in black, and we got Bajacek in white, blue, and yellow, the Ukrainian colours. And right now we've got Bajacek in that he is going to be desperate to get the KO finish here. He is going to be desperate. This is one that I'm sure has kept him up at night. Him suffering that loss 4 years ago. If he loses, it'll actually be really funny. If he loses, it will be really fun. Jabs coming in there by Bajacek. Upcut misses there by Bajacek. Hook shot comes in as well. Couple of jabs coming in, and they are really throwing at each other, which looks quite good. A lot more activity than what we saw in the heavyweight division, but of course this is not the heavyweight division. So these two are a lot lighter, a bit more fluid. Certainly looks like Adams has got a little bit of snap to his shots. Body shot coming in. He's doing well here, actually, Adams. Going upstairs, going to the body. Again, going in. That looked low. That looked low. There was a shot there that looked a little low by Adams, but Boacek does not look comfortable here, you know. Doesn't look comfortable at all. Yeah, he did get caught again. Adams just looking really comfortable here. Setting his stall out in the early exchange. This will be amazing if this is Canelo Crawford and Crawford does what Adams is doing. Comes out, just sets his stall out and lets Canelo know this is not the fight that I think you think this is going to be. This is going to be a real battle for you tonight. This is going to be a real war as Adams goes to the body, sneaks an uppercut in as well. It's a really good round, this. Another shot coming into the sides. Boacek trying to throw back. Another hook shot coming in there by Boacek. This is, I'm fairly certain, main event of the prelims. We've only got 25 minutes to go. Then, of course, we go over to Netflix. And then I think we'll start to see some people really jumping in. Not the biggest main cards. I think they're really going to look to get through the fights as quick as they can. Uppercut coming in. Depends how long those fights go for. Oh, some lovely shots here by Adams. You know, really going to the body. And that was a lot of fun. Yeah, really good. Really good. Johnny said, how do you feel about Andrade leaving? I'm not really bothered, to be honest. I think Andrade is a great talent, and I really enjoyed his work in NXT. I think he struggled on the main roster. I enjoyed his work being in the tag team with Rey Fenix. I think Andrade wanted, obviously, from what James is telling me, more opportunity than just being in the tag division. I do think that a lot of people kind of get pushed to the waysides. You know, I mean, look at what's happened with Carrie and Cross. And, you know, there's a lot of people that I think they deserve more than what they're getting. And, well, the alternative is you can end up just completely going out of WWE altogether, can't you? So I don't really think much. I think we've got so much talent. I mean, look at that Rey Fenix, Sami Zayn match. Amazing. I mean, and you look at like Penta around and what Dragon Lee can do, and you look at what they were doing in the AAA show. I mean, like WWE have just got so many options. I mean, is Andrade better than Vikingo? I mean, I like Andrade, but my God, we're just drowning in options. I mean, WWE is just like, well, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. So I think it's a shame, but God, there's just so much talent at WWE's disposal. Like, I don't know. I can understand being disgruntled, but I suppose really the better mentality is to just get what you can get. Get in WWE and just get as far as you can get. And every achievement, every title, everything you get, just be like, yes, that's another thing achieved. If you win a Rumble, oh, amazing. If you win King of the Ring, oh, so good. If you win a tag belt, yes. That's another one added to the collection. If you get a mid-card belt, come on. You might see yourself as a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer, but guess what? If you don't get that, don't be too flipping disheartened about it. Don't be too down on it. The alternative is just don't be in WWE at all. Uppercut coming in there by Boacek. Fight settling down a little bit. GS Dub said, I'm hyped for UFC at the moment. I'm ready for this main event. Bond said, people don't really show up in numbers till the main cards. Yeah, that's true. I mean, to our stream and also to the stadium by the looks of it. It is filling up a little bit more, certainly more towards the back, right? Dare I say, the cheaper seats. You're starting to see people go into their seats. But to be honest, I think a lot of the rich people in the main event, I don't give a flip about anything else. So there's a lot of a big sea of empty seats closer to the ring, and then further back you can see it's filling out a little bit more. The real boxing fans that are being priced out more towards the back. Sadly, we're seeing that in I think pro wrestling as well. Uppercuts coming in. The real wrestling fans finding it harder and harder to kind of afford the floor seats, and rich people getting those instead. Although I will say, it doesn't affect the energy, does it? I mean, we just saw in France amazing scenes. Boacek is starting to get settled in now. Trini said, look at Apollo Crews. I don't think there's a wrestler in WWE that can make a case for being criminally underutilized like him, but he never complains and he still has a job. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of those where if you're Apollo, I could understand your frustration. I mean, I think if Apollo came out and said anything, no one would be like down on it. Everyone would be like, yeah, makes sense. But equally, you're absolutely right. If he'd have done that, he might have been out the door like many, many others have been before. So get what you can get, yeah? Come up with ideas, be positive, try and, maximize whatever you're given. And just that's all you can do, really. That's all. I mean, Andrade was getting pretty regular TV time. I mean, he was in a tag team. Word was they were going to be a future opponent for the Wyatt Six. Could have won the tag belts. Kept on TV. Could have had a good job there with a good income and raised his profile. And it's what you make it, innit? Some people, though, just aren't satisfied with that. And, well, that's understandable. I mean, who knows? Perhaps he goes elsewhere and becomes a bigger star. Look at Sasha. She ended up walking out on WWE and has done really well outside of WWE. Look at Toni Storm. So, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's necessarily a mistake. I'm just going to say that I don't know that it's the path that I would choose. I mean, as someone that's never going to be in WWE, if the opportunity presented itself, I mean, you'd just be so grateful. Because, do you know what I mean? It'd be like, this is amazing. I know what it's like to not be in WWE. So to actually be in the company that you love, amazing. Couple of jabs and shots coming in. Where are we with the poll at the moment? We're over 500 votes now, which is good. When we started, we were at 150. We are looking at about 65% right now. So Crawford by finish 19%. Crawford by decision 16%. Canelo by finish 43%. So Canelo by finish is what you guys have got as the favourite. Nearly 50% of you voting for that at the moment. So keep getting your thoughts in as to which way you think that's going to go. If you want to share your thoughts in a more detailed way, you can do that as well. Just click on the Q&A thing at the top, and I'll take anyone's thoughts on Canelo Crawford's. Right now, as we said, we are in round 3, and Adams had a really good first round. I think Boacek has found a way back into this fight, though, and actually has settled in a little bit more. But Adams still proving to be a very, very tricky opponent for him. There's certainly no ability here for Boacek to just come in and just bang, get the win, This is definitely a tricky opponent. And as we said, an opponent that has beaten Boacek in the past. Little hook shot coming in there by Adams. And another little uppercut coming in. Trini said it's true, but the names that succeed after WWE are the ones who are proactive about improving and not complaining about everything. That's fair. Is there a young heavyweight coming up that could give Usyk a good fight? Bond, yes. Moses Atama that we spoke about earlier. That's the name that people kind of are saying even now. I think it's way too soon for that. But yes, Moses Atama, I think, would be really interesting. Some people might say Bakoli. I mean, Bakoli is big and size-wise, has got power. I mean, technical ability is nowhere near Usyk level. I think Usyk wins that fight, but it would be tough just because of the size. Bakoli is huge. So that would be maybe tricky for Usyk from a different point of view. But I'd expect him to win. But Moses Atama, as we looked at earlier, 20 years old, someone that has just got past Dillian White in round 1. Someone that carries a lot of power. He's got, didn't we look, 15 wins, 13 KOs? And a lot of people are like, yeah, he needs to face Usyk soon. Give him a couple more fights. You know, end of the year, some people were saying. Have Moses Atalma face a Joshua or a Dubois and then give him Usyk. I think that's way too soon. Way too soon. I don't even know if we get that fight, to be honest. I don't know if Usyk will still be around by the time I think Atalma will be at his level. A lot of people want to see the Joseph Parker fight. I think Usyk gets past Parker. I don't think it's a big money fight like nowhere near the Fury fight. But I mean, Parker probably deserves it. Parker probably is, you know, kind of turned his career around and has got a good little run together. So he probably deserves the opportunity. Here we go. Round number 4 then of this fight. And they said we're only about 16 minutes away now from the main card. About 16 minutes away from the main card. Big shots coming in there by Adams. Working the body once again. I feel like Bud by decision is such a good money right now, said Poppy Crocs. Well, yeah, I mean, that is a underdog pick, isn't it? Canelo is the favourite, so anything for Bud is going to be, if you really fancy it, that is going to be worth having a look at tonight. Give him a few years, it sounds like, says Bonds. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is that. I think give him a couple of years. I think we could have something and someone that really is going to take the sport by the scruff of the neck. The only thing is, though, I just hope he doesn't suffer any losses and, like, you know, suffer some setbacks. I mean, everything's so exciting right now. You just kind of want to keep it at that level for a while. But just give him, like, you know, better and better names to kind of test himself against. But, you know, don't drastically increase the level of opposition. I mean, to get to Usyk level, Usyk's like final boss. So, body shot coming in, jab coming in. Apart from AJ Fury, what is the fight we most want to see, says James. Fight that I most want to see. It's a good question, that is. I think I want to see Tank Davis in action. Tank Davis is someone that I really grew to enjoy watching. Gervonta Davis, I actually don't know. I know that he's got Jake Paul coming up, right? I don't know as to what the plan is for him after that, and obviously if he flipping loses that fight. I mean, that fight, I've not even heard if we're going to have scorecards on that. Right? I don't even know if we're going to have scorecards on that. Let me go to the lightweight ranking because I know he's got the WBA title, but I want to know who is WBO. WBO vacant. I would like to see Tank against Stevenson. So I was looking at the other fighters. I mean, there's some great names in that lightweight division. I don't think there's anything at heavyweight, to be honest with you. But I really like Tank Davis. So I would like to see Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson. That would be, I believe, the WBA and the WBC lightweight titles. Apparently, and I didn't even know this until I just looked, one of them is vacant at the moment. There is no WBO lightweight champion at the moment. So I don't know what the situation is with that. Tank takes on Jake Paul. Once he's done with that, maybe we can find a way of doing Shakur Stevenson, who's got the WBC. But there's some really good names in that lightweight division. But that one feels like a fight that would be I'd be down for that. So, yeah. I wish I could give you some in the heavyweight, though. But because that's the division I'm most engaged with, to be honest. that's the division that I've always enjoyed the most. I mean, if you're the heavyweight boxing champion of the world, I've just kind of grown up with the understanding that you are the baddest man on the planet, you know? You think Mike Tyson, you think Muhammad Ali, you think Lennox Lewis, you think Klitschko, you think Fury, like you think Usyk now, like you're just the baddest man on the planet. And that was kind of, I know that maybe that's not as true anymore now that the UFC's around. And, you know, how would they do if you put him in a cage against Tom Aspinall, or you put him in a cage with John Jones, or you put him in a cage with Ngannou, you know? So it's maybe not as true now, but I've always grown up with that being the understanding. So there's something really special about the heavyweight division for me. But Usyk's flipping cleaned it out, isn't he? Tyson Mayweather, said Chris. I'm not interested in that. That doesn't do anything for me. Okay, we are up to round number 5 here, and I think Boachuk has found a way back into this, but Adam's still more than holding his own here. Yeah, lovely shots. Tavian has got it. Adams 4-1. I'm thinking I've got it more 2-2 after 4, but we're in round 5 right now. Shots coming in. We've got about 11 minutes to go. Jose Serrano said the heavyweight division is a lost division. It does feel that way right now. I mean, once Usyk goes, it's, you know, it's going to be there for the taking again. The only thing is, there's a lot of broken fighters now. You know, if Fury gets it, he'll not be seen as the guy, will he? I mean, not whilst Usyk's still around. I mean, he got beat. We know that he's not the guy. We know that Joshua's not the guy. I agree. It is a bit lost. It's going to need a new, fresh face. We're going to need Moses Atalma to come through so that we can go, oh, imagine if we did get Atalma Usyk. Imagine if we had, who would have won? Who do you think would have won? And everyone will have different opinions. And, you know, that's when the heavyweight division will be back. Until we get to that point, if Usyk called it quits now, I mean, we know that Joshua got beat twice. We know Dubois got beat twice. We know Fury got beat twice. Joseph Parker doesn't feel like that big of a threat. I don't really think... I think the division is a bit lost. I think you're right. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for that to recover now. But that's something that they need to figure out, isn't it? That's what Saudi need to figure out. Like, how are they going to breathe new life into that? Nice body shot coming in there by Adams. Wrestling fan said Adams is getting some great shots in on him right now. Fury Mayweather would be more exciting, said man with the red face. For 20 million plus, I'd still be fighting if I was Mike Tyson, said CJ. Yes. Oh, I don't begrudge him the money. Go get that money. I do not begrudge him that money whatsoever. No problems, but for me, it's not a fight that I'm interested in, like, viewing. It's not a fight that I'm engaged in watching, you know. This is probably going to be a long stream, says Benny. Well, I don't know if it's going to be that long, honestly. I don't see the main card going for any longer than 3 hours. So we're probably looking at another 3 hours. And by the time we're done, this thing might click in at about 5 hours. So, you know, it's one of those where it might be, might not be. I do think that it will get a bit busier, obviously, as we get to the main cards and we get to that main fight. But don't forget, this fight is also being shown on Netflix. So, actually, you can enjoy this. Like, just watch it. And you are going to absolutely... You know, not need to... There's no, like, pay-per-view on this. Jabs coming in there by Boachuk. The unofficial commentator's scorecard has it 4-1 after 5 rounds. So, it is looking very good for Adams at the moment. Moses Atalma against Jayo Patai would be something. Yes, that would be really good. I agree. I'd definitely be down for that. I've got 10,000 on Crawford. He'd better win, said Dan. Really? Bullies, well, I wish you all the best. Bullies said Conor McGregor fighting at the White House show, apparently, he said today. Oh, yeah, really? I know that he wants to. I'm sure Dana will accommodate. I know Dana is not happy with John Jones. Dana keeps saying John will not be on that cards. I think he feels really messed around with the whole Jones-Aspinall thing. So Jones wants on that White House card. But yeah, he is not. He's not budging. But I could see Conor being on that. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. Looking forward to that. Don't know what American fighters are going to be on that though. Obviously, for a White House card, you want a lot of American fighters. I don't know. A lot of the champs right now are not American, so I'm sure we can find some. We got lots of great American fighters though, so I'm sure we can put something together. But surely that gets main evented by an American. Surely at the White House, I think that's going to be the pro. I mean, like, but if Conor's on the card, is he not going to main event? He's the biggest star they've ever had. But who would he face? Who would you put him in there against? It'd have to be an American. Shots coming in. Days, if you could pick a dream boxing match in any arena or stadium, what would you choose? Well, I think that's really difficult, isn't it? I mean, if it's all time, like ever, I think I would probably go Lennox Lewis against Muhammad Ali. The reason why I would do that is because Lennox, to me, is probably the best British boxer. I know Joe Calzaghe is definitely in that conversation. And for many people, it would be Joe Calzaghe. But for me, Lennox Lewis, what he was able to achieve, and I think that he is kind of looked at as being, you know, the biggest star, shall we say. Muhammad Ali is probably arguably the greatest of all time. Again, it's debatable. I'd say probably undeniably the biggest name in boxing history, although maybe Mike Tyson, but I don't know. We've already done Tyson, Lennox. It wasn't prime Tyson, though, so you could say 1980s Tyson. But I think Muhammad Ali in his prime, Lennox Lewis in his prime, Wembley Stadium. Let's go. Yeah, let's flip and go. I think that would be a lot of fun. I think Ali gets it. But Lennox is regarded as one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. Now, it would be a really interesting fight, that. Really interesting. So, as I said, I always gravitate towards the heavyweight division. I'm sure there are. Feel free to put in the combos that you would be interested in. Who would you guys have? Where would you run it? There is Turkey Al-Sheikh sat next to Jason Statham. Okay, Adams has kept winning these rounds, right? So right now it is 59-55 and we're in round 7. Days, could TKO ever get involved in boxing and try and finally get a definitive promotion? Well, they are getting involved in boxing. TKO are starting up like their own boxing league. Dana White's been talking about it. So there is boxing coming to TKO, yes. And I don't know that they're necessarily getting their own belts. They could do, but my understanding, and we spoke about this earlier, my understanding is that they're going to try and set up a boxing league and they're potentially going to have their own belts, but they're more building stars. It's not going to be Usyk and Crawford and Shakur. It's not going to be those names. It's going to be emerging fighters. It's going to be fighters that are trying to establish themselves. So it's going to be like NXT, basically. And then once you've obviously reached the top, then they'll send you to Saudi, where Saudi will put on regular mega cards. And I would imagine that people from Matchroom, people from Queensbury, people from Top Rank, Golden Boy, they'll all be sending their top fighters as well. But I think what Dana wants to do is establish his league as the weekly, regular boxing show. I think he wants that to be what the majority of people watch, is his boxing show with his roster, his talent that are being presented in a more structured way rather than what you get with the traditional boxing cards, where, to be honest, traditional boxing, it's not so much the brand, is it, that's the star. You know, like WrestleMania is the star of WrestleMania. You know, the matches just change. Like, we book every year, we do WrestleMania and we just put matches on. Every year we do a Super Bowl. It's just different teams, right? I mean, you know as well as I do, it makes no difference who's going to be at the Super Bowl next year. Still going to be 100-odd million are going to tune in, right? So I think with boxing, the way it's worked is it's always the boxers that are the headline, not the promotion. And as a result, like, it varies, you know, the interest. And whereas I think what Dana wants to do is he wants to do a regular boxing show, and that's going to be the headline, right? So tune in each Tuesday or whatever to the regular boxing show. And then, you know, there'll be fighters on there. So people will come and go, but that show will remain, and it'll be regular. And you know where to find it. And I think that level of organization, that structure, is a really interesting structure. I mean, Matchroom do shows all over the world. But, I mean, I'm sure you can watch them on DAZN. But I don't know about you, but I'm not in any kind of routine where I sit down and I tune into the boxing from Matchroom on a regular basis. They just, you know, put on, like, you know, the names of the fighters. If you're interested, you watch. If you're not, you don't. Whereas I think I understand what Dana's trying to do. And I agree with it. In a way, it's like UFC, isn't it? Every week they do a UFC fight card. They shout about the fights that they're doing, but every week there's UFC fight card. And if it's not a fight card, it's a PLE. But you know where to go, what it's going to be. You know the quality. The setup's normally the same. All the shows feel similar. I get it. I understand. So I think once they've gone through that system, then they go to Saudi, where they get put on the mega cards. These are the cards where, you know, the big names, the creme de la creme that earn a lot of money get shown off. And I'd imagine talent gets fed from Matchroom, from Top Rank, and as I said, other places. But I don't think people will watch those other promotions as much as they'll watch Dana's, because his organization will be better. And then as a result of that, that then means that Dana's got, you know, the regular boxing viewer, with the mega cards being Saudi Arabia. Which then means that the fighters coming through will want to go to Dana's promotion more than go to anywhere else, or go to TKO's boxing league more than Matchroom more than. So I feel from the interviews that I've seen, that's where I've got kind of, that's what I've kind of understood. Wrestling fan said, I'm new to boxing and UFC. I know stars, but I don't know anyone else, said Wrestling fan. That's fine, but honestly, boxing is so big and varied, and there is like 4 belts in each of the weight classes, and you know, it's a truly global sport. You can find people boxing from pretty much every country from around the world. So, you know, you got boxing events taking place every weekend all over the globe, varying different degrees. You got 4 different organizations. You got other belts like the Ring Magazine belt, and I mean, it's so big and spread out and unorganized. It is just like the Wild West in many ways. So I think this is why earlier the question was, do you think this one fight will save boxing? It's like, man, the problems that boxing have got are so big. It's so spread out. This will bring interest, but, you know, a week down the line, I'm not sure much changes. You've got to change the structure. You've got to change the setup. You've got to change the organization. Right, we're in round 8, and I think we might be at the point where Boacek needs to get a finish now, you know, because he actually might be on the verge of losing this. It's very hard to say, but what I can tell you is that punches landed It says Adams has landed 200 power shots to Boacek's 180, but Boacek is landing more jabs. Body shot coming in there by Adams. Adams got caught at the end of that last one, said Iron Sentinel. But Adams is not a flashy fighter, said Serrano, but it just works. Adams again trying to find a way forward, and we've got our next round coming up. I think it's round number 6 next. Round number 9, sorry. Right, let's go down. Where are we with the questions thing, isn't the chat? We might as well end that. That hasn't really worked the way I was thinking it would, but that's okay. Coming up to 600 votes right now, and we've got 65% of people saying they think Canelo is going to get the win tonight. Right. Get your combinations together, I think they're saying to Boacek here. Generate a bit of space. Hit him with your right uppercut. Adams is looking very happy right now. Boacek, this is a nightmare for him. This is an absolute nightmare. As we said, he lost this fight 4 years ago. And right now, he was meant to be coming in right in that wrong. And a lot of people are thinking right now, he is currently losing. He is currently behind. Jab coming in there by Boacek with just 2 rounds left to go. Boacek looking for a hook shot there. Jab coming in there by Boacek. Going down to the body. Body shot coming back there by Adams. Again, heavy shot there by Adams. Jab coming in by Adams. Jab coming in there by Boacek. Another shot coming in. Another little dig to the body. Going upstairs there by Boacek. Jab coming in. Another jab coming back there by Adams. Bang, bang. Oh, and again, little dig coming in. No joy at the moment. Jab comes back there by Boacek. Boacek continuing to move forward. He's got to find that finish. I don't think points is going to do anything for him here. Hook shot coming in there by Boacek, and shot coming back there by Adams. Digging into the body again there by Adams. Got 1 minute 20 on the clock. And again, shot coming into the side. There's some good movement by Boacek, but again, digging into the body. Oh, going upstairs. That was looking good. Shots coming back. That's heavy shots coming back by Adams, you know. Really digging them in. Oh, God, looking so good. Clinching up. Referee is in there. Separating them apart. Jab coming in there by Boacek. And again, Adams with a shot back. Digging in. Hook shot coming in. Driving Boacek back. Shot coming in upstairs. Hook shot coming in there by Boacek. Jab coming back. Bang, bang. Blows coming in by Adams. Going upstairs. Lovely work so far. But, yeah, it's not what Boacek needs right now. They said crowd still mostly not here right now. Kyle said, this is my first time watching boxing. I'm here because I've seen a lot of promotion for this fight. Kyle, shout out to you, but it should be a really good fight tonight. I mean, Canelo is, I would say, undeniably the face of boxing since Mayweather retired. I think you can make an argument for Usyk, but and maybe you can make an argument for Inoue, but I don't know. I think for me, most people would agree Canelo, with the numbers that he's been delivering pay-per-view wise, has been that Mayweather kind of replacement. And I think that, you know, we're starting to see a little bit of decline there. Not much, just a little bit of a slowdown. And I mean, listen, any kind of slowdown is going to open the door for others to come in and make a statement. Crawford, at the age of 37, it's now or never. He apparently went up to Turkey Al-Sheikh and was like, I want Canelo. And apparently Turkey Al-Sheikh was like, not sure. We can do some other fights instead. Like, that's a big jump for you in weight. And he was like, no, I want Canelo. Make the fight. And here we are. I mean, one thing I will say about Crawford is he wanted this. He feels he can win this. He is absolutely unwavering confidence. Absolutely unwavering confidence. So he really believes he's got this tonight. So I think that it's a very interesting fight. Crawford is, I think, number 3 on the pound for pound. One of the best fighters in the world. At any weight class, a massive challenge for Canelo. But the conversation we've had has been one about that weight and the difference in weight and what that's actually going to mean. So Adams in the middle, jab coming back. We are in round 10 here. EBK said, where is Bochuk Adams? It's on YouTube right now. I actually don't know what Netflix are showing right now. But if you go on YouTube, you can watch it on UFC's social media, WWE's social media, I think The Ring as well, their social media. So the prelims are being shown on a few different places. And then when we get to the main card, which should have started 10 minutes ago, probably has started already, that is going to be on Netflix. I'm still watching on YouTube at the moment. Hookshot coming in there by Adams. Nathan said, I love the variety from this channel with WWE, UFC, and boxing. It's why I subscribed 4 years ago. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate it, buds. Kyle said, I've got a question about the graphics. Yes. What's the question? I'm trying to learn how to create graphics, but I don't know where I should start. There's no graphics created. I think we had this conversation before, didn't we? There's no graphics here that are created. I mean, you need to go to OBS. That is free software that you download to your computer. And then you can add a microphone, add a camera, and add text. And it allows you to add all these different elements. I mean, all this is a black background, a red box, a black box on top. I mean, like, it's just blocks of color. I mean, there's no like creating graphics in the sense of like you would on AI or something like that, you know. These are just like, that's a red box, that's a black background, that's a black box, that's, you know, the only actual graphics are like behind me, right? And this down here, which I just got off YouTube. So this is, I think, quite a smart looking setup. I like it. I think it works for the show. It's the colors of the Ring magazine, black and red, and actually reflects the graphics below as well. But it's nothing but just blocks of color, really. But OBS, that's what you need to do. You need to research that. Here we go, 2 seconds to go, and there's not going to be a finish. And actually, this fight is going to end with Adams throwing in a big shot and smile on the face of Boachuk there. So I think everyone has got Adams winning that. Adams has got Adams winning that. We've gone the distance. We're going to find out the official scorecards, but he is looking absolutely thrilled. So there we go. We are in Allegiant Stadium right now. Defcon said Andrade was released. Let's go Canelo at DP for life. Defcon, thank you, my friends. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate the support. We didn't know it was going to be quite like this. We knew there would be violence. Do you know, it's funny you said, I wonder if there is residual effects of the knockout. I wonder if that knockout has just completely changed Boachuk as a fighter. It's crazy, isn't it, man? They're just showing the highlights, and all the highlights are making Adams look amazing. About to get the official decision on this one, then. We are getting ever closer towards that massive main event. Here we go. Look at him, man. You could not get rid of that smile on his face. $99.91, $98.92. It's unanimous. He's got it, man. Adams has got it. Adams has won. Adams has beaten Boachuk, and that is a real surprise. Boachuk was minus 600 favorite. Minus 600 favorite, Boachuk, and he's just lost. And that is going to really sting. I mean, that is actually going to make him question where he is right now. That's going to really make him question as to like what is going on. What does his future look like? Okay, so on Netflix right now, we are seeing inside the stadium still lots of empty seats, but they are filling quickly now that we're starting to get to the main card, of course. AEW Pick Feed said, Days, how you doing? I'm good, thanks. Hope you're well. When will we see a toy hunt? I fell in love with that episode when you had Mama Days and Finn Balor. I laughed so hard I woke the kids, said AEW Pick Feed. Yeah, when will we get another one? It's a tricky one, that. I mean, there will definitely be one by the end of the year. I can't sit here and say I've got one planned. I've got enough footage where I could probably do 10. I actually did a trip to Smith's months and months and months ago. And honestly, WWE this year, it's been so busy. I mean, I feel like pretty much each weekend there's something, be it NXT or AAA or WWE, like main roster show. We did 2 nights for SummerSlam. We did Evolution. We've had Saturday night's main event. WWE can't even get a draft in these days. They can't even find time to do a draft. And then you add in like all the kind of constant news that's been happening this year, like with Unseen and everything. It's been absolutely nonstop. It really has been like so busy. So to go out, get one recorded, get it uploaded, I'm finding that a real challenge, to be honest with you. The fact that I've not done one so far this year is bad. I try to do like a couple a year at least. And yeah, I'm behind. I've got to find a way of prioritizing it. And that's tricky. It's tricky. I need the dust to sort of settle on a few things. So yeah, I think we've done a lot on the members side this year as well. That's also took up a lot of time. So the members side has really exploded this year, thanks to a lot of like gifted memberships and support. That's put a lot of pressure on me to make sure that I'm giving something to the members. And so as a result, like I've really done a lot of work on that. And that work continues. And again, that takes any spare time away. So it's not for the, it's not that I've fallen out of love with it. I still love doing them. I think they're really fun. But I've just got to find a way of getting it back on the priority list. So, yeah, appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, I love those toy hunts. I think you can always go back, revisit them. I think I think they are kind of content on the channel that can be revisited. I'm not sure everything on the channel can be said for that. Like a lot of the streams people don't go back to. But I think the toy hunts you can. I think you can always go back and enjoy them again. So I think there's about 200 on the channel. I mean, there's a decent number. But yeah, need to get more. True. Carl said, I've got OBS. I'm wondering did you do the WWE graphics for NXT Raw and SmackDown? Well, they're not really anything again. I mean, it's a blue color at the side, just blue. Then blue at the bottom. I think there was a bit of a graphic which I used as a basis. But again, you could just have blue at the side, blue at the bottom, text on top, and then just like the background that I use. It's just images. It's color and images, and I don't know. I don't really know how to answer it any better than that, to be honest. Like, there's nothing complicated that's there. It's just it's plain blue. Like, say SmackDown, it's plain blue. Then there's a black box with the text on top, and then it's plain blue at the bottom with text on top. Then it's me, and then it's a background image, and that's it. And it's really not any more complicated than that. So it's, maybe there's a couple of little things, like I think the text bar at the bottom has got like a darker shade of blue at the top, which, again, just get a darker shade of blue and make it that size. So it's just playing around with it, really. I mean, honestly, it's that out of everything you need to learn, I would say the hardest thing if you're going to be a streamer is this, what I do, is the talking, is the engaging, is the keeping the conversation going. I think that's the, don't worry about what's on screen. If you can make it an engaging, keep the conversation going, make it a place that people want to hang out, make it a place where people want to share their opinions and have conversations, that's way more important than what the graphics on screen look like. I would also say get a decent camera. I could honestly be sat here now with a bit of a rubbish background, no graphics or anything on. I don't think it would really make any difference whatsoever, because I think people come for the conversation. They come for the chat, they come for the vibe, and I think that's what you have to focus on more so than graphics. Irish Sam said the Diego Lopez fight could be a fight of the year contender. That was an insane finish. Diego is rocketing to the top. Round 2 with just like 14 seconds left to go. Denley said, I'm not a big fan of boxing, but the way people are building this up, it does sound like it's one of the best boxing matches. Well, this, I think, you're in a good place, actually, because I think we cater really well to people that are new to boxing. I think that this is a big fight. It's a legacy fight. It is for the championships as well. I mean, it is for the Undisputed Super Middleweight Championships. So there is belts at stake, but it's not really about the belts, to be honest. It's more to do with who's the guy. I mean, you can make an argument that it's neither of these. You can make an argument it's Usyk. You can make an argument it's Inoue, right? You can make an argument that it's someone other than these. But I think this is about as good a fight as you could have right now to figure out who's the face of boxing. I think for many people, Canelo is the face of boxing. He gets like some of the highest purse bids and like people wanting him to compete, so he gets like a lot of money. This fight alone, 120 million. Crazy amount of money, right? 120 million for him to fight tonight, and he gets like some of the highest views. He's one of the most recognizable names in the sport. He's only lost twice, once to Floyd Mayweather, the other to Bivol, who's a brilliant boxer, amazing boxer at light heavyweight. But that was Canelo moving up in weight and actually really challenging himself. So, Canelo is, for many people, the guy. And then you got Crawford's, who is amazing. What a fighter. Undefeated. 41-0. Right? Not got a loss on his records. His record has got some good names on it as well. It's not that he's been ducking people. Currently number 3 on the pound for pound list. I think Ring Magazine have got him about number 3 on the pound for pound list. That means if everyone weighed the exact same, Terence Crawford will be the 3rd best boxer in the world. But I think Usyk actually ranks Crawford as his number 1. I think Usyk says that for him, he is the number 1 pound for pound. So, he's there or thereabouts. So, yeah, I mean, we are dealing with something really, really special here. I can tell you right now that the Ring Magazine, I mean, we can maybe call it up and have a little look at it. I mean, not call it as in give it a phone call, but just call it up on screen. So here, if we have a look, we've got This is the current pound for pound list. Don't really know how big to put it. Let's just do that. That'll do. We made it. So that's the current pound for pound list. You can see we've got Usyk at 1. We've got Inoue at 2. We've got Crawford at 3. Bivol, who we just mentioned, at 4. Then it's Beterbiev. Then it's Rodriguez. Then it's Nakatani, 31-0, 24 knockouts. But then it's Canelo. Canelo is at number 8. So, you know, there's not many combinations I think you can do here to try and have like 2 people on the pound for pound list going up against each other. So I actually think doing Crawford's and Canelo up against each other is, you know, about as good as you could ask for, really, when it comes to the pound for pound list. I don't think there's anyone there that Usyk's going to be able to go up against. There's no one there at heavyweight. So yeah, I think this is about as good as what you could kind of ask for. Crawford's and Canelo, number 3 against number 8, but it feels even bigger than that, to be honest. That it doesn't even feel like that's really accurate. It feels like it's even bigger than that. So that's the current pound for pound, or certainly the Ring Magazine's pound for pound list. And as we said, this is a list of, if everyone weighed the exact same, this is, you know, who they think or what they think the top 10 would look like. So, yeah, that is part of the excitement here. That is part of the story, definitely. Who's the face of boxing? Is it Canelo, or does Crawford take that tonight? The only downside is Crawford's like 37, so I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to go on for. So I don't know how much he's going to be able to capitalize on beating Canelo. I mean, I'm sure he'll stick around and have a few more fights. But, I don't know, at the age of 37, you think that his time is very, very limited. I mean, at the age of 35, we're seeing Canelo decline. The only thing I'd say about Crawford is a lot more inactive. So he's not got the wear and tear. He only tends to fight once a year. I think he's had about half the rounds. He's 2 years older, but I think he's fought in about half the rounds of Canelo. Right, looks like we're going to be getting to our first fight on the main cards. So looks like we've got this coming up very, very soon. Yes, if anyone is looking for the fight, it's on Netflix. Netflix is where, I mean, like, you really don't have to struggle or worry about finding illegal streams and all that kind of stuff. It's just on Netflix. Days, in your opinion, is the biggest fight? Is this the biggest fight since we got Mayweather Pacquiao 10 years ago? It doesn't feel like it's the biggest fight. I mean, what I would say is I actually think the build has been really off on this. I really can't pinpoint as to why. I can't really point as to why this. Do you know? I think Wilder Fury 2 was huge. The reason why is because you remember when Fury was down and he got up, and there was so much conversation around him getting up and did he beat the countdown? And I think Wilder at that point was, you know, a world champion. He was, I don't know if he was undefeated. I think he was. Crazy power, knocking people out. And, you know, Fury was washed. Fury had had a mental breakdown and had been out the sport. Wilder called him out because Wilder, I think, thought that was going to be a bit of an easy payday. Good name to have on the resume, you know. And then, of course, Fury flipping comes in and is winning the fight. And basically, it ends up being a draw. But it's only a draw because he gets knocked down in the 10th, or the 12th, sorry, and answers the call. And even after that knockdown comes back, and that fight was huge. That was huge. And I think then the follow-up, as a result, people wanted to know what was going to happen. Like, that I look back at those two fights. The third one, not so much. But I look back at those two fights as being like, that felt bigger to me than this. Maybe it's because there's not a British fighter involved. So because there's not a British fighter involved, perhaps the promotion has just not been as loud over here. But I would say that the promotion for that was really loud. Like the whole Wilder Fury stuff. I still think that's Wilder's greatest moment. I mean, Fury's greatest moment, sorry. So those fights come to mind. Joshua Klitschko, no. Trying to think down at like the lower weights if there's anything that Canelo has necessarily done. He's had big fights, but I mean, even him against like Billy Joe Saunders, I mean, it didn't feel like it was that big of a deal. Terence Crawford beat Amir Khan, but that didn't feel like a big deal. It felt like Amir Khan's time had definitely passed him by that point. I don't know. I think this is up there. I think from a viewing point of view, this will be the biggest. I mean, the great thing about Netflix is that is obviously so available that I think the most viewed pay-per-view of all time is Mayweather-Pacquiao. That did like 4 million. I mean, that did 4 million pay-per-view buys. So even if like you had 3-4 people watch him, that's like what, 12, 16, maybe 20 million at most, right? People that watch that fight. Whereas tonight, there's a chance this does, I don't know what the projections are. I have no idea. What I do know is that Mike Tyson, Jake Paul did 70 million. So if you're going to go by views, you'd have to say that Jake Paul, Mike Tyson was bigger because 70 million watched it, whereas only 4 million bought Pacquiao Mayweather. So it's, it's tricky, isn't it? Trying to pinpoint like what the biggest is. How do you even measure it? Because I don't think anyone looks back on that fight with any fondness, and it does not deserve to be in the same conversation as Mayweather and Pacquiao. So I'll say yes, this feels like it's one of, but I don't know that I'd say it's the biggest. The promotion for this has actually felt underwhelming to me. But again, as I said, maybe that's because there's no British fighter involved, and I'm just so used to Fury, Joshua, Dubois, taking on Usyk and Matchroom and, Queensbury, and maybe this one has just seemed a bit quieter as a result. Perhaps it's louder in America than it is over here, because one of the fighters is American, obviously, Crawford's. It's Mexico against America, yeah? They should put the tariffs on the line. If Mexico wins, tariffs are gone. Yeah? If America wins, we double the tariffs. Yeah, that would add some extra spice. If America wins, Mexico pays for the wall. And if Mexico wins, there is no wall, and they can just come over whenever they want. Yeah? That's what this should be. If you want to save boxing, that's how you do it. Yeah, you actually put something significant on the line. Okay, Alacao against Travis Crawford is going to be our first fight. This is very UFC in its presentation with like a tail of the tape. This is two young guys going up against each other. Here's Michael Buffer. The fight of the century. So Alacao is 5-0. Undefeated. He's only got one knockout, though. He's got good speed, but he's trying to be the first Saudi boxing champion. We're still a long way from that. He's taken on Travis Crawford. This is at lightweight. Crawford is 7-4, so beatable. He has got 2 knockouts, but he's lost his last few fights. He's gritty. He's got experience. He's going to look to disrupt the rhythm of Alacao. But Alacao is like minus 1,500 favourite. Alacao is 96% favourite to win this. This is a showcase, I think, for Alakal. This is a way of actually getting a Saudi fighter spoken about and to build some excitement for him. And to, Saudi would love to have someone actually up there as a champion. That's something that Turki Al-Sheikh is really looking for. So this is a very important fight, actually, for Saudi. They're going to be hoping that Alakal can actually get the job done here, continue to move forwards. I personally think it'll be hilarious if Alakal loses, but, that's just me. Allegiant Stadium looking absolutely amazing. To be honest, putting Wembley to shame. Wembley looks like a dump compared to this place. But this is a lot newer and would cost a lot more money. But it's nice to see boxing in a big stadium in America. Russell Andy said, if you could put this in WWE or UFC terms, who is this fight between? What, the main event? I think we've probably got more WWE fans with us. I think I would say... it's hard that, I don't know that we've got anyone that we can match up. I mean, in my head, I'm thinking Roman, Rock. Two massive names. Terence Crawford is getting on. Rock's getting on. Roman has been the face. Crawford has been the face. But it doesn't quite work because Rock's been away for so long. Crawford's not gone away. It's just he's 37 and he's towards the end of his time. And he's trying to prove that he is the face, but The Rock's already been the face. So it doesn't really match up. It doesn't really work, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there is a comparison. You need someone that's been the face. So Roman probably works for Canelo, okay? You need someone that's been the face. And maybe their time is coming to an end. And I think that's probably true of Roman. He's getting on in a bit. He works a lot less dates now. So I think that's probably true of Roman, that he's more towards the end of his career than the start of his career. He's probably achieved the bulk of what he's going to achieve. Roman and Canelo, no problems. But who's been around longer than Roman and is trying to prove that they are the face and has been really good? I mean, you could go like Randy, but Randy has he been the face? Is Roman Randy a better one? Because Randy's older than Roman. He's towards the end of his career. He's not gone away. Perhaps Roman versus Randy Orton is better. That might be the closest I can get. Days, is Crawford fighting twice tonight? Yes. Yeah, he's that good. So Alakal against Crawford is what we've got right now. He's just having a little run out against this Saudi Arabian opponent. And then he'll be back later as he goes in the main event. Hello, Bob. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Irish Sam said one of my favourites was Joshua Klitschko. When they banged it out, Joshua hit Klitschko with that infamous uppercut. Yes. I actually don't remember much build for that, believe it or not. I remember the fight being on and there being a lot of hype around it. I don't remember anything about the build. I don't remember the press conferences or anything. And that could just be me. I really, the build for that one passed me by. I remember the fight and I remember going, oh. I mean, there must have been a great build because it was at Wembley and Wembley was sold out. So, I mean, it's one of those. Jab coming in there by Alakal. Standing his ground in the centre. first fight outside the kingdom for Alakau. Is that going to have a factor, I wonder? So, yeah, this is Mohamed Amakau against Travis Crawford. So, there we go. Round number 1 done. No early finishes or anything. We'll have round 2 coming up in a second. Tom said, I just can't pick a winner between Canelo and Crawford's. I've gone personally with Canelo, but I'm not sitting here going, it's definite or anything like that. I'm just sat here quietly confident. In UFC, it would be Habib against GSP, says Poppy Crocs. Iris Sam said, I was at Ben Eubank when that was at Spurs Stadium. It was my brother's stag. And when Eubank Senior came out of that car, the cheer from the crowds was pure W. Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. I flipping loved that moment. Because they'd had a big falling out, hadn't they? And people were saying, you've got to be there. And everyone wondered if he would be there. And then he was there. Amazing. Great fight as well. William said, Roman Punk. Roman Punk. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, Punk did go away, didn't he, from WWE for 10 years. As we said, Terence hasn't. He's always been there. But Punk, when he went away at a high level and was regarded as one of the best. So you could say he just stayed there, didn't he, really? So, yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that's a pretty good shout, actually, William. I think that's a pretty good shout. Punk trying to show that he is the face. Roman, who has been the face. Just like how Canelo has been the face. And Crawford trying to show that he's actually the person that should have been the face. He's 41-0, undefeated, regarded as one of the best. Has been ever present. You know, hasn't gone away or anything. He's had 41 wins. Yeah, honestly, I think that's a good shout. I think that's a good shout. Roman Cena, said Andy. I don't know. Cena's been the face, hasn't he? I don't know that Terence has ever been the face of boxing. I think he's been a face, but in my opinion, he's never been the face. Canelo has always been there. I think the Punk one makes a bit more sense because Punk was always frustrated at not being the guy, wasn't he? He was always, even when he was champion, being overshadowed by Cena or being overshadowed by The Rock. And there was always someone else that was kind of the focus. And that was a real frustration, famously, having never main evented WrestleMania. And that being a frustration of his. So I think Punk probably fits a little better. But, you know, look at the names we're talking about. We're talking about Randy. We're talking about Roman. We're talking about Punk. We're talking about Cena. I mean, if you're not into boxing, but you are a WWE fan, I mean, this is the comparison of what we're getting tonight. And it just shows, doesn't it, like what a big deal this is. So, yeah, it's fun. Good. Serrano said, we will never see a fight like Gotti versus Ward's ever. Well, I mean, maybe not. I hope that we do get wars, and I hope that we do get something juicy. I actually don't know what tonight's fight is going to be. I actually don't know what to expect from this fight. I think Terence, I expect to be on the front foot, and I expect him to take the fight to Canelo. That's obviously how he works best. But there's going to have to be a bit more strategy than that, because Canelo has got a power that Crawford, I don't think, has experienced before. And so I think there's going to be a real issue for Crawford's with how much do you commit. You know, he's got good offense. His defense is not as strong. He's going to have to move forwards. He's going to have to take the fight to Canelo. We know that he doesn't really operate too well in the pocket. Crawford tends to work a lot bit more with range and staying on the outsides. So that's kind of where he operates, but he's still got to put that pressure on. But he's got to make, Canelo equally does a lot of body work. He's going to want to get close. So actually, I'm thinking both guys are going to go at each other. It's just Crawford needs to be a bit more tactical and a bit more elusive and needs to make sure that Canelo doesn't get too close. And so how does that actually shape out? How does that actually look? Is it going to be Crawford on his bike quite a bit? Is it going to be him just constantly making sure that he's pressuring but not being pressured? And how does that equate? So I don't know. I mean, actually trying to visualize the fight, I think tonight is a bit tricky, to be honest. It's hard for boxing casuals to watch who are WWE fans as hardcore fans of both. I see why people have trouble with the excitement of boxing. WWE's production is on another level, said Irish Sam. I think there's a lot that boxing can do. We've said, haven't we, that I think there's a lot of stories that need to be brought in. Man with the red face said, I know it's not full yet, but the atmosphere is awful. Yeah. But again, that's because no one knows who these fighters are. You've got two young fighters that no one cares about. One is 21, the other is 22. One's got a 5-0 record, the other's got a 7-4. I mean, is this not a prelim? I mean, I think they're trying to give Alakal a platform, a showcase, but no one cares. So no one's invested. It's like it is just the main event, innit? I mean, it's just the main event. It's a little bit like going to a gig and you just don't care about the supports. If you bought tickets for Oasis and the supports are like flipping Miss Rachel sings Baby Shark. Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, should we get some food? Should we get some more beers? Should we make sure we're well stacked? And that's I think that's a problem with boxing. I mean, there's no need for fighters this low down in their careers to be opening up the main cards. I understand the argument of, we need to build stars, but is this the right way of doing it if no one cares? I mean, what are people at home doing? Do you think they're sat here, like, observing this and really taking every second in? There's even people at ringside that are not watching. I mean, that doesn't look great, does it? Look at that, like, group of people that are standing around Turkey Alley Sheikh that have got their backs to the action right now. I just don't get it. I think that even if this is what Dana and TKO, if this is like their big plan, I really question it. This couldn't sit on a prelim. You want to show these people off, put it on a prelim. I think when the main card starts, you got to have something exciting. Do you know what's interesting? With UFC, when their main card starts, they always try and open with a banger. Like, normally, if someone's got, like, a crazy knockout record, they'll put them out there first. Because what they want to do is, if you've took a chance and you've bought the UFC cards and you've purchased it, they want you to be hooked. They want you to go, oh, my God, I didn't know I was going to get this tonight. Big knockout, big moment, we're underway. I think the first fight really sets the tone. This is like some Saudi kid trying to make a name for himself, 5-0 with one knockout. I mean, there's every chance this just goes the distance, goes 10 rounds, 10 turgid rounds. And this is the fight you want to open up your Netflix card with. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. Perhaps there's like some master strategy at play, but I don't flipping see it. So, yeah, I mean, the conversation was earlier, could they put some other mega fights on? And it's like, they could. Money-wise, it might be a bit difficult because the main card, the main fight is taking up so much money. But they definitely could have done better than this undercard. Alakal, according to the unofficial scorecard, is winning and has won all the rounds so far. Days, I just put an accumulator on all the favourites, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh, interesting. Tom said, I agree. The main card should not have started with novice fighters. Jennifer said, I've got work tonight, so I've took a break and I'm having a shower and I'm making some food. Jennifer, welcome, my friends. I don't think we have to wait too long. I mean, the good thing is that this main card is, 4 fights? So we've got this fight, then we've got 2 others, and then we're at the main event. So actually tonight is good in that regard. It's not like flipping 10 fights long or whatever. They haven't like done a AEW type approach or an old WWE approach. I get that the main event is the heavy lifting. I get that's why people tune in. I totally understand. But I think you can do so much more to get people excited about boxing that have tuned in. I just have no idea what this does for anyone's excitement for boxing. I don't even think people watch. Honestly, I think people are off making food, getting cups of tea, chatting with their friends. I think you've got to be so into boxing to care about this level. Maybe if you really got across the characters, really got across what this meant, how important this was, maybe if the people at ringside looked like they gave a flip, like even Turkey Ali Sheikh, if you want me to believe that you are desperate for a Saudi champion, then why is it you're not even looking at the fight right now? He's turned his back like that, talking to someone. There was having meetings over there. Like, a lot of the optics just look so bad. Couple of jabs coming in there by Travis Crawford. Masterback said, is that Vince's son in the front row from yesterday? If that it is, yes, Masterback, shout out to you. That is Vince's son, Turkey Ali Sheikh. That was a weird comment, wasn't it? A couple of jabs coming in there by Crawford's. Masterback, hope you're doing well. Justin said, are you going to do Jake Paul Davis? Oh, well, I'm a big fan of Gervonta Davis. I'm more of a fan of his in-ring. But, yeah, that one I'm quite interested in. I still think it's a circus. But it's a circus that I can't quite figure out what's going to happen. I mean, we know that weight divisions matter. We know that when Canelo, one of the best fighters of this generation, went to face Bivol, right? Also one of the best fighters of this generation, by the way, at light heavyweight, he lost. He lost. And we know that there are weight classes for a reason, right? I'm a big believer in weight classes. I think there's an argument that something like that should be introduced into WWE, right? I know people will disagree, but I just think boxing's got weight classes, UFC has got weight classes, and then flipping WWE is a free-for-all where, part of the joy is seeing tiny guys against massive guys. I wouldn't take that away, but I do think there needs to be a world championship for the smaller guys, because if you look at who wins the world titles, it ain't the smaller guys. It's Brock, it's Roman, it's Cody. Those are the people that win the world titles. It's not Johnny Gargano. It's not Pete Dunne. It's not Finn Balor, apart from when he held one for 24 hours and has not touched one since, right? Rey Mysterio, one of the greatest mass wrestlers of all time, does not have many world titles to his name. He is a multiple-time world champion, but I think it's like, 3 times, something like that. It ain't 12, 13. So, and he's arguably the greatest mass wrestler of all time. Certainly the greatest mass wrestler in WWE history. So, yeah, I'm a big believer in weight classes. Tank Davis, obviously one of the best fighters in the world at lightweights. But Jake Paul is targeting a fight with Joshua at heavyweight and has been fighting at cruiserweight, which is just the one below heavyweight. So the weight difference, I mean, the skill difference is massive that way, with Tank up here, Jake down here. But then the weight is the reverse, which actually then makes you go, what happens here then? What happens here? If weight makes a difference and skill makes a difference, one's got the weight, one's got the skill. What happens there? What's this about? So I actually haven't heard loads about the fight. It's a circus. I don't know that it should be happening. But that is one I will tune in for. Whereas Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather, I'm not even interested in that. I don't care. Who cares? Who cares who wins or what happens? I ain't even bothered. That doesn't even really mean anything to me. And Mike Tyson just looks so bad in that fight with Jake Paul. I think that's going to really hurt the buy rate of that, you know. I don't think I'm alone. I mean, I think 70 odd million tuned into Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. And of that 70 million that tuned in, how many walked away completely disgusted, completely like, I'm never watching a Jake Paul fight again or a Mike Tyson fight? Or, I mean, it was atrocious. It was atrocious. It wasn't just bad. It's like, got to be in the running for like one of the worst boxing fights of all time bad. That's got to hurt the buy rate for whatever Tyson does going forward. I would say that it might hurt Jake, but I think Jake had a lot more to offer than he did. I think Jake just took his foot off the gas. I think Jake actually showed a little bit of respect where he was in there and he was like, I could put this guy away, but I'm not going to do that. Out of respect. Even Jake, I don't think, wanted images of a 60-year-old man on the canvas and Jake standing over him celebrating. Like, could you imagine how bad that would look? So I think people could see that Jake maybe wasn't throwing everything in that fight. Just made it even more of a sham. Yeah. So yeah, I'd be interested, but in December it is actually John Cena's farewell match as well, so got to factor that in also. Because if I'm watching anything, it's that. How is Jake's weight being sanctioned? Well, I don't know if they're meeting at a weight, or honestly, my knowledge of that fight and the build for that fight is quite limited. So I believe it's an exhibition. I don't know what weight it's at. I don't even know if it's at a weight or if they're just going to come in and it's just going to be out. It's going to be just, you know, they'll both come in at the weight they come in at. So I don't know the insides and outs of it. What I do know is it's a massive difference in weight. Mohammed, hello, my friends. Did you follow India-Pakistan cricket match? I'm curious. No, I didn't, actually. I'd be interested to know the score, but I'd imagine India would win that. Is that on now, is it? Emotions run high as India and Pakistan face off. Is that on now? I don't even know if that's on now. I can't see anything on. Oh, well, I can see that it's happening, but I don't know when it's happening. So no, not one that I'm kind of engaged with. That one I think is one for India really, and Pakistan. I like India. I have no issue with Pakistan, but India are obviously the biggest force in cricket at the moment, I would say. I know they are coming off a loss to Australia, but it felt like in that series with England they really worked a few things out, and it ended up being a draw, that series. I saw enough to know that is a young team, and that team is going to be a real problem moving forward. So yeah, India are, as always, showing themselves to be a real force. So I would have India winning that all day, every day. Irish fan said, as a massive boxing fan, I think the Mayweather-Tyson is going to be a stain on the sport. There won't be anything but negative posts, and in the weeks that follow, it is a money grab. Yeah, the only thing I will say, though, I agree, but it doesn't have the hatred that a Jake Paul or a Logan Paul match has. I think Jake and Logan are seen as being bad people, right? Now, I think you can make an argument Mike Tyson might not be the greatest person in the world, or even Floyd Mayweather, right? But I think that Jake is someone that has got that sort of pantomime villain heat about him. Actually, Mike Tyson, not so much. Mike Tyson, I think, because of what he achieved, is actually really respected. And I think that for me, I look at that and I'm like, I don't really begrudge either of those legends that have really contributed to boxing and made boxing what it is. You know, imagine boxing without Mike Tyson. Imagine boxing without Mayweather. It's very easy to imagine boxing without Jake Paul. So I think for me, where you've got two legends like that, do you know what? There's no hatred in them doing the match. Do it, get paid, whatever, right? And if it stinks the place out, that's just what I expect anyway. So I don't think that I've got the hatred for that. But when it comes to like Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, I feel very different on that. You know, Tyson, go get your payday. Does Jake deserve that kind of payday? What has Jake done to deserve that kind of a payday? Apart from go in and just beat like former MMA fighters whose boxing was limited anyway. You know? I mean, look, Jake has dedicated his self to boxing, but so have, 99.9% of all the boxers in the world. So, I mean, is Jake doing anything that other boxers aren't doing? I certainly don't think Jake is anything special. I certainly don't think he's like God's gift to boxing. I think he's trying to present himself that way, and I think there are easily influenced people that maybe buy into that. But I mean, you know, he's a snake oil salesman. He'll tell you one thing and do something else. You know, he runs around saying how he wants to be a world champion, but then is up for having an MMA fight. He'll tell you he wants to be a world champion, but he's interested in fighting KSI at Wembley. He'll tell you that he wants to be a world champion and then faces Mike Tyson for a load of money on Netflix. And you all saw what a sham that fight was. So, if you want to be a world champion, do you not have to like go up against the current active boxers? You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, these experiences will have helped. I'm not saying he won't have got anything from them, but I mean, shouldn't you have to be beating people in the top 30 and the top 20 and then moving on to the top 10 to climb through the rankings? And I don't even know where he is in the rankings. I don't even know if he is in the rankings. I heard that he was like around 100 or something like that in the rankings. So like, I don't know, face number 80, face number 70. Like take on some people, climb the ranking. But instead it's like, nah, let's face Gervonta Davis, who's a lightweight and nowhere near his weight class. Okay. I mean, again, you can take positives from it. And as I said, it's an exhibition and he'll learn some stuff from the fight, I'm sure. And he'll learn from the training camp. But it's just, I find it so frustrating that it's another nonsense fight. If he beats Tank, what do you learn? You learn that weight classes matter. That's what you learn. So if he beats him, what does he actually, what statement does it say? It won't say to me he's better than Tank Davis. Will it say that to you? If Jake Paul beats Gervonta Davis, does it send a message he's better than him? It doesn't to me. It just says to me that weight classes matter and that actually boxing is right to have them. It's a nonsense, isn't it? So, yeah, Tyson, Mayweather, they've had their careers. Imagine boxing without them. It would be very different. Go get your payday. That's how I feel about it. But it bothers me a lot more that Jake has done nothing but dodge like challenges, and whenever he did step in against even a half decent boxer, he lost. Stepped in with Tommy Fury and lost on points. So, he's very careful with what he picks and chooses and, kind of who he goes up against. There are a lot of active boxers, you know it, I know it, that would knock him spark out. There's a lot of boxers that are active in boxing, in a cruiser. I mean, the lion's share of cruiserweights would flip him, put him away. But he knows it as well. He knows it. This is why he does what he does, to just try and get the biggest paydays he can. In that regard, it's clever. But he's a snake oil salesman because he's not being honest. If he was going around going, I just want the biggest paydays possible, okay. But don't run around saying that you're the greatest boxer or that you're going to be a world champion and things like this, and then go in there and just have nonsense fights. So, yeah, that one frustrates me more personally. James said, before the madness of the main event, I got a question. Do we think we'll be all right against City later? I'm not sure, honestly, because I do have big question marks around our keeper. We know that we've not been scoring freely as well. Even the win over Burnley was laboured. And I think there are signs of improvements, but there's just still too much that's wrong. So Man City have had a horrible start. This is a hurt Man City, a wounded Man City. I think that we've had plenty of time to prepare for it, though. So I'm thinking that it's going to be either a draw or a slight Man City win. I'm struggling to see United get the win. Because it's at City as well, isn't it? So right now, Alacal is ahead. But to be honest with you, where Man United are right now, if you look at matches, I don't think City is one that we need to worry about. I can't wait till we get to a point where we can go up against City and feel good. But right now, I don't feel in that place. I mean, you know, we've got our sub-keeper who is just not good enough. We need Lamans in and settle, but they don't want to throw him into the fire that is this. So I've heard that Bayindir, is that his name? He's going to be playing, apparently. But we need a midfielder. Apparently they're looking at Wharton in January. But I mean, I like that Anderson that's been playing for England, plays for Nottingham. I like him. We need someone in the middle of the park desperately. We might have got our keeper fixed, but we're not sure. And there's work to be done, isn't there? There is work to be done. Carl said, I can't wait until Monday Night Raw this week. See AJ Lee and CM Punk. Yeah, should be good, but Dan said, I got 10,000 on the underdog Crawfords. That's going to give me a nice payday if Crawford gets it, says Dan. Well, Dan, don't forget your friends when that nice payday comes in. Yeah. But, yeah, Dan, I wish you all the best, but I personally have got Canelo winning, but that is not a, guys, it's happening. You're an idiot if you've gone Crawford, yeah? It is not that. So, for me, like, I think if you think you've got a good read, then go for it. Apparently, and I didn't see this, Mike Tyson dropped Mr. Beast with a body shot. So is Mr. Beast just there, is he? So there we go. There was a body shot that Mr. Beast took from Mike Tyson, and Mr. Beast went down. But I don't think Mr. Beast has been doing any boxing training, to be honest. So, I mean, I will give Jake that. I did give Jake that. I did say he's dedicated himself to boxing. He's been doing everything he can and training. But, you know, if you want to be a professional boxer, I sort of feel like that's a given. It's a bit like Logan and people saying, oh, respect to Logan. He works hard and trains to be a professional wrestler. It's like, what do you think there's wrestlers out there that are not doing that? I mean, there might be actually, but I sort of feel like, Jesus. That's like congratulating me for turning the camera on, you know? Nah, fair play. When he puts the camera on and he is here day after day. And it's like, well, that's kind of the job, really. Right, we should be done with this. James said, I'm hoping for Belieber. Well, I'd take Belieber, but I don't know how much Belieber's going to cost. But then I don't know how much Wharton's going to cost either. Let's have them both. We'll sell Fernandez and we'll bring in Belieber and Wharton. How about that? And then you've got Sesko, Cunha. We got Mount in the mix if we need him. We got Mbuemo. We need some wing-backs as well, though. There's Canelo arriving. Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. Bonkers said it's going to be a bore fest. Oh, I didn't realise I came out the box. Look at that. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I break out the box if I go up here. That'd be good. I don't on the sides, but I do up there. Oh, that actually looks a bit trippy. There we go, Canelo, backstage. Where's said Viva Liverpool? Liverpool will win the trophy for the 21st time, said Stephen. They could do. They're playing tomorrow, aren't they? Is it tomorrow or have they got the Monday game? Okay, every round has been won by Alakal on the unofficial scorecards. And once again, it feels like this is going to go the distance. We're up to round number 9 now. Ernest said, congrats, buds. I'm not sure how you turn the camera on. Thank you. It's about time I got my flowers. How much of a requirement is it for a wrestler to have great looks? People like Eddie Kingston look homeless, but has a nice spot in American pro wrestling. Nice, well, I would say Eddie Kingston has a great look. It depends what you define by great look. I mean, I think Bam Bam Bigelow had a great look. I think Vader had a great look. I think Andre had a great look. There's a difference between great look and great looks. So, you know, if you can be like Roman, tall, chiseled, look like a flipping Greek god, right? That's obviously going to be fantastically marketable, right? I mean, it's going to be a lot easier to go on to main event WrestleMania and all of that, right? I think if you are someone like Eddie Kingston, then maybe that's not going to be a way of you main event in WrestleMania, yeah? You're going to have to go down, say, the Kevin Owens road. And Eddie Kingston, I think, is kind of like that. He is a Kevin Owens type, isn't he? He's no nonsense. Tells it like it is, heart on the sleeve, cuts great promos, you know, goes in there and, you know, just nothing's off limits when it comes to his matches, and is a brawler. I think he puts on fun matches, and so I think he's got a good look for his character. You know, his character is a character of no nonsense and, you know, loyalty and family and all that kind of stuff. And so he doesn't need to come down and be like this attractive, you know, Adonis. I mean, you could even say Hogan wasn't really that. I know he had blonde hair, but he was balding. I don't think Hogan ever really looked that young either. But, I mean, he was a massive star. I mean, I don't know. Is Stone Cold Steve Austin a sexy man? Yeah, one of the biggest stars we've ever seen. So I think having a good look for your character, not being bland, that's important. That's the most important. Stand out. Don't be bland. Have a look that grabs attention. The airport test is what they call it. If you walk in the airport, can you turn heads? If you walk in an airport, are people going to be like, who's that guy? Maybe because you're tall or whatever it might be. But that's important. I don't think it's as important that you look like flipping, you know, Ryan Gosling, even though I do. But presentation and looks massively important, just as important as your in-ring work. But it doesn't mean you have to be pretty. Irish Sam said Jacob has a great look, and look at Umaga. He had a brilliant look, yes. And Yokozuna. I mean, Yokozuna, airport test. You have Yokozuna in an airport, people are going to be like, you see that guy? Flipping huge. I mean, 500, 600 pounds. Doing drop kicks. Right, one more round to go. William said, would you do porn with me? Put it in a time capsule. We could open it in 10 years and watch it. To be honest, but I wouldn't. And that's really for your benefit because you're not freaky enough for me. I need it a lot freakier than what I think you'd be able to provide. So I'd probably have to pass, but that is for your benefit more so than mine. Right, we are in round number 10. Denley said, this match has been so long. It has been. It's felt long, hasn't it? Okay, we are nearly at 1,000 votes. We thought we would get there, and we are now knocking on the door. So, at the moment, it is 64% Canelo, with 43% of you saying he's going to win by finish. So 43% of you are saying Canelo gets it by finish. So that's where we are right now. Keep getting your votes in. Keep getting your thoughts in. We are getting ever closer to that main event. Although, amazingly, we've had one fight so far on the main card, and we're an hour and 15 minutes in, which is pretty crazy. Sunday, Liverpool women's will be on YouTube, said Bonkers. Big Boss Man had a good look, said the Deploy. Oh, I love the Boss Man. My first love was the Boss Man. Him against Nails. I always mention that match. I think Wrestle with Andy has got a poster in his room. I forget which one it is, but he's got a poster of a show that means a lot to him. I would have Survivor Series 92. That one is the first show I remember watching, and Bossman Nails is the match that really grabbed me. I had no idea what you Americans were doing. As a kid, I was like, hang on. So you've got a police officer and a prisoner, and you put them in a ring to, like, attack each other. And the other thing as well was the first one to get a nightstick on the pole could actually use it. So it's like, what is that? What am I watching? What is this? We don't do this in the UK. Should we? Should we be doing this? So, yeah, it was... my mind was blown. And, well, I mean, I think it's only a couple of matches after that. I've got Undertaker versus Kamala. The winner is the person that can put the other one in a casket. I mean, I'm on the floor by that point. As a kid, I need oxygen. Do you know what I mean? What's the Undertaker? What's Kamala? They've got to put the other one in a casket. Mate, that show is bonkers. Survivor Series 92 does not get spoke about enough. That's got Shawn against Brett as the main event 5 years before the Montreal Screwjob. They're saying this was a good experience fight for Alakau. And there we go. Goes the distance. I think undeniable that he has won that. But yes. So official decision comes up next. Alakau sure to get the victory as we go to commercial break. Tobacco Skinner was epic, said Bonkers. Bring back Buried Alive matches, said Denley. James said Man United 79 wins, Man 61 in Manchester Derby. I am going for Crawford, says Penny, for your thoughts. Female intuition, which is right about 50% of the time. Shout out to you, Penny, for your thoughts. Love that. Love that. The guy Alakau was originally supposed to fight was worse than this, said It's Anarchy. Oh, I don't know the journey of that match. I just know that I wasn't very engaged in it, and I don't think many of you were either. Wrestling fans said we get an official decision after 1:30. Okay, well, I mean, they must be showing ads at the moment. I'm guessing that's for people that have got the cheaper package that shows ads. Right now, I've just got like a video that's playing. I'm not down on it. I don't mind going to ads. It gives us a chance to just, not have to worry about what's happening. Days, I've got Canelo. Round 5, TKO, says Wes. Wrestling fan said Alakau is definitely winning this. Irish Sam said the 99 Rumble was my favourite. The I Quit match with Rock and Mankind, brutal. Vince winning the Rumble and the entrance, and it's my favourite, says Irish Sam. Okay, here we go. Here they are. 99-91. It's unanimous. Still undefeated. So there we go. The Saudi Arabian fighter gets it. Still undefeated. Now goes 6-0. First time going 10 rounds. John Anik said it's going to be worth tracking his progress. Okay, we have got Josh Duhamel. He features in Ransom Canyon on Netflix. We have got Holly Madison. Don't know who that is. We got DeMarcus Cousins. I don't know who that is. We've got Loney Ali. That is Muhammad Ali's widow. We've got Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe is in attendance. He's got a Canelo Crawford cap on. We got Jay Williams. I don't know who that is. We got Andy Ruiz. I know who that is. Former Unified World Heavyweight Champ. I know who that is. Michael Irvin. I mean, it's a who's who, isn't it? It's an absolute who's who. The biggest stars in the world are in attendance. Okay, I think they're checking in with Turki Al Sheikh. There he is. Turki Al Sheikh said it's going to be a great fight. I'm hoping for one of the top fights of the last 10 years. Okay, so they're just building it up, hyping it up. Millennial said, is Andy beating Joshua one of the biggest upsets of the century? It's got to be, right? I think it is. But I do think there is, like, obviously a mitigating circumstance. But he was meant to be taking on Big Baby Miller. And Big Baby Miller, wasn't it drugs or something? Like, there was a failed drugs test or a missed weight or something. And so they had to scramble to find a replacement. I don't know how much they'd done their research on Andy Ruiz, to be honest. I think Andy Ruiz is a good fighter. I think he's a tough night at the office for people. I think, actually, you know, if you're going to get into the ring with Andy Ruiz, it's going to be really hard to just put him away. You got to dig deep. You got to try and win rounds. I just think Anthony Joshua completely got it wrong. I think he got it right in the rematch, won the rematch, and I think if he was to face him again, he'd beat him again. I just think that one night he just got it completely wrong. So, but yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it? I mean, Andy Ruiz beating Joshua, becoming the undisputed unified. I think he had all the belts, didn't he? Or maybe Fury had one, or Wilder had one at that time, but had a number of belts anyway. Yeah, it's got to be up there. It is a who's. It's a who's that, said man with the red. Yeah, it's who's that rather than a who's who. How am I going to watch the big fight? I have Netflix, but I don't know what's going on, says Kyle. I don't know what you mean. How are you going to... What do you mean? I mean, when it comes to boxing, if someone gets knocked down, the referee will start counting, of course. Or if someone's getting so much punishment they're not defending themselves anymore, the referee will step in and call it. So, you know, I mean, you can see if someone's winning. In regards to as the rounds go by, you know, 12 rounds, who do you think got the better of each round? Just score who you thought got the better, and, you know, don't worry about the judges' scorecard unless we make it that far. A lot of people are thinking it won't go that far. A lot of people are thinking Canelo, finish. Nearly 50% of you, well, actually more like 43% of you are saying that you think Canelo's going to get a finish here. So, yeah, I don't think it's a very complicated sport to follow, to be honest. I think there's much more complicated sports. Trying to explain cricket to someone that doesn't watch cricket is a bit tricky. But I think this one's pretty straightforward. It's weird for boxing. The chat is quite slow. I don't really like. I like it, says William. To be honest, I think part of this one, and I could be just completely wrong, but I think part of this one is the fact that it's just so available. If this was a pay-per-view, I think you'd have a lot more people around trying to find it. I think what we get is a lot of people jumping in going, where's the fight? How do I watch it? What time does it start? We're just not really seeing those people around tonight. And I think part of that is because it's Netflix. Everyone's got Netflix. You can easily tune in and watch it on Netflix. So I think that's definitely a big difference from normal. That's a big difference than what we would normally see. So, yeah, a bit quieter than expected. I still think the fight's going to do really well. I think the fight is just more accessible than what a normal fight is. So that's certainly, I'm not seeing the amount of people jumping in asking that question, and we get that all the time. All the time. I know lots about WWE and a bit about UFC, but I am clueless about boxing, says brother. It is weird. Oh yeah, we read that one. But I think we're up to date with everything in the chat at the moment. We're still at commercial break, but we're coming back in about 40 seconds time. We've got our next fight lined up though. So we're done with the low-level stuff. Hopefully now we can move on to something a bit more juicy. We've got 2 more fights to go, and then it's the main event. So we've got Mbili against Martinez next. This is for the interim WBC Super Middleweight Championship. So it's not the actual championship, it's just the interim championship. So Mbili against Martinez. Mbili 29-0. Right? He is 24 KOs to his name. I think the winner of this is going to take on Hamzat Shiraz. Hamzat Shiraz is seen as like one of the biggest names in this division. And that should be a really good fight. Actually, I don't know if Shiraz is at this. He should be. But yeah, Mbili is the current defending champ. He's got some defensive flaws. But he is very aggressive, very exciting. A lot of people saying this could steal the show. A lot of people saying do not miss this fight. So I'm actually really interested in Mbili against Martinez. Martinez, 19-0, undefeated. Right, so we've got 2 undefeated fighters going up against each other. In fact, this next one is 2 undefeated fighters, but so is the co-main. That is also Callum Walsh against Vargas Jr. Both of them are undefeated as well. So, yeah, lots to look forward to in these next 2 fights. This next one looks like it should be fun. I think we should get a finish here. Both of these guys are explosive punchers. Martinez, 19-0 with 16 knockouts. Mbili, 29 wins with 24 knockouts. So, yeah, both of these, as we said, are explosive punchers, like to move forward. Both are aggressive. Looking for a finish, man. Looking for a finish. Jack Bishop, if Fury loses to Usyk again, I could see him taking the Joshua fight for the money, said Irish Sam. Denley said, this is a championship match. I think this will deliver, says Denley. William said, I hope we aren't being a cliche and running people off. I don't think we're running people off. I mean, we're seeing actually more people joining us. I mean, the graph that I've got behind the scenes actually shows that people are joining us, and, you know, the amount of people hanging with us is actually rising. So I think if people were being run off, we would start to, like, you know, see that struggle and dip a little bit and then go up, and we're not. It's just going up like that. So I genuinely think it's just overall traffic of those people that are looking for the fight that's maybe a bit down tonight. I think this is going to do good numbers. I don't think this is going to do 70 million. I don't know that this is going to beat Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, because what those guys have got is mainstream notoriety. Like, everyone knows of Mike Tyson. And most people know of Jake Paul. I don't know that everyone knows Terence Crawford. Certainly not here in the UK. I think everyone knows of Canelo. And this is going to do big, big numbers. But is it going to do 70 million? Is it going to beat Jake Paul, Mike Tyson? Again, if I'm a betting man, I would say no. I don't think it beats those numbers. I think the build for that was better as well. I just can't get past the fact the build has felt a little flat for this. And I really don't know why. I'll tell you something I've not done, but you know, like if you look at the weigh-ins and the press conferences and then look at how many people were watching those and then compare that to the Tyson Jake Paul and like, you know, kind of compare those early numbers, might give you an indicator as to how it's tracking. So, but yeah, this is still going to be one of the most viewed fights of all time on Netflix, basically free as long as you're subscribed, you know. There's not really a reason to not watch it, is there? You might as well. What else is on? Not much in the UK at nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, right. Fight number 2 on the main cards. Fight number 2. So, Billy versus Martinez. I actually wonder if 4 fights is a bit too much. I wonder if they should just have 3. Because to be honest, if people are just tuning in for the main fight anyway, why have 3 undercard fights? If people are just tuning in for the main fight, just get to the main fight. I understand not only doing the main fight. I understand giving us something to warm up with. I understand putting summer on whilst people find their seats and whatever. I mean, you very rarely go to a gig and just get the band. Yeah, I mean, there is an undercard. But I don't know. I think that you probably don't need an undercard that's much bigger than what they've put on. And to be honest, I didn't feel like I needed that first fight that I just watched. I suppose you've got to give people their money's worth, but the truth is that people are paying for one fight. They're only interested in one fight. They're only interested in Canelo and Crawford's. So this is just fluff, really. This isn't, though. I mean, I think this is quite interesting. And as I said, it should be good, but it's going to be interesting to see how they structure it going forwards. James said, how are you feeling after a long night last night? Do you know, I feel fine. I feel great. The dog, I could have murdered the dog because I didn't get to bed till about 1 UK time, just after lunchtime. So my plan was go to bed at 1, get up at 8. And flipping, I think it was about 2:30. I was sleeping on the sofa because I wanted to leave the door open so she could come and go as she pleased. She had food. She had water. The door was open. She could come and go as she wanted. She couldn't have had any more, right? Flipping, she's right here moaning as I'm like asleep on the sofa. She's like, meow, 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 like this. I'm like, what do you want? What do you want from me? She's like, meow, 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 all this. So I get up. She goes to the kitchen. I'm like, you've got food. You got water. What do you want? She wanted like a treat or something like that. She wanted like a biscuit bone or something like this. So you give her a biscuit bone. You go, oh, God, don't you go back to bed. And then I thought, meow, meow, meow. You are, honestly, what? And then I think she did it about 6:30. So, I mean, I feel fine, but I've had about 3, well, it's probably about 4 times the dog woke me up. And it was for nothing other than, I think, just, you know, wanted a bit of attention, wanted a bit of a treat. It's like, dudes, got like a big boxing stream coming up tonight. So, yeah, that's not a problem. The dog, problem. But thankfully, my brother came over at about 7. He finished work, came over. So I say, I'm going to bed. So I went to bed for a couple of hours. This is why I've not had a chance to really catch up on like all the wrestling news and like really dig into it. Because as soon as I did get up, it's like, set a few things up for this. Quick overview. What have I missed? Saw Andrade had gone. And it was like, okay, all right, let's go. turn the brain over to boxing, and here we are. So, yeah, I mean, last night it was fine. It was a lot of fun, actually. Metal Mama said, dogs are like kids. When you just need to sleep or do something. I know. I mean, she's awesome, and, you know, I'm not really bothered. But, oh, God. In the moment, I was like, I don't need this. Okay, both fighters are down. Irish Sam said, I think a lot of people are staying up in the UK and Ireland as it's on Netflix and they're just going to watch it in the morning. That's true. Do you know, I didn't even think of that. You could go to bed, get a good night's sleep, and then just stay off social media when you get up. Don't even look at it. Get up in the morning, have your sausage sandwich. Lovely. Bit of bacon. Lovely. Maybe beans on toast. Why not? And sit down and watch the fight. And then go online and look at the reaction after. It's a good point, that is, you know. I didn't even think about that. Actually, if you buy something on pay-per-view, I've never really thought about the re-watching of it. I don't know that I've ever gone back and re-watched a fight on pay-per-view. Normally, you can find it on YouTube a few days later. Someone's uploaded it. If ever I needed to go back to it. But, yeah, with Netflix, it's just there, isn't it? Does that mean that you could watch Jake Paul, Mike Tyson again if you wanted? Is that still on there? For crimes against boxing, I'd hope not. And Billy is representing Montreal, Canada. 29 wins, 24 knockouts. Billy. Days and his beans on toast. Listen, I would die to defend the honor of beans on toast. It is shocking how many people hate on it and then try it and love it. I keep seeing these Americans that have like moved to the UK and they're like, oh, I really wasn't sure about it at first. You know, sweet beans on toast, it just doesn't seem right. And then they try it and they're like, no, I get it. It's a comfort food. It's easy to make. Sometimes you just want to get back and just have something satisfying, easy, ticks all the boxes. And then you got haters out there that are like, oh, I don't know how you could eat that. It's like, mate, it's not my fault you're uneducated. It's not my fault that you've never had that experience, yeah? I feel like it's similar when people talk to you about, like, say, peanut butter and jelly. That's one I've never been able to get my head around. And I feel like people will be like, oh, well, if you've not had it, don't speak on it. Don't speak ill of peanut butter and jelly. And I'm like, I'll speak ill of what I want. Yeah. Sounds like it sucks. But I've never... I think I did try it, and it was... I don't even think I was that impressed. But I don't know. It's never going to be the same in the UK. We're just not set up for it. It's like in America. I don't know if you'd be able to find the right beans. You know? You'd probably get it wrong. Probably use the wrong breads, use the wrong beans. You wouldn't put enough love in it. And that's the same with peanut butter and jelly over here. Lovely work here by Martinez. Letting the hands go. Look how big Billy is. He's never had beans on toast in his life. Martinez up against the ropes. He's trying to keep Billy off of him, but Billy has just driven him back. Yeah, this is better. I'm way more into this. This is better. This is what boxing is. Jab coming in there by Martinez. Oh, keeping it quite close. Both guys are like, pow, pow. Again, Billy. Oh, look, that's great, though. That's great. If you're going to keep it quite close like that, just straight down the center. Lovely straight shot. Protecting the body like that, but the head was vulnerable. Couple of jabs straight down, and actually Lester Martinez is opening up a little bit more now. We're seeing some lengthier shots. Do you have Heinz or Supermarket? I don't really mind either, to be honest. I'm not la-di-da like that. I think we have Hines, but I'm not against... I mean, we've got Morrison's. They're our local, so if we had Morrison's, that'd be fine. I don't think I'm a snob when it comes to things like that. I do think it matters the type of bread you use. I'm a big believer in white breads rather than, say, like seeded brown or something. I couldn't do that. It'd have to be a really nice, soft, nicely toasted white for me. Brown bread, seeded, no. You could maybe get away with a nice white bloomer. That'd be quite... That could work. Oh, let's not get on this subject. This is like sex to a British person. This is pornographic to the British. Body shot coming in there by Billy, driving Martinez up against the ropes. Hook shot coming in. Oh, beautiful body shot there by Martinez. I think it's a really close round, this. Wrestling fans said both guys are getting good shots in. Again, bang, digging a little... Oh, yeah, good. More of that, yeah. Commentators are like, yes, please, more of that. What a first round. Good. Who do you think won on that? Matthew said farmhouse breads. Yeah, Matthew, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you, and I applaud you. James said cheesy beans on toast with a runny egg on top. It's so versatile. You can absolutely do that. Yes, I hear that as well. I often put mozzarella on top, actually. That's sometimes cheddar, but I might go more mozzarella. And, yeah, you know, just pushes it over a little bit more. Egg, absolutely. Bits of bacon, you can go with that as well. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I am worried someone's going to tell me something that will horrify me. Someone might be out there putting pineapple on it or something. Do you know what I mean? I mean, there are clearly right and wrong things to be doing in life. Uppercut coming in there by Martinez. So we're back underway with round number 2. Eggs and beans are goods. Yes. Is that beans on toast, or are you just happy to see me, says Ernest? I would have bacon instead of beef. Yeah, I don't know how you'd put beef on it. I don't think I'd be going beef, no. Bacon, yes. Shot coming in there by Martinez to the body, and he's just constantly trying to drive Billy back. The only problem with that is that he could really tire his arms out by constantly pushing Billy back. I think that might be a bit of a strategy by Billy. Get in close, lean the weight on. Martinez pushing him back, pushing him back, pushing him back. Take it out of the arms. Body shot coming in there by Billy. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And again, body shots there by Martinez. And again, pushes him back, pushes him back. That is going to really wear him down. The only thing I would say is, can Martinez get some good shots in before he maybe starts to tire? Lovely combo there by Billy. Bop, 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 bop. Lovely. About a 4-5 punch combo from Billy. Digging into the body there by Martinez. Body shot there by Billy. What's great about these two? Forward pressure, both of them. They're right there all the time. Lots of body work by both guys. Uppercut, uppercut. Uppercut misses. Martinez getting in. Body shot. Oh, hook shot. And again. So at the moment, they're just throwing. At some point, someone is going to land something big. Might take a few rounds. But at some point, the defenses are going to become a lot more vulnerable. It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. Backing up a little bit. Shot coming in. Pop, pop. Okay, right now, 46 punches attempted by both in just round 2. And Billy has landed 31. Numbers-wise, Billy taking this round. Uppercut misses there. And also, push back by Martinez. I'm liking Billy at the moment. I'm liking Billy. Matthew said, how about bacon, eggs, black pudding, the works? Yeah, like an English breakfast. Yeah, no, I don't think I'd have beans on toast and that. But, you know, actually having toast, beans, bacon, sausage, eggs, hash browns, black pudding. Yeah, English breakfast. Yeah, definitely. Sign me up. Of course. How could you hate that? I mean, honestly, if someone said to me, English food sucks, I'd be like, I do understand where you're coming from, but I think I can find enough in there that you would actually go, that's great. I think beans on toast, English breakfast, banoffee pie, which people love. All of that is a winner. Days, we need a segment next. Has any boxer got a Miss TV type thing? Imagine that. Imagine that. There'd be a boxer that absolutely could. What's that? How much would you rip? If you found 20 million, how much would you rip? What does that mean? What does that mean? If you found 20 million, how much would you rip? I don't even know what those words mean. Is that how much would you steal? Is that what we're calling stealing now? Ripping? Uppercut coming in there by Martinez. Beans on a beautiful fry-up. Like a tsunami of beans. It might take over all the other... Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I like beans... but I like other flavors as well. I mean, beans have got their place, but do I want it to just overpower everything and take over everything? I don't know. I'm not looking for a bean victory in the battle of the breakfast plate. I'm just looking for them to have their territory. They've got their kingdom. Bacon has got its kingdom. Sausage has got its kingdom. I don't know that I'm looking for sausage to overwhelm or bacon to overwhelm or beans to overwhelm. I think everyone needs to know their role and shut their mouths when it comes to the breakfast plate. William said, I have onion and sour cream on my bowl. My wife doesn't like it, but I add chili powder and beef jerky. Iron Sentinel said, I would report that money to the authorities because I'm an angel. Okay, Billy has thrown 119 power shots. He has landed 73%. Martinez has thrown 78 and landed a lot less. So right now, Martinez again backed up against the ropes. The rate that these two are throwing at feels like someone is going to get put away in this fight. And Billy is, again, keeping it close, backing him against the ropes. Martinez really pushing back. Well, that pushing back's a problem. Oh, big shot there by Billy. A hook shot. Martinez feeling it. I'm definitely riding with Billy. That my stock in Billy has gone up. I invested early. We're doing well. And Billy again with a big body shot. He's over against the ropes. Bang, bang. Oh, yes. Come on, Billy. Oh, there's not even much of a defense there by Martinez. Bang, bang. He's just powering him, Billy. Look at him. He's just power. Oh, that's good by Martinez, though. I think Martinez felt that round. James said, I hate black pudding. Do you? I'd have thought you'd have been a fan, actually. Banoffee sounds great. But as someone that lives on a tropical island, you can't eat me to eat another banana, says Trini. Yes, I mean, listen, there are other cultures that have way better food than the UK. I think there are some nice things, though. I mean, I don't know if you've seen those videos where, like, Triple H will try... is it Lad Bible? Where they have celebrities come over and they'll have, like, an American treat and a British treat, and then they'll pick which one they prefer. And I feel like America wins most of the time. But there are some really interesting ones that people are like, oh, that's interesting. Greg's, a sausage roll is something that people seem to go, oh, that's quite nice, actually. So there's definitely these little things that the UK has got that I think are that are not bad. But yeah, it's a hard argument to try and defend our cuisine. It's just not very exciting, our traditional food. It's like shepherd's pie and cottage pie and Cornish pasta. It's hearty. It's hearty because I think it was like food to get you through the winter, It's older food as well. It's not like exciting and new. It's not like fusion cuisine. So I sort of feel like our food's been very left behind. But there are these things that are little gems in there, like full Englishes. Nice little body shots coming in there by Billy. Both of these are undefeated, said Poppy Crocs. Yes. Uppercut again coming in there by Billy, and a big shot coming back by Martinez. Referee coming in. Geordie said, talking about food at 3:45 a.m. is making me hungry. Well, I don't know how long this fight's going to go for, because these guys are right in front of each other, throwing big shots at each other. Martinez constantly getting backed up. And there's some real success there by Billy. Again, pushing him back. Those arms looking a bit heavy now for Martinez. And Billy just getting clipped. He's hittable, Billy. Pushing him back again. Uppercut coming in there by Billy. I tell you what, I wouldn't fancy having to face Billy. Look how flipping jacked he is. He's absolutely shredded. I know that doesn't mean everything, but he just clearly puts the work in. You don't get a physique like that by flipping, skipping the gym. Big shot coming back there by Martinez. Uppercut again. So, total, I don't even know what that is. It just said total shots 42-9. It must be in this round. Martinez again pushing him back. I've got Billy winning this fight. Again, shots coming back there by Martinez. Just a reminder that we have got the co-main and then it's the main. I mean, I think we're probably looking at getting underway with our main by about... It could be even 5:30. Duck underneath, shot coming in, and again. Again, more shots coming in, pushing Martinez back. Martinez pushing Billy back. Martinez trying to find a way back into this fight, but I've got him down on the scorecards. And he has eaten quite a bit of big shots. Wrestle Andy said, I would watch a Floyd TV segment. Could be good. I'm watching Netflix, but the best commentary is here, said Ernest. Floyd or Tyson's Pit segment, says Wrestle Andy. Denley said, I'm going to have breakfast whilst watching the main event at this rate. I know, blow it out. Okay, that was the end of round number 4. We're going to round number 5. Yeah, he looks good here on Billy. Okay, round number 5 coming up. They're saying in a close round, it might come down to who did the thing that they wanted to do the most. I mean, I think it comes down to the quality of the shots, but also volume is a massive one. Right now, again, we got shots coming in there by Martinez. We got Billy, pop, pop, going to the body. Uppercut there by Martinez. Trying to push Billy back. Uppercut coming in there by Martinez. Billy trying to find some head movement. Hook shot coming in there by Billy as some body shots come back by Martinez. Uppercut there by Billy. Look really good. Again, a couple of shots coming in as he's driving Martinez back. Hook shot to the side. Martinez again trying to drive Billy back. Billy. Oh, lovely uppercut. That was really good by Billy. Yeah, bang. He just like proper chucked his head back there. Right now we got Billy trying to find a way forward, jabbing into the body. Martinez, good head movement. And right now, shot coming back by Martinez. We're right in the middle of the ring right now. Shot coming in. There's a little bit of distance between them. It's actually more gap between them now, more distance than what we've been seeing in this fight. Lovely left-hand uppercut there by Martinez, but didn't really get all of it through. And Billy again trying to find a way forward. Both guys look like they're tiring a little bit. We got about 1 minute, 10 seconds left in round number 5. And uppercut again there by Billy. Uppercut coming back. Lots of uppercuts. Lots of real close in the pocket type work. Jab there by Martinez. Backing up against the ropes. Billy digging into the body. Martinez over by the ropes right now. A couple of big shots coming back. But another uppercut. So many uppercuts coming through by both guys here. I think what's really interesting, though, is neither seems to have that one-punch power. I mean, they're really having to wear down their opponent, get their opponent to the point where they can really find that shot that's going to put them away. Halfway in the fight right now, I think both guys have been wore down, but I've got more confidence that it's Billy that finds that big punishing blow. I mean, punches landed 210 for Billy, 138 for Martinez. And, you know, it's just so many more shots getting through by Billy. Big hook shot. That was a big hook shot by Billy. And there we go. End of the round. End of the rounds. I mean, the amount of volume that is coming from Billy has got to be giving him the lead in this fight. It's got to be. They're saying to Billy, I know you're an offensive player, but you've got to be really careful with your defense. The most important thing is to get the job done. Right, I've got no meat to jerk at the moment, says Trini, but there is sausage. Well, jerk that, Trini. I'd jerk that. See how it goes. It might be a pleasant experience. All this jerking meat talk. Here's Sunny. She knows about jerking meat. Oh, Sunny. Hello. Welcome, buds. Sunny, our experienced jerker. Shot coming in there. Hook shot there by Billy. Again, we got Martinez trying to find a way forward. Uppercut coming in straight there, but Billy right in front of him. Uppercut. Can someone find that big finishing blow? Feels like both guys are definitely feeling the effects of this, and you would as well, because the output from both has been absolutely incredible. Right now we got Billy. He's back Martinez up against the ropes. Couple of jabs coming in there by Martinez. And again, Billy trying to find a way forwards. Ducking down, getting in, hook shot into the side of the head with a right hook shot. All you can see is people in the front row looking bored. Even though this is a really captivating fight, I don't think it really doesn't help boxing having these rich people, these celebrities and people that just want to be like seen at ringside. It's such a shame that we don't have, like, the real boxing fans kind of at ringside, like, cheering away. Like, that would be so much better, rather than people being bored, just being dull. Jab coming in by Martinez. Hook shot coming back there by Billy. And get another hook shot. Carl said, quick question about the graphics. Did you create the boxes in Photoshop or in OBS? OBS. They're just plain... if you just Google search like a plain red color, you can then put it here and actually make it any size you want. You can crop it to whatever size you want. So these are just like you can even see actually the kind of red border up there is a little thicker than the red border here. Not by much, but yeah. Uppercut coming in. Shots coming back there by Billy. This sucks. The desert penguin showing up everywhere. Right now we've got Billy in the center. Trini said, I was still trying to get off the bed and then I heard Days and I fell off. That happens to me if ever I'm jerking sausage as well, to be honest. 8 seconds left to go in round number 6. Is Netflix holding up, said Daz. Netflix is doing really well. Yes. Yes, Netflix is absolutely fine at the moment. Unfortunately, with this fight, good fight. I mean, they're both going at it. I'm certainly not down on it. But I don't feel any closer towards the finish. It's not we're not seeing people starting to get rocked. They're still sort of throwing and exchanging. They still seem to have enough about them. They're saying he's getting tired. Don't know what they're saying to him in the corner at the moment. But again, reminder, Martinez has got 19 wins and 16 stoppages. Apparently very even right now is what they're saying in Martinez's corner. Billy, 29 wins, 24 victories. There is Crawford's. And there are boos for Crawford's. Which is kind of crazy, isn't it? That we're in America. It's a Mexican fighter against an American fighter. And there are boos for the American fighter. Again, big shots coming in there by Billy Martinez jabbing back. And right now we've got Martinez again throwing in a jab. Jab there by Martinez. So we've got the unofficial scorecards. Billy 58, Martinez 56. So they've got Billy winning, but not by loads. Billy finding a way forward. A jab coming back there by Martinez. Digging into the body. This is a good fight, said Alex. Daz said, I don't understand the boos. I think, to be honest, I've always just took it that Canelo is the biggest star, that he is got like a really big following, even amongst like Americans. I think Canelo is just so heavily respected. I mean, like, unless you can tell me otherwise, I don't think it's anything necessarily more than that. Fan favorite, Canelo Alvarez. Are you drinking beer for the main event, said Trent. No. I don't really drink that much, to be honest. I've not quit drinking or anything, but I just don't. I'm not really a big drinker. Uppercut coming in there by Billy. To be honest, it's a really easy habit to fall into. When I was working, I would finish in retail, come home, and I'd have a beer with my dinner. And then if you've had a beer, you don't really want to switch to water then, so you'll have another one, and maybe one more before bed. So I was in the habit of drinking 3-4 beers a night. Not getting drunk. Wasn't doing it to get drunk. It was just the drink of choice when I got back from work, really. So, I mean, I was absolutely fine. I'd go to bed, get up, go to work the next day. Absolutely fine. I didn't have a drinking problem or anything. I didn't consider myself an alcoholic or anything. I've not been on any journey. But, yeah, and actually to the point where I just stopped when I came here. Part of that was because, like, the weird times I stream. You know, like 9 o'clock in the morning is nighttime for me, but it's a weird time to be grabbing a beer. So, yeah, I don't know. I just got into the habit of drinking water all the time, so I just drink water now. But I didn't struggle with not drinking alcohol anymore. But I still have a drink every once in a while. I went out with my family the other week, and I was having a fair bit to drink then. I just don't need it. So they're saying that everyone is waiting for Billy to slow down, but he just isn't. And we're running out of rounds. This thing can only go 10, and we're already up to round number 8 now. Your glasses look marvellous, said Bill Wilt. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. How many more fights till Canelo, said Greg. Yeah, we've got one more after this, the co-main. And then we'll be there. Then we'll be underway. Evan said Canelo might walk into the ring a good 10 pounds heavier. Yeah, he could do. I think rehydration is going to play a factor in this, yes. Denley said, how is this match still going? I'm surprised no one's been knocked out. It definitely felt like the early stages where they were just going at each other felt like, okay, we're getting a finish here. And then what's happened is it's sort of not slowed. I mean, it has slowed, but I just don't think anyone can find that big, powerful shot. They just don't seem to be able to find it. I think they've both got really good chins, actually. I don't know that they're lacking power. Clearly, they don't have the single punch knockout power like a Wilder or someone like that, but... there we go. A couple of shots coming in there by Martinez. Right now, they've still got Billy ahead by a couple of rounds. Oh, God, it's so annoying. Seeing Turkey Ali Sheikh standing and just greeting people. And he's got his back to the fight again. I find that really frustrating. Could he not have a box, like, further away where he can have... Do you know what I mean? Like... Perhaps he feels like he's too far away there, but I don't know. I think it's a better look if you have more engaged front row. Again, a couple of shots coming in there by Martinez. Couple of straight jabs. Snapping on Billy's head back. Uppercut coming in there by Martinez. Goes round to the sides. Irish Sam cared Canelo is the home fighter. I know he's Mexican, but the majority of fans that they addressed in the press conference, if you're up against Canelo, you're in enemy territory. Crawford was fine, said Irish Sam. I wonder if it's something to do with the amount of times he's fought in Las Vegas. I actually don't know how many times Terence has fought in Las Vegas. Thing is, though, people fly into Vegas. I mean, I don't think this is majority made up of people that live there, so I don't even know how much that's going to matter, to be honest. But I would be interested to know how many times he's maybe fought in Vegas, maybe at, like, the T-Mobile. The Spence fight was at T-Mobile, so he's fought once in Vegas, and that might be it, you know. That might be it. He did fight in 2012 in Vegas as well. So yeah, couple of times it looks like Crawford's. Oh, upcut there by Martinez. But that's just woke Billy up even more. Hook shot. Martinez backs up. Side of the heads. Big blow coming in. Hook shot there by Martinez. Jab coming in. Pop, pop. Oh, and again, going to the body. Billy took some shots there. but he landed some at the end as well. Okay, interesting. Rounds are ticking by. Billy's gloves is giving me some craving for Cadbury's chocolate. Yes. Good shout. It is that kind of Cadbury's purple, isn't it? Nice. Man, what a hit, said Alex. Evan said, I must say, I never thought I would see Dana White and Hunter helping to promote a boxing super fight. TKO have got the cheat code, said Evan. Right, we are going to round number 9. The next fight after this is going to be Callum Walsh against Vargas Jr. That one, I think, is going to go the distance. You know, I don't know that that's going to have a finish. I mean, Callum's got 14 fights with 11 KOs. Vargas Jr. 17 with 15. So, I mean, there is potential. But I think it's going to be Callum's toughest challenge. I don't know that he's going to find a finish. And I don't know that Vargas is going to get the win. So, don't know. It might be another long fight after this. But there is only one more after this. And then we will be at Canelo Crawford's. Right now, backed up against the ropes, pushing him back again. Shot coming in, uppercut coming back there by Martinez. Digging into the body, pushing him back again. And Billy going to the body. Oof. Martinez taking a few steps back. And again, just driving him back, throwing in some body shots again. Pushing him back again as right now we got Billy. Hook shot coming in there by Martinez. Martinez backing up against the ropes as Billy continues to put this pressure on. Ooh, that was good by Martinez. Looked like Billy just got clipped there. I think Billy was wobbled. I think we are seeing the effects of Billy now starting to show that the fight is catching up with him. Oh, here's Martinez. Oh, dear. My Billy stock is not looking as good anymore. Yeah, Martinez really getting some shots through that caused Billy some problems. Oh, body shot again coming in. Is the fight catching up with Billy? We got just over a minute to go in round 9. Right now, Martinez backing up and Billy trying to find a way forward. Martinez trying to keep him away and Billy letting the hands go. This is definitely a Martinez round. It's definitely a Martinez round. The gap actually is not that wide. Billy has landed 319 and Martinez has landed 296. Uppercut there by Martinez. Martinez with seemingly a bit more of a spring in his step. And again, right now we got Billy moving forward. Martinez, middle of the ring, 20-odd seconds left to go. They said it's like rock'em, sock'em robots right now. Martinez back against the ropes. More shots coming in there by Billy. Some big body shots. Yeah, Billy trying to have a good flurry at the end. No joy. No joy. Billy couldn't find a way through, but neither could Martinez. We got one more round to go. One more round. Days Canelo has fought 18 times in Vegas. Crawford has fought 4. Yeah, that's a big difference, isn't it? I don't think that is the reason why he's got the support. I think most people travel into Vegas. You travel in for the event. But maybe it's playing some sort of factor. Look at Billy's eye, says Alex. Well, we can't see it right now because we're being shown Canelo. We're being shown Canelo. There he is. Big cheer. No stranger to stadium shows. Here we go then, the final rounds. They've just put a message out saying give these guys a round of applause. As Billy throws in a jab to the body. I don't know that either guy can be massively confident that they've got this, you know. I don't know that either guy can really believe that they've got this in the bag. They were saying if they did a BMF bout in boxing, these two would be in the running for it. Couple of jabs coming in. Serrano said, this is the Gotti Ward fight that I was looking for. Yes. I suppose. I'm not sure the main event's going to give us that. But, yeah. Jose Serrano, shout out to you, my friend. Again, shots coming in there by Billy. There's a right hand that comes back by Martinez. Uppercut again coming in there by Martinez. Oh, and again. Lovely work. Martinez getting some joy with uppercuts. And again, straight on the defense there, though, by Martinez. Uppercut, no joy. Hook shot misses there by Billy. We got 1 minute 30 odd to go. It feels like we're going the distance. Oh, lovely hook shot there by Billy. Lovely blow coming back there. I mean, this is rock'em sock'em, isn't it? I can tell you that the unofficial scorecard is 86-85, but Martinez has won the last 2 rounds. Pushing him back again. Hook shot coming in. Bang, bang, bang. Martinez, uppercut. Shots coming back there by Billy. Nice digging into the body. And again, referee is in, having a word, separating both fighters. Billy comes over. Martinez is over against the ropes. Again, goes back to the middle. Uppercut comes in there by Martinez. 30-odd seconds to go. These guys have worked so hard. There has been so much work and so much effort that has gone into this. Big left hand there by Billy. Martinez goes back against the ropes. Oh. Again, some uppercut coming in there by Martinez. Bang, bang, bang. Letting the hands go. Round 10, Martinez and Billy have apparently landed the same number of shots. Big cheer by the crowds. They're loving it. Oh, mate. Billy went to throw a shot at the end. The ref grabbed him. It was like... Yeah, that was a really fun fight. They could not have given any more than they gave. They are both absolutely shattered. We need to find out who's got the victory in that one. We'll be right back. One more fight to go. Then it's the main event. So we are getting closer. Let's have a look, shall we, at the poll. See where we are with the poll. We're at 1,133. So Canelo by finish, 43%. Canelo by decision, 20%. Crawford by finish, 20%. Crawford by decision, 17%. So 63-37 in favour of Canelo right now. Not seen loads of movement on that, to be honest. Not seen loads of movement on that at all. So at the moment we are... yeah, still making our way towards that main event. Irish Sam said proximity to Mexico, Mexican boxing tradition in Vegas, tourist destination, Canelo style and heritage, promotion, business. That's why he's so popular in Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Martinez gets one of the judges. And Billy gets the other. It's going to be split. 95. It's a draw. Wow. It's a draw. And Billy keeps his championship, but it's a draw. So one judge went with Martinez, the other judge went with Umbili, and as a result, it is a draw. Wow. They're saying that was a real hard one to score, but fair play to the unofficial scorecards, which had it as a draw. Mike Tyson is being shown. There is Shakur Stevenson as well, the WBC lightweight champion. LaShawn McCoy. Munguia, former WBO junior middleweight champion. Is that Macaulay Culkin? Is that his wife? That's Macaulay Culkin's wife. Blimey now. Michael Chandler is there. Do you know, I've not seen any wrestlers. We've got a lot of actors. To be honest, I haven't seen many UFC fighters. I think that was the first UFC fighter. Lennox Lewis. Pop, pop, pop. And Rotman as well. Mark Anthony, the Grammy Award winner. Okay, there is Walsh, Callum Walsh. 14-0, 11 knockouts. This is our co-main event. This is our co-main event. Tavian said no rematch needed. Beverage refreshing, says William. Dad said, I would have said draw, but I didn't see the first 5 rounds. Evan said, that's one of the few legit draws. Okay, we are about to get underway then with the ring walks for our co-main. Let's change over the text. There we go. Okay, we are at commercial break right now. James said WWE didn't show up because they don't want to hear you sold out chants. They'd be all right here, this one, actually. I mean, don't forget, this whole thing's being put on by the Saudis, so... I would say that makes this kind of a bit uncomfortable for those that are going to be chanting such a thing. I bet this match will go all the way as well, said Denley. Yes. John said, what a fight that was. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was a bit of a frustrating fight, though, in the sense of you're seeing a lot of action. Uppercuts. It is rock'em sock'em robots. But I would like to have seen some people get wobbled a bit more. I'd like to have seen some more of that drama. With people like having to hang in there. Oh my God, are they going to make it through the rounds? Like it was, and certainly there was no knockdowns or counts or anything. So I just feel like it was that for like 10 rounds. Pop, 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 hook shot, bang, bang. I mean, some lovely technique and some lovely shots, but yeah, I'd like to have seen them get rocked a bit more and get that drama in there, so... But it's fine. I'll take it. I think it would have been better if we didn't have the first fight. We just sat through like a fight that went the distance. And then we had another fight that goes the distance. And now this one might go the distance. Considering this is only a 4-fight cards, we're nearly 2 hours, 20 minutes into this thing. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Dana was like, we want to make it snappier. We want to make it quicker. And here we are. We've only got a foot. We're only halfway. We're halfway and we're 2 hours 20 yet. So I think there's a bit of work that needs to be done. There needs to be some sort of review. I mean, if this was a 3-fight main cards, then we'd be at the main event now. I bet this match will go all the way, judging by the other fight, says Denley. All the WWE wrestlers are making Turkey his dinner. That's why they're not there, said Irish Sam. Callum Walsh for the KO win, said Irish Sam. Berger said, what time is the main event? Well, it really depends, doesn't it, on the undercard ones. I mean, I was under the impression that we should be ring walking now for the main event. I was under the impression they were looking at 4, half 4 for the ring walk time for this. That's what a lot of websites were saying. Show starts at like 2 in the morning UK time, 4, half 4 for the actual ring walk for the main event. But clearly that is not happening right now. Callum Walsh for the KO win inside 4, said Irish Sam. Alfredo said, I've got 500 on Crawford KOing Canelo. I think round 8. Iron Sentinel said, Billy unfortunately went to that combo too many times and was just a little predictable. Where it said, I've got Canelo, round 5, TKO. I can see that we've got a few of those streams coming in, being shot down by Trini and Wes. So you do get that actually on these streams, all those kind of links, which I've never clicked on one, but I doubt they're taking you to the fight. Plus also, why do you need to be taken to the fight? It's on Netflix. Do you know what I mean? Who's not got Netflix? You might even be able to get a free trial period for Netflix. I have no idea. But yeah, this is one that is going to have certainly got really good views. Don't know what they were projecting. I don't know what they were anticipating. I want to know how many views do they expect Canelo versus Crawford to get? Let's go. Let's AI it. See what AI can spit back. There are no expected pay-per-view buys, as it's going to be on Netflix. Yeah, but how many views do they expect from Netflix? No number. According to AI that's just searched a load of websites, no one's actually speaking about any numbers. So Canelo's pay-per-view buys, though. Oh, God. I tell you what, Crawford's pay-per-view buys terrible. Crawford's last fight, 8 August of last year, apparently did like 75 to 100,000 buys. That was it. That's all Crawford did. Crawford's most bought fight was against Spence. That was in 2023, and apparently it did 650 to 700,000. Canelo's highest was against Floyd, and that did 2.2 million. His fights with Golovkin did 1.1, 1.2. The Cotto did 900,000. Plant did 800,000. Actually, these numbers are not that crazy, are they? They're not that crazy. I mean, Crawford's last fight last year, 75 to 100,000 buys. I mean, this will be both of their biggest, most viewed fight ever. Even for Canelo, easily. This is going to do over 2.2 million views, isn't it? So, this is going to be by far the most viewed fight of both of their careers. Okay, Vargas Jr., Southpaw, 17-0, 15 KOs, making his way down to the ring. Making his way down to the ring. If you are joining us and you've not left your opinion in the poll, then do that. Be very interested to know what people are thinking about that. Sean Rossap said, I'm tuning in early so that I can watch Fernando Vargas's son fight. So it's funny, isn't it, that there's people out there that think tuning in now is tuning in early. So it's just funny, isn't it? That's what Sean Rossap just said. I'm tuning in now early so that I can watch this fight. It's like we've already been here like 4.5 hours. Okay, well, he is inside the ring right now. Come on, Walsh, for the KO, said Daz. Denley said, one more to go before the main event. Bob Bitchin said, Mark Anthony's music is just not my jam, but I do respect him, and he's always been in attendance at every damn fight. I dig him. Seems pretty damn cool, says Bob. I don't know anything about him other than wasn't he with Jennifer Lopez for a bit? I think that's the only thing I can tell you about him. Right, here we go. Callum Walsh making his way out. Irish Sam said Walsh's opponent, Vargas, is also undefeated, but also has a padded record. Walsh will be slicker and is going to get the KO here. Well, I hope so, because we do need a good, juicy knockout. Certainly what we're looking for. Certainly what we are looking for. So here comes Callum Walsh making his way down. And as we said, we know this is a project for Dana. Fighting out of Cork, Ireland, a southpaw. 14 fights, 11 knockouts. Okay, Callum Walsh coming down. Imagine Jey Uso coming down the ramps yeeting. He'd be gassed and blown up, said Wes. Shot said, does anyone know what time Canelo Crawford fight is? It's really down to the undercards. If the undercard had been... I don't think they're going to have a massive gap between fights because Dana said he hates those. So if these fights on the undercard had ended earlier, then we would be at it now. But unfortunately, the undercard overran, the prelims overran, so it meant that we didn't get started on time. Then when we did start, the first fight went the distance. Second fight just went the distance. And now we're at co-main event. So it is after this. There's Freddie Walsh as well. Roach as well. But yeah, this is... it depends how long this is going to go. 5-0, 5 knockouts against Southpaws. He is facing his 4th Southpaw in 6 fights. So he's very experienced against Southpaws. That's going to help him a lot here. Apparently, The Undertaker is in attendance. The Undertaker is in attendance. Triple H is in attendance. Stephanie McMahon is in attendance. But we have not seen them yet. All 3 of those have been shown entering the building, entering the stadium. Stephanie, Triple H, Undertaker. So WWE stars are in attendance, or WWE presence is there. Okay, Michael Buffer doing the intro. Where it said, how do I send Triple T my email to be in the web? I think what we might do, it's hard because I don't deal with it anymore. What I will probably say to Tommy is, like how we do the ask your questions here bit. We'll probably get that set up next week and then allow people to send in their emails that want to be on the show. And I'll probably say to Tommy, just pick one of those. So that is probably how we'll do it. But I don't control it anymore. I don't run it. So I'm kind of just a passenger these days. Tavian said, is Freddie still training? He is, yes. Triple H sucks, says Stephen. Joseph said, Vince has got to be here. William said, Days, can I have the power to remove mod powers, but only if I'm drunk or if you tell me to? Can't see there being any dramas with that, to be honest. That sounds like that's just going to bring even more harmony to our community. Trini said they probably really don't want to trigger the sold out chants at the moment. Yeah. Well, I don't think people can. I don't think you can chant you sold out, can you, at an event that's being funded by Saudi Arabia with Turkey Ali Sheikh in the front row? I mean, is this not sold out? Is this not selling out? I mean, I suppose you could say at least this is in Las Vegas. I suppose you could say that. But it's all being funded by Saudi Arabia. There's still questionable money that's being used to put this on, so... If I was Triple H, I'd just point that out. I'd get the microphone. How can you say we sold out at an event that's being funded by Saudi Arabia? Yeah? If you're saying we're taking blood money, are they not taking blood money? Yeah? Think about it. Thank you. There you go. That should sort that out. Turns around. Turkey Ali Sheikh's just like... Right, here we go. Dana is sat next to Turkey Ali Sheikh. Okay, 10 rounds. So it won't go any longer than 10 rounds. Let's have a look. Let's see if Irish Sam is correct. Is Walsh going to be able to get a knockout win? Vargas, obviously, such a legacy to live up to. It's a bit more interesting, actually. Oh, that's nice. They're showing a lot of respect here. Certainly Vargas is. Lovely body shots there by Walsh. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Coming forward. Hands are very low there by Walsh. Oh, very quick hook shot there by Vargas. Walsh continuing to move forwards. Trying to put that pressure on. Walsh, middle of the ring, circling round. Couple of quick jabs coming in there by Vargas. Body shot coming in there by Vargas. Yeah, that's nice. I actually prefer this, believe it or not. I sort of feel like those rounds where they're right in front of each other, like we just saw in the... Oh, Walsh down! Referee saying no, no, no. Is he saying that was a slip? He didn't count. Body shot coming in. I need to have a look at the replay of that. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Referee did not count. So I'm thinking he probably leaned back, tried to get out of the way and ended up stumbling over maybe. Just off balance. Something to think about though. Vargas again on the outside. Walsh trying to move forwards. Irish Sam. Walsh just was down. How'd you feel? Vargas on the outside. The Chili Shack. Walsh in the Walsh really not being troubled. Walsh standing his ground in the center. Vargas staying on the outsides. And it is a bit of a kind of downloading of information, feeling out rounds. Don't forget Canelo Crawford next. Canelo Crawford next. Tavian said Walsh is already timing his ass. Again, body shots coming in there by Walsh. It's a Walsh round. There we go. End of the rounds. Walsh goes back to the corner, sits on a stool. Freddie's over. I'm trying to hear what he's saying, but I think they... There we go. Use those little feints when you have him on the ropes. Roach seems quite happy. He seems to be showing his age quite a bit, though, doesn't he? He seemed a little bit more laboured, actually, with his communication there, Roach. I don't even know how old he is. Mr. Beast is in the front row. Don't know. How do we feel about that? Freddie Roach. 65. He is 65, but... shot coming in. Yeah, Mr. Beast is sat next to Jason Statham right now. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Oh, big shots coming in there by Walsh. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Freddie has got a lot of knowledge, said Tavia. Oh, he definitely does. Iron Sentinel said Mr. Beast is talking to Jason Statham and he could give a rat's. Okay, round number 2. Round number 2. Nice body shot there by Vargas Jr. Swing and a miss there by Walsh. Vargas, again, trying to find a way forward as Walsh fires into the body. Vargas with a jab coming in. Walsh staying on the outsides. Jab coming in there by Walsh. Vargas moving forward. Nice little dig to the body. Jab coming back there by Walsh. Vargas in the centre. Edging forward as Walsh lets his hand go. So we got Dana in the front row. Jason Statham. Turkey Alishay. Mr. Beasts. Can't see who they're talking to. Leaning over, chatting to someone, but couldn't see who it was. It's kind of like a sofa on the front row. I've only just noticed it's like one long sofa. It's not like individual chairs. It's just like this one long sofa on the front row that they're all sat on. Tell you what, Jason Statham's done well to get that spot, hasn't he? I know he's a big movie star, but is he that big of a movie star? Front row at this mega event type movie star. I'm going to look at his career earnings because we always know, the internet always tells us the truth there. His net worth is estimated to be about 100 million. 100 million. Mr. Beast is net worth is about $1 billion. Jesus. $1 billion for Mr. Beast. Jesus Christ. That is insane, isn't it? That is actually insane. But then if you think that Turkey Ali Sheikh has got access to nearly 1,000 Mr. Beasts worth of money, that is crazy. David said Vargas needs to start punching. Corey, shout out to you, my friends. Joseph said he's Turkey's bodyguard. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wrestler Andy said, how do we overtake Mr. Beast? I don't think it's possible doing wrestling content. That is a sad truth. I'm not sure that it's possible to overtake Mr. Beast by focusing on a niche that is professional wrestling. Is there anyone that does interviews with adult film stars and reviews adult films? I think that might be, if not, that might be a hell of a niche. That might be a hell of a niche. Do you know what I mean? Like, just talking to adult film stars, because it's seedy, it's dirty, and it's the kind of thing that people would watch but maybe not admit to, you know? Perhaps, Andy, should we just pack it in and do that? Should we just do that? Should we just do reviews of porn films and speak to porn stars? Do countdowns of, like, top 5 scenes. Top 5 male performers, top 5 female performers. Things like that. Maybe that's where the money is. You can't tell me that wouldn't get more engagement. It definitely would. What that would mean for us getting into heaven, I don't know. No, I don't know. But I don't think I'm going there anyway, to be honest. Right now we got Vargas in the middle move. Oh, lovely little body shot there by Walsh. Lovely little body shot. We could do recommendations and everything. That'd be, do you know what I mean? You know, like how there's book club. Porn club. Jab coming in there by Vargas. Iron said adult film stars is niche. OnlyFans, yeah. Top 10 OnlyFans accounts. Best OnlyFans accounts of 2025. Best porn films 2025. Emerging talent. Best breasts. Walsh again going downstairs. Oh, and again. Josie said you should start that Only Days account. Days, there is a site for rating porn, but please don't ask how I know, said Trini. Yeah, but is it available to all? There's no point having it behind a paywall. Do you know what I mean? Can't you just do like one that lives on YouTube that you just talk about? And maybe if you show images from, it's like the cleaner images. Do you know what I mean? No Bush. Or Clinton. Jab coming in. Body shot coming back there by very cagey, these two at the moment. Jose Serrano said, not an entertaining fight. Oh. Crowd a little quiet at the moment as well, but I don't know. This is the kind of fight, because they're not hitting each other all the time. This is the kind of fight where it just feels like someone could find a shot that could cause some big trouble. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. My sources are telling me Goldberg is rumoured to make an appearance in the main event, said Brony. Coach Perez said top 10 matches from Lucha Underground would definitely do it. I would have to watch Lucha Underground first, though. That's the only thing. I don't know where it was shown in the UK. I've seen bits of it, but and it was very entertaining from what I saw, but I don't know where it was shown in the UK. And do you know, they put it on Netflix in America, and I was all excited. Went to the UK Netflix, it wasn't there. And this was before I had understood the world of VPNs. Hey, there's Devin Haney. Booze for Devin Haney. There is Chavez. International. Big cheer for him. Okay, here we go then. Round number 4. Trini says, if I give any more info, I would be snitching on myself, so I'm going to shut up now. I respect that. Maricela said, what would be a porn star name? Don't know. Don't they say it's like your first pet name and the street name that you lived on? Something like that. So I think I'd be like Charles Zink. I think it would be something like that. That would be my name. Charles Zink. I mean, that sounds so English as well, doesn't it? Charles Zink. Hello. Charles Zink here. Yes. Charles Zink. I've come to check out your crown jewels. Lovely body shot coming back there by Vargas. Max Highland is mine, said Big K. That's good. That's really good. You should become a porn star just to use that name. Big swing and a miss there by Vargas. Walsh going to the body. Neither guy looking really hurt here. That's the only problem. It doesn't feel like anyone's about to be put away. Chris said Lucha Underground's on YouTube. Is it really? Well, all of it. Is it on YouTube? Is it on YouTube like people upload like TV rips of it and it's all a bit rubbish? Or is it like proper on YouTube? I'm going to search. Lucha Undergrounds. Lucha Undergrounds. Don't know, there's just like OMG moments, things like that. Big shots coming in there by Walsh. Jab coming in there by Walsh. Vargas trying to find a way forwards. Both guys in the center right now. Can we do a watch along of Lucha Underground, said Joseph. Well, no. Because I don't even know where it is. And to be honest, I think we do enough watch alongs. We're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I do a podcast Thursday. I tend to be passed out on Sunday. So, trying to find room to fit in Lucha Underground might be a challenge. Trini said, my name would be Miss Moist Menage. I think she already exists. And it's got me really questioning if I've seen maybe more of you, Trini, than I ever thought I would. I swear I've seen a Miss Moist Menage. Doing some terrible things with carrots. Moist, you say, said Wes. Days, how's your voice holding up? I think it's been okay. I've actually tried to be really careful with it. You might have told that I've tried to not get too kind of animated with the fights. And part of that is to make sure I've got a voice for the main event. Guys, just in case you hadn't seen enough of Turkey Ali Sheikh and Dana and Jason, they just showed a close-up of them also. Love that for them. Right, we are at round number 5. Jab coming in there by Walsh. I really, having seen the undercard, don't think there was much here to bring people in early. Okay, the unofficial scorecard has got Walsh 39-37 in the lead. 39-37. Coach Perez said, let's do top 10 Raw Underground. Raw Underground. Yes. There'll be people that won't even remember that. That was crazy, wasn't it? Jab coming in there by Walsh, backing up as Vargas continues moving forwards. If Chris Van Vliet ever does an interview with Shane McMahon, I need to know what the long-term vision for Raw Underground was. Because I believe it was Shane's pet project, that, wasn't it? There was people that was doing, like, pole dancing in the first episode of that thing, or in the first time we saw it. They had people on Raw, like, girls, like, do you know what I mean? I'm sure one of them was called Moist Menage. Walsh coming in, body shot. How many undercards are left? No other undercard fights. Why is Turkey's Sheikh not wearing his nightgowns and picnic blanket to the interview earlier? He had a shirt on, didn't he? That was Canelo Crawford's. It was weird, that, actually. I saw him wearing that earlier. I'm so used to him in his kind of Saudi Arabian attire. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, he was wearing a Crawford's Canelo shirt instead. It looked weird. He looked like a fan. He looked like a fanboy. Maybe that would be better. Perhaps we need like a musical performance. Perhaps we could have lost a fight and gained a weekend. Or Lady Gaga. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Although I wouldn't turn down a Sabrina Carpenter performance. That'd be okay. Maybe Taylor Swift could have done something from Death of a Showgirl or whatever it's called. Okay, another round done. Chris said, I've sent the Lucha thing to you for later. Thank you, Chris. Did you send it on X? Or was it an email? Oh, no. Are there full episodes on here, but Season 3 videos. Popular videos. I'll have to have a look. There's Terence Bud Crawford. Chris, thank you. Are they fighting for the paycheck or just afraid of getting KO'd, said Alfredo. I don't know what's happening with this fight. I mean, to be honest, I did think it was going to go the distance. I mean, it still might not. But I did think it was going to go the distance. 49-46. Walsh in the lead. Boxing has been siloed on pay-per-view for so long. Hasib said this fight has been dead. Wrestling Andy said we could review OnlyFans models and then conspire them to the WWE counterparts. I think you need to drop the WWE stuff, but honestly, it's done. It's over. It's dead. It's dead. Even fans of WWE are saying that it's dead and they're out, so we need to just cut our losses and just go after nothing but nothing. We need to sell out. Don't you understand? That's what we do now. We need to talk about the top 10 places to visit in Saudi Arabia, and then we need to get the Riyadh season money to sponsor us. We need to go and meet Turkey Ali Sheikh, and we'll say, look, we'll say whatever you want. What do you need us to say? Yeah? We need to say this is the greatest country. They've got the best human rights record in the world. And if you say different, you're just a hater. You're a troll. They've got the best water park. They've got the best theme park. Turkey Ali Sheikh's the sexiest man alive. I don't know. What do you want us to say? Give us the money. We sold out. We sold out. We sold out. That's what we need to do. Okay, right now, Vargas Jr. has landed 15 shots, but Walsh has only landed 4. Nick Khan up front, is he? I've not seen Nick. Oh, yes, I just saw him. You're right. Yes. He's sat next to that boomer in white. Boomer in white. It's Chris de Burr, that is. Chris said, I've sold my TKO stock before it drops. We could review celebrities' crypto wallets. The top 10 sheiks. We all know Iron Sheik's coming out as number 1. Although that's wrestling related, and you see, I've got to move away from that. If I want to retire early. What time is the main event, said Alfie. Main event coming up next, Alfie. Coming up next. Shot said, listen to this. Imagine Crawford finishes Canelo by knockout, and all you hear is winner by KO. Main event Crawford runs towards the ropes, and then Jay's theme plays. You're thinking wrestling, but I've just said it's done. It's over. It's dead. Is Freddie Roach. Masterback said, is Vince McMahon's son sleeping because he ain't moving? Oh, he has been moving. He's been getting up and turning his back on the fights on a regular basis. I think this has been a very underwhelming show. I mean, maybe it's just me. Perhaps there's other people absolutely loving it. Perhaps they're buzzing their tits off. But for me, it's like, I don't know that, you know, there's a lot of talk about boxing needing to be saved. Do we think what we've seen so far has saved boxing? It just feels to me like people are tolerating. There's a lot of tolerating going on. There's a lot of, let's just get through this fight. Which, to be honest, this fight was not meant to be that, but it hasn't been a thrill ride so far, has it? Each fighter is fighting as well as they can at this stage in their career. It looks like they fought each other to a standstill. I mean, at the moment, I think Walsh is going to get the victory. Some big shots coming in there by Vargas. Again, swing and a miss. To be honest, Canelo Crawford, I don't think has got to work very hard to steal this show. Nice shot coming back there by Vargas. Steve said, Days, you're saving boxing more than this show. This show is struggling, yes. But you know what? I mean, look, maybe they can take some lessons from this. Maybe by the time we actually get... But you would think Turkey Ali Sheikh knows what he's doing by now. I mean, I will be shocked, genuinely shocked, if people tell me that they loved the show. Oh, I really enjoyed it. I tuned in for the boxing. I really loved the show, you know. I thought they were so well done. Like, really? Did you? Yeah, I thought it was so good. I enjoyed all the fights, and you know, it just kept moving. And I was like, okay, well, okay. I love seeing the celebrities. Mr. Beast in the front row. Wow. Genius. Fans need to get used to this, not knowing who's going to win the fight going in and not knowing who's won the fight as you come out of it. Yes. Honestly, Dana, I think they're watching screens in front of them, aren't they? I think that's a bit distracting because the front row are all doing this. And it looks a little, but they're not watching the. Why sit that close to the fight then? Why sit in the front row? Why sit in the front row and have a TV there going, oh, God, that, yeah, no. It's there. The whole point in having front row is so you're right as close to the action as you can be. Instead, we've got people doing this. Yeah, like a good shot that was. Oh. Dude, oh, God. Put me in charge. I'll fix this. Let's get real fans in the front row. Right? No TV screens. Bang, body shot. Days, my 400-pound neighbour just called you Four Eyes, says Bill. It's fine. Bill, I'm all right with it. Water off a duck's back, mate. Seeing it all from this angle, said Josh. Hopefully the Inouye fight will be good later, said David. Well, hopefully the Canelo fight will be good. Okay, Freddie Roach, just having... giving a few more bits of advice to Walsh, but this one definitely feeling like we're going the distance. Okay, here we go. Out into the centre round number 8. Okay, couple of shots coming in there by Walsh. Jab coming back by Vargas. Now, I think, is that Nick Khan going over to Turkey Ali Sheikh? Vargas covering up. Walsh in front of him. Jab coming in. They just said a couple of shots that Vargas just landed were lazy. It was posturing. Doubling up on the jab there by Walsh. Body shot coming in. The Sheik's up, said Joseph. Sheik's up. Sheik is on the move. Sheik is on the move. Jab coming in there by Walsh again. Nice little left to the body. Right hook going upstairs. Again, body shot coming in. They're saying it's a very athletic fight. William said rich people rubbing it in. Front row watching on their phone. Oh, body shot there by Walsh. Body shot coming in there by Walsh. We got 1 minute 10 left of round number 8. Looks like he's posing for a picture now, the Sheik. Walsh should win this, said Serrano. Vargas just doesn't impress me. Corey said we've had to get up and move around to keep from falling asleep. Alfie said, as a UK fan, I don't care about WWE going to Saudi. It makes the shows earlier for me rather than having to stay up. Joseph said, when the audience is more than the match. Yeah, someone's got to take control, take command. Shot coming in there. Maybe Walsh can do that. Again, another shot coming in. Right now, Walsh has landed 18. Vargas has landed 21. Vargas has got 44% accuracy. Walsh with 25. That's better. That's nice. Couple of shots getting through there by Walsh. 10 seconds left to go in round number 8. And right now we got Vargas in the middle. And there we go. End of round number 8. We have a little look now towards round number 9. Oh my God, he sounded really emotional there, but I think he's just... We get tired in sparring. We don't get tired here. We've got 2 rounds. Seems a bit of concern in the Vargas corner there. See, there is a story. There is emotion. We've got to give everything. See, this is the kind of thing that brings you in. Okay, here we go. Round number 9. Walsh, though, straight out. Walsh going into the body. Someone's O has got to go. Actually, do you know that last fight we said someone's O has got to go and then it was a draw? Imagine if this is the same. This one goes a draw as well. 78-74. Jab coming in there by Vargas. So Walsh is winning on the unofficial scorecards. 78-74 with 2 rounds left to go. You could tell there was desperation in Vargas's corner as they were talking to him. Vargas on the outside trying to circle round, trying to find a way of just finding a way in, really. Body shot misses, goes upstairs there by Walsh. Walsh backing up a little bit. I hope the main event is good. Oh, we all hope the main event is good. Logan, shout out to you, buds. Days, what about Saudi with Andy and Arabian Days? Saudi with Andy and Arabian Days. Perfect. Make it. Make the channel, I'll see you there. Love it. Shots coming in there by Walsh. Left hand, right hand. Vargas takes a step back. So Walsh has had a much better round here. He has landed 32 shots to 3. He's really taken the emphasis, the impetus. Right now, we got Vargas trying to find a way back in. We're into the final minute of round number 9. Good news, fight fans. 1 round after this is left, and then we will be at our main event. Everyone is here for Canelo Crawford's. We have waited all night long, and that time for waiting is going to very soon come to an end. 289 likes, says William. Yeah, if you've not left a like, leave a like. We're desperately trying to get to 300 likes. 300. That's always been the dream. Vargas is about to make a mistake, said Tavium. Iron Sentinel said Moist Bang. Not right now, thank you. Who do we think would win out of Bicoli against Zhang? Well, that's a really good, interesting fight. I mean, Bicoli suffered a loss, didn't he? Was that against Parker? So I don't think he looks quite like the unstoppable monster anymore. He lost to Parker. Oh, I didn't even know that he drew. He drew against a Jagba. I don't even think I knew that result had happened. A draw against a Jagba in May. What card was that on? I don't know what card that was on. So he's got a loss and a draw in his last 2 fights. I would be probably leaning to Zhang, to be honest. The only problem with Zhang is he's 42. There's Canelo. And he got a loss against Caballao. He did beat Wilder. Lost to Parker's not bad. Good fight. I'd be down for that fight. I think I would lean Zhang. But with no confidence. I'm really basing that off Bicoli's recent results. Walsh digging into the body, uppercut coming in there by Vargas. Canelo for the win, said Truth Hurts. Well, Truth Hurts, we've been collecting likes and votes We're at 1,300 votes right now. And we are looking at 63-37. People are saying Canelo. 63-37. So if you've picked Crawford, you are wrong. You're on the wrong side of history. Yeah? I know it's hard to say someone's wrong when a fight hasn't even happened yet, but you are incorrect. You've made a mistake. Canelo is the pick. It's who I've gone for. It's who the community has gone for. It's who people on Tapology have gone for. It's who the bookies have gone for. And yet you want to go the other way. You want to say all them people are wrong and that you actually think it's Crawford's. So, yeah, I've gone Canelo as well, but... Dad said Walsh has boxed his head off. Walsh looked good in that last round. He has not allowed Vargas to take these final rounds. Rhea Bloody Ripley said, who have you got? I've got Canelo. Got Canelo. I think Canelo wins. Might be a decision. It's been a night of decisions. Why not add another one, eh? Why not add another one? Vega Senior just wants to relive his own glory, which was subpar to say the least, said Truth Hurts. I want some waffles, says Daniel. I could go for some. I could go for some. This fight is a learning experience fight. I heard... And I have not heard this in an interview, but I've heard that apparently Turkey Ali Sheikh was talking about as the fight goes on, the ring gets smaller and actually having a ring that shrinks as the fight goes on. So in the later rounds, you are forced to engage. I mean, I feel like that changes the sport, but I don't know how true that is, but that was something that I heard was being spoke about. 5-6 seconds to go. Yeah, they're throwing away at each other, but we've made it. We've gone the distance. The boy, her dream has come true. We have managed to avoid any knockouts on the main cards. We've managed to avoid any finishes. We didn't get one in the opening match. We didn't get one in the second match. We didn't get one in the third match. And that's good, because if there's one thing I hate about boxing, I hate finishes. Ugh. Knockouts, technical knockouts, boring. So there we go. Isn't WrestlePalooza next week? Yeah, WrestlePalooza. Looking forward to it. It's going to be sick. It's going to be good. Irish Sam said, told ya. Hang on, Irish Sam. You said knockout? Hang on, Irish Sam. I don't mind told yas, but I'm only accepting them if they're actually things that people told us. Where's Irish Sam? Where's Irish Sam? Where's Irish Sam's comments? Well, there's been too many comments, so it won't let me go back and find them now. Retro, shout out to you. I said Walsh would get the... You said he'd get the knockout. We're just seeing this is where the Raiders play. So we were just seeing the field getting set up and the being changed over to the boxing. And... Right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards. Yeah. 99, 91. Yeah. 99, 91. Yeah. It's going to be unanimous. Yeah. All three unanimous. From Cork Island, he's done it. He has done it. The boy, her dream has come true. Back it up, back it in. Let me begin. Right, there we go. There we go. Just tuned in as the fight started. Who won? Canelo won, Paul. It's just finished, but I think we knew he would. And yeah, we're just seeing some of the reaction now. Jeremy Renner in the crowd, in tears. He must have gone Crawford's. There is Victoria Beckham. There is P. Diddy. P. Diddy shown in the crowds. There's Wiz Khalifa. Tony Gonzalez. I don't know. Literally no one knows who that is. Rich Paul. Logan's brother. Tommy Hearns. Legend. We're not messing around with Tommy Hearns. Legend. Dave Chappelle. I quite like Dave Chappelle, you know. I haven't seen much Dave Chappelle in my life. That's a pretty fun suit that he's got. Like a suit that's in the process of being tailored. Charlize Theron. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Michael J. Fox. Respect. Right, we are heading towards Mario Lopez and Mark Wahlberg. The Ring magazine. The ring belt is awarded to the division's top fighter. You have to do something extraordinary to hold this belt. The Ring magazine belt being shown off. MJF. MJF. Who saw MJF? I didn't see it. Did someone see MJF? I didn't see MJF. That's not MJF. That's Mark Wahlberg. Guys, come on. Mark, what, is an actor? He does films. He was in Jurassic Park, yeah? Ring magazine was established in 1922, over 70 years ago. Okay, Dave Chappelle's goated. Yeah, I didn't know much about Dave Chappelle, but I've seen a lot of his little clips doing the rounds, which is pretty fun. I know he had the Dave Chappelle show, which I'm sure it was shown in the UK, but no idea where. But yeah, he's one of those kind of very American comedians that never really made a big mark over here. To be fair, I don't think he tried. I'm not sure he was bothered. If you make it in America, I don't think you go, oh yeah, that's good, but I'd love to make it in the UK. Mark Wahlberg needs to stop, said Tavium. He's too old to be wearing what he is wearing. MJF, Michael J. Fox. I thought people had spotted MJF in the background. That's the wrestling brain I've got. I genuinely thought that MJF had been spotted in the background and you were like, MJF, MJF. And I was like, guys, come on. Days hasn't seen the Chappelle show. No, not seen it. Chappelle show was epic, said K-Dub. Have you seen the movie Heart Baked? No, I have not. That I know of it though. I mean, that is one that I mean, I used to work in an entertainment store. We used to sell that film, so I know that it is one that. But again, I don't know that. I don't know that one is kind of as big a deal over here as it would be in America. You know. Chappelle show was epic. Mark Wahlberg wasn't in Jurassic Park. He was actually. He was the dinosaur. Can they just start this fight now, said Alfie. No. Good things come to those that wait. MJF is about to box. Michael J. Fox is about to box. Against Kofi. I don't think he is, but I tell you what, there's a lot of confusion in the chat today. I don't know what's gone on. I think you've all got a little bit bored waiting for this main event, and now you're just making things up. Okay, 20 seconds, and we will be back. Joseph said, you're not a stoner, only a boomer. It's true, actually. Stoner life is not the life I've lived. So, you know, a lot of you out there are going to be worshipping at the altar of Cheech and Chong, and that's not an altar that I've worshipped at. You know, you've been enjoying things like Half-Baked and that's it. I can't think of any other stoner films, to be honest. But then it's just not my culture. Do you know what I mean? I'm more Gosford Park, Downton Abbey, Pride and Prejudice, yeah? That's the gang I roll with. Okay, they're just breaking this down. Which superstar do you think would have had a good chance in boxing? Baron Corbin. Seriously, because he was a Golden Gloves boxing champion. I think you need to change your name to Boxing Day, said Tribal List. Thank you, buds. Thank you. We do know so much that we are just wasted on pro wrestling, to be honest. We could do a whole channel based on films. Canelo Crawford, 4 minutes 30. 4 minutes. We're less than 5 minutes away. This is your 5-minute warning. Canelo Crawford. Let's go. I'm going to throw up. Let's go. Let's go. Imagine if this lasts a round. That's fine. Do you know what? I'll take that over it going the distance, actually. I've seen a lot of boxing tonight, and I'm not even sure that a lot of it has been good. 41-0, 31 KOs. Metal Mama said you need some colour in your life. What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm more of a Doc Martin Father Brown type. Yes. Yes. Downton Days. Let's go. It's going to be the new channel. Right, we've got the video package. Canelo Crawford's. Guys, get your thoughts in. Here's your tribal chief. Tribal Chief says, I've wasted my entire night watching the Florida Gators lose again. I should have been watching my boy days. Love you, buds. At least you never meme down. I never meme down. I've never done it, and I never will. So your Tribal Chief, shout out to you. I'm sorry that the alligators let you down, buds. But who do you think's going to win here? Canelo or Crawford's? Irish Sam said if Canelo wins in round 7 or knockdown and KO in 11, I will give out memberships on Monday Night Raw. Canelo in 7, round 7, or a knockdown KO in 11. I'll give 10 membership. Irish Sam. I hear you. Reset Days. Do we think the Wyatt show up tonight? They already have, bud. You missed them earlier. They murked the front row. It was sick. We made Mr. Beast ab. Well, let's just say you'll not be seeing him again. Right, we're at commercial break. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. What do people think? Still waiting for William Hill to pay out for that Walsh win, said DK. How much did you win, buds? How much did you win? Got just over 2 minutes. And then we're back from commercial break. Yeah. And then there's just 2 more fights to go. And then we'll be at Canelo Crawford. Knockdown in 10, followed by KO in 11 or KO in round 7. I can't remember all that. Gee, I don't... Okay. Stranger Things is coming, said Evan. Yeah, that's been announced. Stranger Things Season 5. Spam bots are working overtime, said Spartan. Crawford decision, said Daz. Decay said, I'm nowhere near enough compared to what I staked. We're going all in on the football tomorrow. Retro said, I feel like it's a good bet to bet heavy on Canelo. Simbarash said, Crawford, decision, loading. Crawford to win by knockout, said man with a red face. Irish Sam said 50-1. Evan said, are they going to redo the national anthems? I hope we do all the national anthems. There's 200 countries, over 200. I want to do every single one. So I hope so. Fantu said, Mark Wahlberg versus the T-Rex is going to be the co-main. I've been waiting since 1993 for that fight. That wait ends tonight. We'll be right back in 30 seconds. Corey said the first episode of Stranger Things will be released on November 26th. That's incorrect. The first episode of Stranger Things was released years ago. So that's embarrassing. Dion said, do you watch Stranger Things? No, because I'm not 7. Mike said, Bud for the dub. Denley said, Days, you should sing the national anthem again like you did for Worlds Collides. I was actually surprised that I missed, and you might not have noticed, but I missed a couple of the notes. I mean, I did get notes, just not the right notes. So I was quite surprised that it was not my proudest performance. So, but I think certainly people can appreciate that I gave effort, because I do not want to be accused of being disrespectful. So I actually did try, and that makes it a little more painful, to be honest. Okay, Canelo Crawford's coming up. Alex said it's for boomers like you as well. Is it though? Is it? It's about a girl called 11. Do you know what I mean? It's about kids that go to school and ride bikes, and there's one that's called 11. Do you know what I mean? I watch pornography. Okay? That's for boomers. And that's why me and Wrestle with Andy are going to form our own adult channel on YouTube, where we do reviews and previews and interviews. It's going to be so flipping good. Days, you're getting cranky. If you make me wait for so long, I have to start making my own entertainment. I have to start entertaining me. I have to start entertaining myself. If the show's not going to do it, I'm going to do it. Oh my God. And if I have to insult Stranger Things just to feel something, Just to feel some emotion. If insulting Stranger Things will do it, then I'll do it. I'll do it. Just so I can feel something again. I mean, I'm really genuinely excited for this fight, but oh my God, it's been a journey getting to it. It's been a journey. Please name the channel Dirty Days. Well, we need to get Andy in there. I think it'll be Dirty Andy and Dirty... We'll call it Dirty Andy. And in brackets, and Days. Calvin, shout out to you, buds. Dion said, what if Stranger Things and pornography are at the same time? What if there's a Stranger Things porn where they do stranger things to each other than what has ever been seen before? Do you know what I mean? Think about that. What would that entail? Okay. The problem is, oh God, if you think about Stranger Things, oh, do you know what I mean? Oh, that's really not a good idea at all, is it? It's not a good idea at all. Perhaps 11 could not be a schoolgirl. It could be like the most attractive woman. She's called 11 because she's an 11 out of 10. Yeah? How about that? It's right in itself. Yeah? We're going to do really strange things to one of the most attractive women we can find. Andy, write the script. Andy's on it. Don't lose your humanity, said Ernest. Tavian said, very bad time management. Metal Mama said, I can tell there's a bunch of men here that are, well, single. Shut up. We're actually all taken. Thank you. You're just jealous because we're actually all taken. You wish we were all single, actually. Right, here we go. Ring walks. I don't even know who's coming out. Is it Crawford's? We've got trains. Yeah, it's Crawford's. Oh, that's pretty epic, isn't it? Here we go, said Denley. Here we go. Welcome to the machine, said boxing needs a storyline. Joseph said beans on breasts instead of beans on toast. I'm certainly not down on that. What's this? Who are these people? We've got someone on a guitar. We've got someone on the drums. Do we know these people? Who are they? No one's. No one's. Apparently they're no one's. Well, we could have got someone good. Why haven't we got Elton John? Is this what Crawford wants as his walkout music? This isn't art. Oh, what is this? Jesus Christ. Where's Sabrina Carpenter? Okay, well, that's a nice... now they've stopped. That's the best bit. And then we got to see the stadium and all the lights and everything. What's going on now? Who are these people? Is that the same stage? How did they get rid of the old people and put these people on? There's got to be a different stage in it. We're doing, it's like Maracha, is it? Are we bringing out Canelo? What's going on? What is this? Who are you? Is this the Mexican national anthem? I like his tuba. Is it patterned? I think it is actually. Or is it just dirty? I can't tell. If it's like patterned, then it looks great. If it's dirty, shame on him. Dirty tuba. I've seen that film. Longest intro ever, says Metal Mama. This is where all the money went, and this is why we got the rubbish cards. What? Who are these people? They haven't even put their names up. Who's he? Is he actually someone? Is he someone? I like how the ring looks in blue. That looks nice. That bit looks good. This is Jericho's backup band, said Coach Perez. It's Antonio Banderas. Is it? Is that Antonio Banderas? No. Is it? I've heard of him. I take it back, respect. I've heard of him. He's got a good voice for an actor. Banderas, Banderas, Banderas. Well, it is Mexican Independence Day today, so this is why we are celebrating. Why can't they just have the big fight? Says the champ. Coach Perez said it's not real, it's just AI generated. AI generated. Banderas. Technology is so sick. Technology is the best, isn't it? It's AI generated Banderas. Iris Sam said it's the banter. No, it isn't. Come on. I might be gullible. I'm not that gullible. They don't even do Mexican music. Okay, someone's coming out. Here we go. Crawford was sat on a chair. Crawford was sat on a chair. They never gave him the cue. So he was just sat on this chair waiting like, Jesus. Even he was bored. Even he was bored. He was sat on a chair like, oh, God, just let me know when I've got to go out, would you? He's coming out with a guitar in a case. He's coming out to Mexican music like a troll, which is brilliant. I love that bit. I love the fact that he's coming out to Mexican music to upset everyone. I mean, 10 out of 10, pro wrestling, love it. But even he was bored with how long that was. And what was the guitarist and the drummer about? Here we go, making his way down, Terence Crawford. I mean, you gotta say, 10 out of 10 for trolling. 10 out of 10 for trolling. Paul said, I've not been here in a while, but I've got Crawfords. Paul, shout out to you, buds. Welcome, welcome as Terence Crawford makes his way out. Your tribal chief said, how am I meant to take this seriously with no Slim Jim logos in the ring? Good point. Don't worry about that, my friends. We've still got DoorDash. There's still DoorDash logos. Canelo, Crawford's. Only one man. will live. Crawford is in the ring. It's not the longest ring walk. Evan said Floyd was the king of trolling on Mexican Independence Day, said Evan. Yeah. Respect for the trolling. Respect for the trolling. Antonio Banderas had the guitar in 3 of his movies, said Jason. It's a Desperados reference. What's that? Isn't that a drink? There's a guy in Crawford's corner, and on the back it says nobody sausage. What's that mean? What the hell is nobody sausage? Oh, God, I'm going to have to Google that. What is nobody sausage? Nobody sausage is one of the internet's most viral characters. Millions of fans and billions of views. I swear, I don't live on the same planet as a lot of other people. I just don't. I just live in a constant haze of not knowing what's going on. Like, what the hell is a nobody sausage? I don't need to know. I don't care. I'm over it. I'm happy you not know him. Here's Canelo. It's like Slim Jim. Well, I wouldn't mind trying a bit of nobody sausage. Right. Desperado is a movie, says Chris. Thank you, Chris. Movies are overrated. When it comes to movies, I ask myself, is this pro wrestling? And if the answer's no, I don't watch it. Joseph says you can't jerk it. That's all I need to know. That is the question that's asked. Can I jerk it? Oh my God, we've got... Oh my God, there's another one! There's another band! There's another... It's the same! Iron Sentinel said the builders had more fluff than my ex's you-know-what vagina. Here's 5 Kiwi dollars. Iron Sentinel, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it, buds. Hope everyone is locked in, ready. Crawford is in the ring. Canelo is being summoned by the power of the Maharaja. What's happening now? They've stopped. Now we got more Mexican. Does this guy listen to anything else? Does he listen to anything else? Is this all Mexicans listen to? Have they never found rap? Jesus. Mate, their minds will be blown if they ever find out about the Spice Girls. I mean, he's singing, and I swear that he ain't sing. I swear that he's not saying the actual words that he's saying. Here we go. Now we have a look down the tunnel. Canelo is not found seated. He is standing. He is waiting. He is walking. As one of the most recognizable sportsmen in the world, one of the most decorated sportsmen in the world, the undisputed unified super middleweight champion, undefeated in this division, makes his way out into the Allegiant Stadium. And very, very soon the time for talking will be done. And look at all those belts behind him. $63 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws, 39 knockouts. So here he is, making his way down to the ring. Days, this is longer than the Undertaker's entrance. Crawford is Undertaker. He sat down. Canelo is Shawn Michaels. He remains standing, said Iron Sentinel. Is Canelo getting old? If the answer to that question is yes, then Canelo's in trouble. He takes a moment, goes up the ring steps. Massive cheer for Canelo. Absolutely massive cheer. Number 8 in the pound for pound. 4 division world champion, super welterweight to light heavyweight. Okay, both guys are in the ring. Bruce Buffer. It's Michael Buffer, isn't it? I don't think we got Bruce around. Okay, Alvarez 35, Crawford 37. There is a significant reach advantage for Crawford here. Crawford needs to focus because this has been a really long wait, said man with the red face. It would have been funny if Canelo had come out to whoop that trick, said Wes. That reach. There's Michael. Look at these shots. That's great. Those drone shots look great. Certainly there was a lot of empty seats a few hours ago. I don't think you'll be able to find a single empty seat right now. "12 rounds of boxing." Days, is this a good first boxing match for me, said Leo, because I think this has been hyped up so much by WWE that I thought I would be here. I think it is, to be honest, bud, because I think it'll give you an idea if you're enjoying it or not. I mean, with Crawford's, you're going to see him trying to not get too close to Canelo, because Canelo likes to work the body. So Crawford's going to be on the outsides, kind of like using his reach. He's got a much longer arm, much longer reach than Canelo. So his strategy is going to be to keep putting the pressure on, get close, but don't get too close. And so he's going to want to try and make sure that Canelo understands that he's in a fight, right? Canelo, just in the early stages, just wants to get settled, doesn't want anything to cause him too many problems, and then, you know, just kind of grow from there, really. Canelo's going to be very comfortable, cool, calm, collected. I don't think he needs to worry about Crawford's power. Crawford's, you know, is not used to fighting at this weight. He's got 31 knockouts out of 41 wins, which is very, very good, but this is the first time Crawford has been fighting at this weight. I think Crawford is the one that's got a lot more to prove here than Canelo. We sort of know what we're going to get from Canelo. We don't really know what we're going to get from Crawford. And I think that these are the kind of things that make this fight really interesting. Where's the fight going to be fought? How close are they going to be? Can Canelo move forward, close that distance, work that? He's going to want to work that body. He's going to want to get in close and work that body. He's going to want to build pressure. He's fine taking it into the later stages, but can Crawford's cardio last? Is Crawford, because of the extra weight, going to start gassing? We don't know. We don't know. He is not used to being this heavy, Crawford. So I think if you go into it knowing that there's all these questions, and it's not just about who wins, but how do they win? What is it that people are looking out for? And as the fight progresses, what is it that's, that we're seeing? I do think this is a good first fight, and I do think this is a way of you understanding it a bit more. I mean, boxing can be as simple as you want it to be. It can just come down to, who gets the knockout win. If you knock your opponent out, you win the fight, and it can be as simple as that. Or you can start looking at footwork and power, accuracy, where the fight is being fought, cardio, pressure, head movement, traps, feints. And what we're dealing with here is two of the very best of all time. We're dealing with number 3 and number 8 on the pound-for-pound list. I mean, I saw Canelo in an interview saying, it doesn't matter what happens in this fight. I can do it all. I can do whatever I want. I mean, he really is like a complete package. He's got the better defense. I think he's got a great offense. Footwork's incredible. Cardio, not an issue. Chin is flipping granite. I don't think he needs to worry about Crawford's power. I think if Crawford wins, he wins on points. If Canelo wins, I think he can win on points or by knockout. I think he can get a finish. I don't know that he does get a finish, though, because one thing I know about Crawford's, he's competitive, his game, he's dialed in. He doesn't do anything by half measures. That could be a downfall, actually, though, because if he overcommits, Canelo could crack him. I just feel, out of the two, it feels more likely that Canelo wins. But it is not a given that Canelo wins. This fight is supposed to start 2 hours ago, said Spartan. Leo said, my mom doesn't like boxing that much. She thinks it's barbaric. I can understand that viewpoint. It is people punching each other in the face. So I certainly understand that. But there are rules to make sure that it doesn't go... I mean, if you think about all the boxing in the world, we don't... We've took a lot of steps forward towards taking the barbarism out of it, It's meant to be a proper sport, competitive. Right. We're going to get a few answers in the early stages, but we might have to wait a little bit longer than that to really understand. I don't think anyone wins the fight in round 1, round 2. But we might get an idea of how this fight is going to go in round 1, round 2. So here we go then. Bell has sounded. Both guys come out into the center. Now we know that Crawford, as we said, is going to want to get that jab going. He's going to want to make sure that Canelo can't get in close. So he's just going to keep working that jab. He's going to want to keep Canelo on the outside. Canelo's going to need to find a way of slipping that jab, getting in close, working the body. But he's been in there with people like this before. Maybe not of this technical ability, though. And Canelo, it takes him time to get warmed up. Same with Crawford's. Crawford just throwing out the jab at the moment. Crawford is the one that's being more active. Canelo, again, trying to find a way forward. Size difference, height-wise, not drastically different between the two. I mean, you wouldn't really look at this and say that they are like, you wouldn't even say they're different weight classes, to be honest with you. It's not like Crawford is considerably smaller by any means. I mean, he looks very natural at this weight. It's got to be said. I mean, he looked good at the weigh-in. Alvarez, again, trying to find a way forward, moving forward. Crawford backing up a little bit. We know that Crawford, one of the absolute best switch hitters in the world. Circling round, it's Alvarez that's actually managed to take that center ground. So Alvarez has took the center ground. He's actually got Crawford on the outside. Crawford started really well, throwing out that jab, keeping the distance. Actually, we're not seeing that jab being fired out as much anymore. I thought he would get that lead hand working a bit more. But instead, Canelo has just applied that pressure. And now Crawford's actually going back to try and work that jab again. Really not much. Oh, body shot coming in there by Canelo. We got just over a minute to go here. Right hand coming in there by Canelo, but couldn't connect with it. That's better by Crawford. That's nice. There's a right hand that comes back there by Canelo. Canelo throwing to the body. And both guys just downloading a bit of information. But there was a couple of moments there by Crawford that looked really nice. I don't think he really connected with anything. But right now we got Canelo again throwing in a few shots. Crawford on the outside. Canelo again. Keeping it quite tight. Couple of shots coming back there by Crawford. There's nothing in round one. Nothing in round one at the moment. And I think this is... Oh, that's a nice right hand there by Canelo. There's a left that comes back, though, by Crawford's. Canelo, you can see, being very respectful. Neither guy really racing into anything here. A couple of jabs, doubling up on the jab there by Crawford. End of the first round. Okay, get in your thoughts. I don't think either guy really stamped their authority on that. I don't think either guy massively made any great strides there. But equally, neither guy did anything that wrong. So, a couple of little glimpses from both guys. Nice start, said Alex. Fans not getting their money's worth. Want a refund, said Peter. Fight's going to go to the point, said Reese. Canelo, strong foot is left and strong hand is right. It equals strong balance, said Pumrut. The opening was like a dance round. That round was a draw, said Big G. Okay. Canelo. Yeah, I mean, I think that round's quite interesting because I think it's really close. Okay, right now we've got Canelo in the center, Crawford's throwing out a right again. I mean, it's a chess match, isn't it? And this is what we were saying earlier. I mean, I don't think the action in this fight has been amazing in the first rounds. But if you are engaged, if you care, it doesn't really matter. Shot coming in there by Crawford, backing up. Right hand coming in there by Canelo. Really quick jabs coming in there by Crawford. And that's going to need to be something that Canelo's going to have to deal with. But we know that Canelo can eat some shots. Body shot coming in there by Canelo. Big hook shot coming back there by Crawford. Shot coming in by Canelo is stalking after Crawford. Crawford backing away. Both guys looking very composed. Very composed. Jab coming in there by Crawford. And again, Crawford, I think, coming out looking a little better at the start of this round, actually. He came out in the start of the last round really well, but he kind of faded. Right now we've got Alvarez trying to find a way forward. Nice right to the body there by Alvarez. Crawford moves round, using that footwork. Double up's good. That was good. Bang, bang, bang. Doubling up on the right-hand jab. Threw a left hand right behind it. So a real flurry of shots there by Crawford. Canelo covering up, trying to go to that body. You can see that Canelo keeps going to the body. Crawford is doing some good work. Canelo is struggling to find a way in at the moment, but we know that Canelo is a slow starter as well, so it could be that Crawford has just got into his rhythm a little bit quicker. That's a nice shot there by Canelo. Crawford moving around over to the sides. Canelo right in front of him, doubling up on a jab, just sticking it in the face of Crawford's. That lead hand, that left hand, just putting it right in Crawford's face. Trying to give him something to think about momentarily. Nice right hand comes in by Canelo. Jab coming in there by Crawford's. Canelo moving round. Feels a bit more like a Crawford round, this one to me. Canelo has had his moments in this round, though. Coming forward. Jab coming in. Canelo getting backed up a little bit. He's not enjoyed the same success in this round. Yeah, this feels like a Crawford round to me. Doubling up again, putting that pressure on. There's a big right that comes in. I mean, if Canelo lands with that, there's a big right that Canelo threw there. If he can get one of those through, I mean, Crawford won't have been cracked with anything like that before. Just missed, didn't he, with that left hook. Body shot that's connected there by Canelo was good. He has kept working the body. But pretty sure Crawford got round one, said Ryan. I think that first round was really close. What have you got? David's got it 1-1. User said 1-1 or 2-0. 1-1 said GS Dub. Bambo said, I'm worried the whole fight is going to be like this. Well, I mean, look, we knew that this was going to be a challenge for both. There is Stephanie and Triple H actually being shown during the fights. That's how big of a deal WWE is. They don't get shown before the fight. They get shown during the fight. There we go. Triple H, Stephanie. Nice shot there by Canelo. Nice right hand. Jab coming back there by Crawford. Canelo on the outsides. Neither guy has took anything big at the moment. They're saying that Canelo doesn't look like a rusty fighter. What I would say is that Crawford doesn't look like he's out his depth either at this weight. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Canelo has had more of the control and has been advancing 32%. Yep, so Canelo getting points on advancing, being forward, putting the pressure on. Okay, the unofficial scorecard has given Crawford both of the rounds so far. I think he takes the second. I'm really not convinced about the first. But I think we can agree that Canelo needs to go up in the gears here. Crawford's on the outside. Canelo right in front of him, digging into the body again. Crawford's going up as Canelo continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Crawford's. It's right in the center here, Canelo. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Body shot coming in there by Canelo. So right now we got just over 1 minute 10. And there's, again, not much to separate them in this round. Both guys in the center. Jab coming in. There's not loads of activity either, to be honest. That was quite nice by Canelo. Doubling up on the jab, trying to find a right hand behind it. Canelo is the younger fighter here, and at the moment, it doesn't feel like it, you know. Crawford jabbing into the body. Canelo keeping himself protected. Tries to... That was good defense, actually. Canelo hits the body, then quickly covers up. Crawford throws some shots back. Double jab there by Crawford. Canelo right in the center. It is like a high-level chess match, this. 1, 2. The 2. I don't know if the 1 connected. The 2 connected by Canelo. Yeah, they're just saying that the hard shots are going downstairs by Canelo, but it might not be that way all night long. Who do you go with that round? I mean, there really is not much. There really is not much. How do you actually score that? I mean, to be honest, I feel like a lot of what Crawford is throwing seems to be going on the guards. I don't know that what Crawford seems to be throwing more, but I don't know that he's landing them. Whereas Canelo, I think, when he goes to the body, he seems to be getting those body shots through. It feels like he wants to work the body. I mean, he always wants to work the body, but here, you know, he's really going after the body. I don't think, though, that Canelo has landed enough to the body to really be causing any kind of major problems in the later rounds. Normally, Canelo likes to work the body to, you know, slow the person down. I don't think he's connected enough in that. Right, here we go. We're underway then with round number 4. 2-1 Bud, says Poppy Crocs. Simbarash has got it 2-1 Buds. David's got it 2-1 Crawfords. Lots of 2-1 Crawford in the chat right now. I can tell you the unofficial scorecard has got it 3-0 Crawford right now. Okay, Crawford looking good in the early stages of 4. Canelo, again, keeping it tight, moving forward, trying to get some shots off. Crawford letting the hands go. Canelo gets jabbed there. Crawford on the outsides. Crawford's circling round as Canelo stands in the center. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Crawford getting caught against the ropes a little bit, but Canelo could not take advantage. He is backed up right now. Body shot, couple of body shots getting through there by Canelo. Jab coming in there by Canelo as well. Shot coming back there by Crawford. Canelo getting a shot in. Crawford's jab coming back there by Canelo. I feel like this is better by Canelo. Good early start to the round by Crawford. I think he takes the first minute. I think Canelo seems to be doing much better in this kind of second minute. Headshots landed in the fight show so far. Crawford 20, Canelo 10. Yeah, and right now we might be seeing body shot. I was going to say we've just seen a headshot there by Canelo. And another jab going upstairs by Canelo. So seems like he is mixing it up a bit more now. Lots of body shots early. Now he's going upstairs. Crawford's in the middle, throwing out a jab as Canelo continues to apply that pressure. I mean, when you are engaged with a fight, when you're really into the fight, it goes by so quickly. I mean, we're nearly at round number 5. We've only got about 30-odd seconds left to go. Smile on the face of Crawford. Goes down, flicks the shot upstairs. Canelo continuing to move forwards. Crawford said Aubrey. Crawford starting to open up now, said Ryan. Right now we've got Canelo in the middle with Crawford on the outsides. Crawford again circles round as Canelo's in the centre. Jab coming in there by Crawford. That's a nice right hand by Canelo. Smile on the face of Crawford. They're asking him how he's feeling. He says he's feeling good. Body shot. And then there was a couple of shots. There was actually 3 shots that got through there by Crawford. Yeah, that right hand. They're just showing a replay of a right by Canelo. Looks really good. Tribal Chief, good night, buds. I tell you what, I mean, I don't think that anyone is like really stamping their authority on the fight. I feel like Crawford's ahead. So I feel like Crawford's ahead. Loud boos for Logan Paul as he is shown. Loud cheers for Mike. The director knew what he was doing there, didn't he? Shows Logan and then immediately cuts to Mike Tyson. Okay, here we go then. Round number 5. I think we could be looking at 3-1 for Crawford's. Round number 5. But I don't think either guy has massively stamped their authority here. Neither guy's been in big trouble or anything. Jab by Crawford. Shot coming back there by Canelo. Boos for Logan. User said, I've got it 3-1. Crawford. 3-1 said GS Dub. Tavian's got it 2-2. Ryan thinks it's 4-0 to Crawford's. And 1987 Big Fan's got it 4-0 as well. I'm leaning 3-1. But loud Canelo chance breakout as Crawford's not going to be bothered by those. Nice shot there by Canelo. Gets out the way. Again, we got Crawford trying to... He's not using that jab enough to kind of keep Canelo back for me. Body shot coming in there by Canelo. Again, Canelo trying to go upstairs, but a counter shot comes back there by Crawford's. Jab coming in. So punches landed, 20 power shots and 11 jabs by Crawford, 18 power shots and just 1 jab by Canelo. Okay, right now Canelo backing up. So big difference in those jabs. Not a big difference in the power shots. Canelo is on the outside, covering up as Crawford's in front of him. Crawford's just constant activity, isn't he? John Anik said round 5 has not been kind to Canelo historically. Neither guy has been down as well. So, I mean, that's another talking point, isn't it? If we had a knockdown in this fight, that would be hugely significant. There's a right hand coming in there by Canelo. Smile on the face of Crawford. Crawford circling round. Shot coming back there by Crawford. Canelo standing right in front of him. Crawford again circling round the other side. Canelo threw a big right hand but didn't connect with it. They get quite close into the clinch. Canelo goes into the centre. Crawford right in front of him. Canelo throwing out a jab. Didn't land with it. Crawford's only 5 seconds left to go here. Another shot coming in there by Canelo. Ryan said, I think Canelo's going to make the first mistake. I think that's a Canelo round, said Alex. So right now Canelo goes back to the corner. Just asking Canelo, everything okay? How you feeling so far? 5 rounds done. I mean, what I'm seeing from Canelo is he is the one that's been advancing more, and he keeps driving Crawford back. Crawford gets his moments. Crawford is just so quick with his hand speed, isn't he? Like when he throws a couple of like he just is able to get these like flurry of shots through. So I feel like he gets them through in bursts. There's Deontay. James has got it 3-2. Simbarash has got it 4-1. GS Dub says 3-2. Okay, that last round is the first round they gave Canelo on the unofficial scorecards. So right now, the unofficial scorecard is 4-1 Crawford's. I'm 3-2. But some of these rounds are close. Right now, Canelo is on Crawford. Crawford against the ropes. Jab coming back there by Crawford. Canelo moving forward again. More of that pressure by Canelo. Body shot there by Canelo. Crawford into the clinch. Referee coming in, trying to separate both fighters. Both guys in the center right now. Crawford's backing up as Canelo continues moving forwards. So it's Canelo for me that's keeping that pressure on, keeps advantage. It's Crawford that's backing up. But Canelo cannot get close enough to Crawford's to really do the damage that he wants to do. Crawford again backing up. He's getting backed into the corner here. Canelo, hook shot to the body but misses. Crawford goes over the other side. Canelo, bang! That was a big body shot by Canelo. Big body shot, big right. Crawford, smile on his face. I wonder if the tide of the fight is switching a little bit. I wonder if Canelo is starting to just find a way. I mean, pressure doesn't win you rounds. It doesn't really matter that Canelo is the one that's advancing, but to be honest with you, I don't think the judges are going to need much to give Canelo rounds. Canelo is a judge's darling. That was actually a talking point coming into this, that if Crawford's going to win this by the judges, he's going to have to really do a lot to make sure that he takes each round. Close rounds could easily get given to Canelo. Shot coming in again there by Canelo. A couple of shots coming back there and a smile on the face of Canelo. I always think that's a giveaway if the fighter smiles. Body shot coming in there by Canelo. Crawford, smile on his face as well. It's all right to smile, but if you smile after a big shot, it's kind of the boxer's way of saying that didn't hurt. But it's also a boxer's way of saying that did connect. 8 seconds left to go. Crawford feeling it, said K-Dub. Right now we got both exchanging blows. I think that's a Canelo round, but it's... My even rounds are called 10-10, said David. It's another close round. I think it's a close round. I think the visual of Canelo moving forward, Crawford backing up against the ropes, like, that is the bulk of the rounds. Obviously, then when they exchange, Crawford's getting things through, but Canelo's getting things through. Canelo's getting through some really good body shots. Crawford gets through his flurry of shots. And I think it makes it tricky to score. You see, Blue Shirt has got it 5-1. Daz has got it 4-2. Canelo was really enjoying some good moments as Crawford was over against the ropes, though. Okay, here we go. Back underway. Round number 7. The unofficial scorecard gave that to Crawford's. So at the moment, they've got it 59-55. Shot coming in. Body shots coming in there by Crawford. Digging into the body there by Canelo. Doubling up on the jabs there by Crawford. Body shot coming in by Canelo. See, a lot of those shots by Crawford fall onto the guards. Yeah, that is true, actually. That's a really good point by commentary. Crawford will have felt Canelo's power by now, and he's not backing up. The power has not proven to be anything problematic for Crawford at the moment. He's definitely felt it. We're in round 7. Crawford backing up. Canelo again getting a shot through. Another shot coming through. I mean, what I would tell you is that if Crawford did go on to lose this fight, I think he's already shown like that he more than belonged here. More than belonged. He's up on people's scorecards. He's up on the unofficial scorecards. And Canelo is, really facing a bit of a puzzle in front of him here. And there's also no sign of Crawford slowing. The big questions were, how is Crawford going to look at this weight division? He looks great at the moment. I mean, whether he's going to gas. We did wonder that in round 5, round 6. There's no sign of it right now, though. Crawford, again, circling around with Canelo in front of him. Narab said Canelo needs more of that taco heat. Total punches landed 56 Crawford, 44 Canelo. Canelo again moving forward, body shot coming in. He's got Crawford back in the corner, a couple of jabs, another shot coming in. Crawford letting the hands go. Crawford backing up Canelo right in front of him. It usually slows them down, said Iron Sentinel. Canelo tends to hit the arms of the opponents. And again, we got Canelo edging forwards. Again, we got a right hand that comes in. Jab coming in there by Crawford. Now, Mama said, do we think Crawford put that Riyadh circle over his butthole? Do you know, I've seen that a few times, I don't think he has. For some reason, I've seen it go there quite a few fights. There we go, round 7. Get your thoughts in. Sean said Canelo's getting frustrated. Crawford connecting with combos. But in the time between the next one, Canelo connects with 2 punches. So it's even, says Davids. I'm going to get a... how are you scoring the fight so far? There we go. You can get your scores in the normal chat, or you can just keep putting them in the other chat so they're not as hidden. That's how the poll finished. 62% of you went with Canelo. Okay. I wonder if we are seeing the decline of Canelo. Round 8 coming up. Users got it 5-2. KJ has got it 4-3 Canelo. Users got it 5-2 Crawford's. 6-1. We're underway with round number 8. Couple of jab body shots there by Crawford. He could just tee off on Canelo as much as he wanted there. Ooh, there was a lovely right hand that seemed to just rock Crawford a little bit. Body shot coming in. His hand speed is so good though, Crawford's. Oh, nice little dig to the body there by Crawford's. I think Canelo needs to get going, doesn't he? Like, he needs to win rounds and outright win rounds. Crawford's hand speed is so quick. And he's 37. He's 2 years older than Canelo. There's no way you would say that Crawford was the older fighter. So, fight total. Punches landed 64-48 in favor of Crawford right now. Canelo moving forward, throwing in a shot to the body. Ryan said Crawford keeps drawing Canelo into the corner. He must have seen some with studying for the fight. Okay, Crawford on the outside. Canelo just stalking him. Jab coming in there by Crawford's. Yeah, look, shakes his hands, shakes his head there, Crawford, as those shots just didn't get through. Commentator saying that Canelo's done some good work in this round. Crawford's backing up as Canelo. Again, there's no wide gap, though. Neither guy... Right hand, but shot comes back. That was good by Canelo. Nice left hand to the body. Yeah, he is throwing heavy, heavy shots. It sort of feels like Terence Crawford knows he's not going to knock Canelo out. So when he gets close, it's pop, pop, pop. Right? He gets a few things in. So the volume is definitely with Crawford. But Canelo is throwing the heavier shots, you know? It's like he wants to throw that shot to the body that's going to have Crawford kind of go down to his knees. You know, that kind of liver shot that shuts a man down. He's kind of looking for those big, heavy blows. Right now, Crawford backing up a bit. Circling rounds. Canelo right in front of him. Crawford, again, throwing in a jab. No joy. Crawford circling back. And that's the end of round 8. William said, I think it's 6-1 on my card, but I think the judges will be 4-3. Well, let's have a look and see what people are saying at the moment. Vermore said it's really Crawford winning. Stevens got it 4-3. Kinda Irish said 6-1. Metal Mama's got it 6-1 as well. Crawford is dancing. Good foot and brain work from the underdog, said Naroob. Daisy, you look forward to Monday Night Raw, of course. Always. More combos, more to the body. You've got to give more, they're saying to Canelo. 5-3 Canelo, but could be 4-4, said KJ. 6-2. 6-2 Crawford, said 1987 big fan. Tavian's got it. That's... Oof. Crawford... Oh, look how quick Crawford. Look at the shots coming in by Crawford. Crawford unloading on Canelo. Crawford's unloading. Yeah, man. Crawford, with that hand speed, just letting those hands go. Body shot coming in there. And Crawford just absolutely overwhelming Canelo. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Got a timeout here. Timeout. Take your time. Small cut above the left eye of Crawford's. Is there a head clash? Accidental headbutt. Doesn't really look like much in it, you know. Okay, accidental headbutt. Referee asks Crawford if he's good. Okay, well, there we go. We've got a cut to deal with. Okay, so Crawford's got a cut that I don't know if Canelo can try and exploit. I mean, that cut can be opened up. Surely going to be a big target on that now by Canelo. We're seeing a very different fight in round number 9. We're seeing Crawford really open up a lot more now. Crawford keeping it really tight before, but now he knows he's got the speed. He knows he's got the hand speeds. Canelo right in front of him. The question was, though, what would the power of Canelo mean for Crawford? And actually, Crawford's just dealt with it so well. Really not fazed by the power. And we might be getting to the point, you know, where Canelo might need to find a finish. 10, 11, 12, 3 rounds. They're saying there might not be knockout shots, but they could be respect shots. Kinda Irish said Canelo does need a KO or he's done. Right now we got Crawford's throwing in a couple of jabs. Ali said, what do we think about Sunday? Well, I'll be doing like an unseen and getting ready for the week and setting bits up, so let's get through this fight right now. Canelo in the center. We got Crawford on the outsides. Crowd are booing a little bit as there's a little lack of activity. I tell you what, if he can do it. Oh, there's a lovely right hand there by Canelo, but it was after a flurry of shots by Crawford's. So in round 9, 22 from Crawford, 20 by Canelo have landed. That's actually really surprising because at the very beginning of this round, Crawford looked really good, got loads of shots through. I think Crawford passed the eye test in the early rounds of that, you know. So it's really surprising to see the numbers and see that it was actually quite close. Yeah, I agree that we really could be looking at like finish territory now. Uh, 6-3, 7-2. I think they're fair. 6-3, 7-2 is kind of what I'm looking at. So with 3 rounds left, that would mean that Canelo would have to take every round and hope that the judges kind of were quite favourable to him. Or he's going to need a finish. This is tasty, isn't it? This is tasty. When you leave it to the judges, you can never say, said Nikhil. Where would this put Crawford if he wins? Well, I mean, it would massively boost Crawford's. You've got 3 rounds to do this. The unofficial scorecard has got Crawford ahead by 5. I am not that wide, but I do have Crawford ahead. Okay, we're in round 10. He looks so good at this weight. There was a lot of questions around Crawford's, and I feel like what we've seen is he's answered everyone. How would he do with like the cardio? Well, he looks great in round 10. How would he deal with the power of Canelo? He's dealt with it absolutely fine. Would the hand speed translate? Yes. Crawford just rocked a little bit there by Canelo. Canelo continuing to move forward. Jab coming in there by Canelo. Headshots landed. Crawford 83, Canelo 40. Crawford pop, 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 pop. Body shot coming in. Shot coming back there by Canelo. Jab coming in there by Canelo. Crawford again staying on the outsides. Crawford trying to throw into the body. Crawford again circling rounds. Ah, he kind of ducked into that, Crawford. He did get that through, Canelo. Those shots by Crawford didn't get through. Hook shot coming in there by Crawford misses. Crawford again circling round on the outsides. Canelo right in front of him. Crawford doesn't even look tired. Crawford does not look like any of this fight has wore him down. Body shot coming in there by Crawford. He's backing up again as Canelo is right in front of him. Hook shot coming in there by Canelo. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Oh, kind of catches Canelo, but Canelo's got Crawford up against the ropes. I think, is he holding his head there? We haven't had much of an update on that cut. Haven't seen it like open up or anything. I don't know that that's going to be a factor in this fight. There was a bit of a concern that it would be. Into the clinch. Bob, shout out to you, buds. Crawford stacking the shots, said David. Oh, it's just constant output by Crawford, definitely. I do think a lot misses, though. Or falls on the guard or just falls short. Yeah, you gotta say activity. I don't know. That was the rounds. Yeah. Oh. He does kind of come back with a counter there, Crawford, doesn't he? But it's looking solid, said Cole Spencer. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. Let's go over to the latest feedback. Oh, people really don't use that. Might as well end it. Get your thoughts in the chat right now. Blue Shirt said 8-2 Crawford's. 7-3 Crawford, said Daz. Evan said it's another close one, but I'm going to go Crawford's. Yeah, I think Crawford's winning it. Allegiant Stadium setting a new attendance records. Okay, bang! Big body shot. Straight out the gate there by Canelo. Now, 2 rounds left to go. Has Canelo left this all a little bit too late? I tell you, the other problem that Canelo's got is I think it's been a long, long time since he finished anyone. Right now, they've got it 97-93. So they've got Crawford up by 4, and there's only 2 rounds left to go. Canelo would need to take both of these rounds, and then one of those rounds would have to have not been scored the way the unofficial scorecard called it. Go. He's got to get these rounds. Canelo has got to get these rounds. Right now, they're both fighting in very close range. Canelo throwing in some shots. Another big body shot. Oh, my God. The flurry of shots by Crawford. So good. There's an overhand right comes in. Crawford snaps Canelo's head back. He is so comfortable at this weight. Yeah, I believe that as well. The commentator just said, I don't think Crawford is worried at all about Canelo's power. There is absolutely no hesitation. Canelo did not make Crawford feel his power, and I think Canelo is showing signs of frustration. There's a nice right hand there by Canelo, but I can't make the argument that he's winning this round. I'm sure the judges will find a way to steal this from Crawford, said Dan. It's been a great round by Crawford's. Body shots coming in there by Crawford's. Canelo has landed 101 power shots to 98, so he's actually landed 3 more power shots, but he really is considerably down on jabs. Crawford again, circling rounds. God, what a statement this is going to be if Crawford wins. This will be huge. This will be huge. Canelo has only lost to Mayweather, Bivol, and he has not lost ever at super middleweight. Regarded as one of the greatest fighters of all time. For someone to move up as much weight as Crawford has moved up, and to put on a performance like this. I mean, I had Crawford up going into this, and we said that Canelo was going to have to win these rounds, and I don't think he has. With 1 round to go, I cannot make an argument that Crawford's ahead by 1. And I don't even know that the judges are going to be able to do that, and there is no sign of any finishes. Last round, we're going to touch gloves. This is wild, said David. KJ said if Canelo doesn't get the KO, it might be a draw or majority decision. Well, we know the judges. We know the judges do love Canelo, right? But if we're going to be very honest with ourselves, I don't know that I can sit here and make an argument that Canelo is just losing by 1 with 1 round left to go. Crawford's got this, said K-Dub. I've got it 8-3 Canelo, said Daz. Oh, no, Canelo outclassed. Okay. I was like, really? Right, they've got it 97-93, but that doesn't include round 11, which I think would have been a Crawford round. Okay, right now we've got Canelo moving forward with Crawford backing up. There's a left hand coming in there by Crawford. Body shot coming in there. Oh, God, he's right there. He is right there. What is Crawford going to look like in the later rounds at this weight? The answer, absolutely flipping amazing. The answer to that question, like you wouldn't believe. At the age of 37. Commentators are saying you got to feel like this is discouraging. Judges can go to sleep. Crawford has dominated, said Daniel. Crawford, middle of the ring. I mean, really, I'm just looking for a knockdown. I'm looking for a finish. I'm looking for a way of Canelo winning this fight. Because if we go to the judges, even with a bias, I can't see it. I mean, the other thing we haven't even spoke about is this is for all of Canelo's super middleweight titles. The belts are on the line. Terence Crawford could be the new king of super middleweight. Honestly, I mean, this might be a weight that he just stays at. Turkey Ali Shake's going to be a bit worried as well because he's got other fights lined up for Canelo. "37 seconds to go. Crawford's going to shock the world, said Bourne. 20-odd seconds to go. I expected way more from Canelo, said KJ. Same. Simbarash said, I called it. Might have just got 2K. Simbarash. Congrats, my friends. Love seeing the bookies being took for a ride. Let's make sure there's no... big shots by Crawford. I think Canelo was just... Canelo puts his hand in the air. This thing then goes the distance. Commentators are saying Bud Crawford just beats Canelo Alvarez. Canelo didn't show up. No. I don't feel like he showed up either. I'll tell you the big concern, and that is... how serious is the decline for Canelo? That, I think, is going to be the conversation, because I did not see a Canelo I was expecting to see. I saw a Crawford that was way better than I expected, and a Canelo way worse. This thing went the distance, which, to be honest, I was expecting. But I don't think we're going to get the winner I was expecting. Crawford for sure. And news, said Duran. Get your comments in. Canelo retired. I don't think he's going to retire because Saudi Arabia, win or lose, have got a couple more fights lined up for him. I mean, I wonder if they will set up the rematch. I tell you what, they'll set up the rematch if Crawford gets robbed here. Are there community members on the pod? Yes, there should be. There should be. Nikhil said it's not about Canelo being worse. What's it about? Oh, message retracted. Canelo started out slow, said K-Dub. Terence Crawford in the corner. Duran said it's the best fight I've seen Canelo have, but it's also the only fight. New Mexican Lucha Libre says it's a draw. Do you believe that? Do you believe it's a draw? And I tell you what, everyone's very convinced this is Crawford's. These judges' scorecards are going to be very, very interesting. Wow. We are witnessing history right now. This is history. Yeah, Bud is trending right now. Here we go. Yep. 116, 112. 115. 113. It's unanimous. He's done it, you know. Terence Crawford has beaten Canelo Alvarez unanimously on the scorecards. 116 to 112. 115, 113. 115, 113. 2 rounds in it. 4 rounds in it. And Terence Crawford in absolute bits. Here's Dana White. All those super middleweight titles. Wow. Wow. Even Canelo fans are cheering for Buds. Well, listen. You gotta respect greatness when you see it, and that right there is greatness. To move up the amount of divisions that he just moved up. He genuinely just did something I didn't think he could do. I think he's done something a lot of people didn't think he'd be able to do. His stock just went through the flipping roof, didn't it? If you didn't know the name, you certainly know it now. I think Canelo was taking about 100, 120 from this, and I think Bud was taking like 10 or 20 million. I mean, the difference is phenomenal in how much they were earning here. I tell you what, I think Crawford would definitely be down for a rematch. I think he'd definitely be down for a rematch. Only I bet the purse is not split the same next time. Canelo's a great champion. I got to take my hat off to him, says Crawford's. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's what people would have said. I'm not a fan of this guy. I think he's quite a good commentator, but he seems to have some hot takes that I just don't agree with. I mean, Crawford beat Spence. You're saying that Spence isn't a great fighter? I bet there's a lot of previous opponents to Terence Crawford, and he's beaten 41 people, right? That are like, sorry, the first time he fights a great fighter, he falls short. That would have been the narrative, would it? Yeah, I mean, Crawford's not really saying anything. He's just saying, praise gods. And there we go. There's Ivanka. There is Holyfield's. Here's Canelo. So nothing really out of Crawford. Just, you know, Canelo's amazing champion. Nothing but respect. Alvarez said he feels great. Crawford has made a statement for GOAT, said Daniel. Well, he's undefeated. He's still undefeated. Don't know what's being said at the moment, but we're just hearing from Alvarez. Oh, he's just thanking everyone that turned out. I'm a winner for being here. There's no defeat here. I mean, there is. Is Bud Crawford someone you want to fight again? Could you do better in a rematch? Canelo said he's pleased to share the ring with great fighters. If they do it again, then fine. But he's not. Canelo said his legacy is already there. And he loves taking risks, but he's not calling for the fight.
Do you feel like this is still the Canelo Alvarez that we've all known and loved for all these years? Or do you feel like something's changed?
Are you still the same fighter? That's a good question. Canelo said he feels great.
Canelo Alvarez, the reason it's been such a pleasure to have you as the face of boxing is because of that. In victory and defeat, Canelo Alvarez is everything that's good about boxing. Thank you, Canelo. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Canelo. I didn't really like either of those interviews, but didn't really say anything other than, you know, Canelo's a great fighter. I give all glory to gods, which, you know, fine. But would have been nice to have had something a bit more juicy, a bit more interesting. But then, you know, you go to Alvarez and he's like, there's no defeat here. And it's like, well, there is. There definitely is. Because do you remember, you came out with belts and now you're not leaving with any. So there definitely is defeat. And like, he's saying that there's no decline. He feels as good as ever. I mean, fair play to him for that, in all fairness. You know, gave Crawford his flowers. Canelo probably fighting Jake Paul next. You know that Jake will be calling him out now. We're seeing him walk into the Back Metal Mama. Shout out to you. Corey said, I'm disappointed there was no Demon Ito appearance. We all was, Corey. We all was. The guy doing the post-match is strange. This guy, I was not feeling his style of questions. It was like he was a computer and he was like having to download them. So he would be like, you are the face of boxing and you will remain a face of boxing, but are you interested in another match with Crawford? But there was that moment where it was like flipping downloading, wasn't it? Weird. I don't like... I've actually seen him in the builds making comments that I'm like, what? What are you on about? I mean, I saw an interview with Terence Crawford where they asked him, are you scared of anything? And he went, no, I'm not scared of anything. He went, well, actually, my mom, right? And everyone laughed, right? You know, funny. And then that guy, he told a story where he was like, they asked Terence Crawford if he was scared of anything, and he said his mom. And do you know why he said his mom? Because she is the only person that has kind of doubted him. And so she is the only person that can, like, prove him wrong. He's trying to prove himself right. She's going to try and prove him right. I'm like, what are you on about? What are you on about? Perhaps he knows a load of information I don't know. But it does kind of let me go, what? What are you even talking about? Perhaps he saw an extra interview that I didn't see. But I saw a joke where he said his mom, and then this guy was like making up blooming backstories and everything. So I'm like, okay. But then that bit in the ring just where he was like, you know, people would have said if you'd have lost tonight that you'd never beaten a great fighter. It's like, I wouldn't have said that. I can find great fighters on his resume. So don't speak for me. So yeah, I agree. I'm not a huge fan. I've seen a few things out of him. I'm like, what? He's very unorthodox, isn't he? But anyway, it's not about him. It's about Crawford's. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Putting in some Wrestling Days memberships, and I really appreciate that. Macarai said, have a look at Jake Paul's tweets. Jake Paul, what has he tweeted? Logan said Jake Paul beats Canelo. That was 5 minutes ago. Jake Paul said Canelo putting his hands up like he won. Dumbass lying weirdo. Canelo has been overrated. So Logan immediately says Jake Paul beats Canelo. And Jake Paul saying that Canelo is a weird liar that's overrated. So, guys, it might be time for the dream match. It might be time for the dream match. It might be time for us to really give Canelo a challenge. It might be time to pick up the bat phone and call Jake Paul. Let's go. Crawford answers with, that's because after he wins, he proves there aren't any real fighters. K-Dub said Canelo would dust Jake. Well, there we go. I mean, a statement made. History. We witnessed history. It's an absolutely brilliant achievement by Terence Crawford. Going into this fight, my questions were, how is Crawford going to look at this weight? A weight he has been nowhere near. How is he going to deal with Canelo's power? And, you know, how's he going to look with the cardio, like, as we get to the later stages? Is he still going to have the same hand speeds? And what happens if Canelo cracks him? And Crawford's like, oh my God, you know? And there was just so many questions going in. And Terence Crawford's just answered every single one of them in the most positive manner possible. An absolutely borderline faultless performance. A statement has been made. And the only downside for me is Crawford is 37 and fights once a year. I mean, if you look, he just fights basically once a year. He's 2 years older than Canelo, but has only had about half as many rounds of action. So I don't know that you see Terence Crawford again anytime soon. He's 37. I mean, you might get another fight or two out of him. But, I mean, I don't think that we're dealing with someone here that is going to be around for much longer. So that's the only downsides. I mean, could you imagine if he was flipping 27? Imagine how exciting the next 8 years would be with Terence Crawford. Just undeniably being the face of boxing, I think. After what he's just done, I think he would undeniably be the face of boxing. But at the age of 37, and with his level of activity, I don't know that he's going to be able to capitalise on it like I wish he would. But, well, I don't know. Maybe he can increase the number of fights he has. Perhaps he can do another one later. Well, he won't be able to do one later this year, but perhaps he could do one early next year and one at the end of next year. And perhaps, you know, we can get a few more fights through. But God only knows what the future holds for him. This is not a division that he is even meant to be competitive in, let alone the king of. So, yeah, very, very good. Very, very good. Right, we're done. Appreciate people joining us. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, you know, we don't really cover boxing all that often. So it's lovely that when we do, we have people showing out. So really do appreciate people and them supporting the channel and supporting me. And yeah, big thank you for that. Hope you enjoyed the night. A little bit of a challenge in places, but that's okay. I think that main event more than made up for it, and history was made. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it.